Good morning, everyone. Welcome to PWOLIIAS. Please confirm whether the audio and video is clear. Anand, Lalram, Viswa, Ranjan, Adir, Watch Club, Deepthi, Chinna Babu Vara, Navin Gaudam, Deepthi Chowdhury, Mohammed, Roshni, Narang Hardik, Vartika, Divyansh, Modgil, Explore, Dunia, Rachu, Pooja, Divya, Divyansh, Ananya, Sakshi, Nirupama. All right, people. So, good morning once again to everybody. Hope you're all doing good. So, first things first, this marathon session. The purpose of this marathon session is, like I have told n number of times, it is to do a quick mega revision. So, even though we have been giving weekly goals, even though we have been telling you, plan it out, do it out, many of them, what happens is they will start with their revision, somewhere they'll get stuck, or somewhere they will lose interest. So we are going to conduct this marathon session. I don't know how many hours it is going to take. Okay. So let us just get together in this. You are also going to revise. I am also going to revise. Got the point? Obviously, it is going to be a little fast. It is not a pin-to-pin, point-to-point explanation or analysis from a mains perspective. Please understand that very, very clearly. This is all about the facts, what it is, as it is. We are quickly revising it. All right, so that in one single go, this revision is done. All right, people. Now, the Indian polity, I am handling it, as you know. And we will be having this UDAAN series every Monday and Thursday at 9 a.m. Absolutely free of cost. It will be available in the PW app. It will be also available, as you can see, in our English channel here. So, whatever access part, etc. you need, the link, etc. will be provided in the description. You can just click on there. You can get access to everything. Everything, when I say, what do I mean by that? You can get access to our UDAAN books. Number one, be it UDAAN series of each subject, GS subject, or UDAAN 500, which is current affairs, that you will get. Plus, most important point, what about today's notes? Will you get that or not? Absolutely yes. At the end of the class, these notes are also available. So, if you're still thinking, should I make notes for polity? Should I make notes for Lakshmikant, etc.? I would suggest don't do it. Whatever you're seeing, we are going to do today, revise them again. I have tried maximum to keep it point-wise or in a table or a tabular format. The reason being that some students have told me, sir, your handwriting, when you write it very fast, we are not able to understand it. And some students, again, when you have a table, it is easy. You can quickly read through it rather than when you keep it in a long list of points. So from my side, I have tried my level best to keep almost the entire, let's say 90% of Indian polity in tabular format, so that any point of time you can take it up for revision. Mind you, once again, this is strictly for prelims purpose. Got it? Moving further on. So, the esteemed faculties who will be handling different subjects. Harpreet Singh, Geography, Places in News and Mapping. Ritesh sir will be taking Science and Tech. Abhishek sir will be taking Ancient Medieval History. Ranchan sir will be taking Indian Economy. Pawan sir will be taking Art and Culture, Modern History. Dimple ma'am will be taking Environment. Manjeet sir will be taking CSAT. I call him Harpreet Singh because he's like my brother. That is the only reason. Don't take any offense, anybody. All right. So that is what it is. All right. So let's play then. Starting with the historical background part first. Regulating Act of 1773. So what are the major highlights here? It was first step taken by the British government of India to regulate EIC. That is East India Company. This is again the first step where centralized administration started, because political and administrative functions of EIC was recognized as central administration's beginning. This was Governor of Bengal became Governor General. First person was Warren Hastings. His executive council had 4 members. Presidencies included Bombay and Madras, like brought it down below Bengal. So all the decisions, if you see from Eastern India, all the decisions used to happen. Eastern India, all the decisions used to happen, because Bengal that point was richer than Egypt. Your NCRT sentence it is. Supreme Court established at Calcutta in 1774. It had a Chief Justice plus 3 justices. All inhabitants of Calcutta came under it. However, there were exemptions. Revenue matters and official acts of the Governor General, Council and EIC officials were kept outside the domain of Supreme Court. Personal laws, Hindus by Hindu personal law, Muslims by their own personal law. It was totally kept separate and segregated. They had translators, etc. to look into each aspect of it. Clear? Moving forward. Regulating Act of 1773, again, EIC servants barred from private trade, presents and bribes prohibited. This one point here is very important even in today's zamana, today's generation. I will tell you why. Even in once you join the service also, if you get any present or gift above a certain limit, you will have to declare it. Even if it is from your father-in-law, sister, brother, uncle, chacha, auntie, whoever it is, at above a certain limit if it goes, you have to declare it. Some of you have sat in my polity classes. Name what is that money, that amount. Beyond what amount you are supposed to make that declaration. Please put it up in the chat section. COD, Court of Directors. What is the governing body of EIC? Reporting. Court of Directors to report on civil, military and revenue affairs to British government. Appeals. Provincial courts appeal did not lie with the Supreme Court. It lied with whom? Governor General in Council, not the Supreme Court. Note it please, because Governor General had all the power that time. Regulation power, GG in Council to frame regulations for provincial courts and councils. That means Governor General was the be all and end all. Appeals used to go to him. He used to decide everything. Everything was him. Supreme Court, when you say Namka, it was only for name's sake, it was Supreme Court. Got the point here? Moving further. Pitt's India Act of 1784, British PM. Again, and named after him, William Pitt, to distinguish commercial and political functions of EIC. Now a segregation. So commercial came under one body, political and other matters came under other body. That is, commercial control was under Court of Directors, political control under Board of, what is under Board of Control. So this is how I used to remember the CNC. Court of Directors, Commercial Control, CC. Got the point here? System was of double government, obviously. 2 different controls. BOC composition was a British government body. BOC powers included superintendence, direction and control of civil and military government. Administration, political affairs separated from commercial affairs. Totally kept separate. That is to look into civil and military, one body. The other one separate. So you can also say that this was maybe some sort of segregation was happening, just to keep the 2 things separate. Territory. EIC territory is called British possessions. This was the first time that designation was given. That is, whatever EIC will own and operate inside India, that will be recognized as what? British territory. Very good. It is actually 25k. Very good, Vaishnavi. Very good, Muskan. Somebody actually said 1 crore. Seriously, brother? 1 crore? Authority. British government given supreme control over EIC affairs. Financial provision. Members and staff of BOC paid from Indian revenues. That means whatever expenses were there, that was funded exclusively from India itself. It is not that from British they were sending the money to pay for their administrators. Amending Act of 1786. A small correction. Under Lord Cornwallis, Governor General given power to override Executive Council. Governor General allowed to hold office of Commander-in-Chief. This was a demand, if you see. 2 demands. More powers, that is what it simply meant. More powers. Commander-in-Chief also means what? Complete control of army, military, everything. Extension, overriding powers extended to future Governor Generals and Governors. Governor General given greater control over Bombay and Madras governments. That means the centralization nature which started off with 1773 Act, it started peaking up. With each subsequent acts, it started peaking up and it reached its peak till where? 18? What? 53 or 58? EIC trade monopoly in India extended by 20 years. That means till 1786 there is no plans of what? Abolishing EIC or taking EIC away. Commander-in-Chief not to be council member unless appointed. Should not be a council member, that is within the Governor General's council, unless they are directly appointed for that purpose. VOC members and staff paid from Indian revenues. That thing continued. Charter Act of 1813, EIC monopoly abolished. So now look at it, 1786, monopoly extended by 20 years. That means it becomes 1806. Just a few years after that, Charter Act of 1813 came, where they decided, okay, monopoly will be taken out. And China, except tea and China trade, they can do. With China as well as tea is concerned, monopoly is there, but EIC will not be a monopoly. Other players will be allowed to enter. Sovereignty, British Crown sovereignty over EIC territories were asserted again. Christian missionaries were permitted, spread of Western education among Indians. Local governments were empowered to levy taxes. This had largely to do with the local sanitation issues, local health, local sanitation, local development. Everything should be, let us give it to these people only. Let us not take that responsibility. So British did not want, or rather East India Company did not want to do all that. They were only interested in territorial expansion, defeating the kings, securing territory, getting maximum wealth out of it. So these local matters, etc., they did not want to bother with it. So some amount of what decentralization you can say. Don't write it anywhere. This is just for your understanding. Because they allowed the local governments to levy taxes. Clear? Penalty. Local governments empowered to punish for non-payment. Local governments were empowered to punish for non-payment of what? Taxes. So you can see some amount of what? Regional powers or decentralization. Clear? Charter Act of 1833, Governor General of Bengal became Governor General of India. Lord William Bentinck was the first GGI. Powers, civil military powers vested in GGI. Exclusive legislative powers vested in GGI. Legislative powers means lawmaking. That is, earlier if you see, it was all subordination. Subordination of other presidencies under Bengal. Now what happened? Now it was like they have made it official. By 1833, Governor General of Bengal became Governor General of India. Laws were called acts. Commercial activities ended of EIC. Territory. EIC territories held in trust of crown. Open competition was proposed. However, this was opposed by the Court of Directors. Charter Act of 1853, separation. Legislative and executive functions were separated for the first time. Legislature was Governor General's Legislative Council. Indian Central Legislative Council with local representation came into picture. Separate council for the first time. That is, now things were becoming complex because they were having more territory. They had to rule a larger part of India now. Because Governor General of India, 1833 it started. So now they had to make separate laws actually. So lawmaking functions started dominating. You automatically had to do what? You had to create a separate body for lawmaking now. Recruitment through open competition system. Legislative wing functioned as the mini parliament. Service, covenanted service open to Indians. That is contract basis service. This covenanted civil service, when you say today's Zamana, you can think of it as your all India service itself. In today's time period. Getting the point here. Macaulay Committee, 1854. No time limit was fixed for the company rule, which meant what? Company rule can be terminated at any given point of time. No guarantee now. Now no more guarantee. Because monopoly was ended. EIC ended as a commercial body. British Crown, every activity of EIC was held under the trust of the Crown. Parliament could terminate company rule anytime. 6 representation, 6 additional members were taken from Madras, Bombay, Bengal and Agra. Government of India Act 1858. Again, this is after the 1857 revolt, which according to British historians is nothing but Sepoy mutiny. But for us, it was the first struggle of or first war of independence. So after all this now, did anything change? Only on paper. Nothing really changed hardcore. Because now what is it? Everything, Governor General of India became Viceroy. Any major change in powers? Nothing. Everything under the crown now. Directly under the crown. Act for the Good Government of India. EIC was abolished. Authority, powers, territories and revenues were transferred to the crown. Governor General became Viceroy. Lord Canning was the first Viceroy. Double government ended. That is the Board of Control and Court of Directors both ended. Secretary of State for India, member of British Cabinet who was assisted by a 15-member council. He was only responsible to the British Parliament. And to assist him, he had a Secretary of State and Council. Clear? Indian Council Act of 1861. Now, the point here is 58 is over. Now 61, 91. Slowly we will see now how things have started becoming decentralized. Indians nominated as non-official members, Raja of Benares, Maharaja of Patiala and Sir Dinkar Rao in 1862. This was the beginning of decentralization where legislative powers were restored to Bombay and Madras. That is, other presidencies were given the freedom now. Okay, you can also make laws for your own territory or region. Reversal. Centralization from 1773 reversed. New legislative councils for Bengal 1862. Northwestern provinces 1886. Punjab 1897. That is the legislative powers which was extended to Bombay and Madras were soon started extending to other areas also. Viceroy of India empowered to make rules. Portfolio system was recognized. Budget was introduced in 1860. Viceroy of India was empowered to make ordinances, which was valid up to 6 months. Then 1892, basically you had more of non-official members, that is elected members. Councils, you had at central and provincial lawmaking powers. Central also was there, provincial was also there. We saw it earlier, 1861, how they allowed other presidencies to have. Provincial, understand always, this term can be a little confusing. It simply means state today. Consider it as whenever you read province anywhere, remember it as state. As simple as that. Don't write it in your exam, but budget discussion and questions. That is, you could ask questions, you could discuss the budget. Nomination by Viceroy of India on provincial recommendations. That is, nominated members' presence were there. Nominated members, not elected members. And who used to nominate them? Viceroy of India, based on recommendations, provincial recommendations. That is, the kings may say or the provincial assemblies may say. But based on that only they used to make the nomination. And this nomination, they will only make those people as nominated members who are supportive of British ideas or British rule. Municipalities, universities, chambers and zamindars, from these bodies, they used to get the suggestions. Indirect elections were introduced. Got the point here? Reforms. Indian Councils Act of 1909, Morley-Minto reforms. So Morley-Minto reforms, this is the beginning of what? This is the beginning of communal electorate in the country. This is the time when they really understood that they need to now split the country now. Why? Because if you go back a little, just before this, an event had occurred. In 1885, what is that event? Can anybody tell me? Very good. Congress came. So Congress, even though they did not, they were always doing a thing of prayer and petition, very moderate form of protests, etc. against the British. Still, the British understood one fact that if they want to keep continuing to rule in the country, they need to split the country. And the splitting actually happened through what? Communalism. Communal electorate. That means only a certain people from a certain religion can stand there as a candidate, as well as only people from a certain religion only can vote for them. That is what you mean by communal electorate. Only people from a particular religion, that is only Hindus can vote for Hindus. In other words, that is what it meant. Muslims will vote for Muslims. So once if you have a communal electorate, if I am keep putting up a candidate there, how is the electorate? Based on that only I should put the candidate. Now, father of communal electorate, CLC size, that is Central Legislative Council size now increased. Very good, very good. Balaji, Simran, Sai, Mohammad Hamdullah, Priyanshu, Balaji, Dinesh, Watch Club, Bhavana, Pavan Kumar, Mahesh, Maunika. All right. Mr. Babu beats Gandhi and Ambedkar. Mr. Babu, when did Mahatma Gandhi arrive back in India? Is it 1909? 1909 is when you are having communal electorate. When did Gandhi enter India? Number one. First question. How did Gandhi become popular? Not directly dealing with polity, but still, this is history. This is historical part. So you shouldn't get that confusion there. Can anybody tell me when did Gandhi enter the scene and when did Gandhi really become popular? Majority. Official majority was retained at the center. Non-official majority was allowed at Provincial Legislative Council. Official majority means these are mostly to do with non-elected members. Non-official means elections. That is, here you had elected members domination. Very good. 1950, 1950, 1950, 1950, 1912. No. By Satyagraha. Again wrong. Before Satyagraha not a wrong answer. 1915 he entered, but what made him popular was three struggles. Remember it as cake. C-A-K. How did Gandhi take away the cake? Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda. Never forget that. That is the order also. Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda. Three different struggles. That made him popular. That actually made him popular. He traveled throughout India and these three struggles made him popular throughout the country. Getting the point here. Champaran is in Bihar. And Ahmedabad, where is it? These two are not nearby places. Clear? Coming back. Powers. They could pass resolutions. They could ask supplementary questions. Indians were included in the Executive Council. First Indian to be included in the Executive Council was Satyendra Prasad Sinha. Electorates, separate electorates for Muslims. Representation, corporations, chambers, universities and zamindars. Yeah, one small correction here. Separate electorates was for Muslims only. But just to explain it only, I use the example of Hindu. Don't get confused. Very good, Champaran. Exactly. Very good. Krish, Dianin, Ganesh, Shriji, Praveena. Very good. Ankita, Bhima, Akshay, Abhinav, Sareen Ansari, Raj Babar. Very good. Government of India Act 1990, Declaration, 20th August 1970. Now, this is again known as your Montego-Chelmsford reforms. So, Montego-Chelmsford reforms, if you actually see, that actually led to what? Further strengthening of your communal electoratism. Devolution, central and provincial devolution rules. Diarchy was introduced as an experiment. Diarchy means there were two divisions here. Transferred subjects and reserved subjects. Transferred subjects means subjects which are of a local nature were sent to the provinces. But some subjects were there which were reserved. Reserved means on these final decisions only who could take? The Viceroy of India or the center. Bicameral center, that means two houses. Councils of State and Legislative Assembly. Elections, majority were direct elections. But franchise means who could vote. Property and tax based. Executive had 3 out of the 6 members were Indians. Now, what started as communal electorate in under Morley Minto, it got further strengthened. How? Separate electorates for Sikhs, Christians, Anglo-Indians and Europeans. London, you had a High Commissioner for India in London. PSC, Central Public Service Commission in 1926. That is, you can say, the great grandfather of our UPSC. Started back then. Chamber of Princes, 1921. That means body consisting of the princes where they would tell their grievances or whatever issues they had to the British. Correct. Devolution rule means? Devolution, yeah, that is what? You're transferring it, right? So obviously devolution is happening. Transferred subjects are there means what? You are actually telling the provinces on these matters, you people only make the law. Look at it again. Health, local government, agriculture. These things, if you actually see, was of no interest to the British. They were only interested in territorial expansion and collecting taxes. That they left to the provinces. Getting the point? Whatever was of more importance, police, justice, prisons. Notice it. Land revenue, finance. So land revenue they will collect. But central British will never invest anything for agriculture. Got the point? It was only loot, loot, loot. Because Britishers never took any active interest in investing in agriculture. What happened? Our agriculture always remained backward. Unfortunately, we can see it is still continuing even after years of independence. 100 years of UPSC. Very good, very good. Bicameral, 2 houses. Government of India Act 1935. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Structure, 321 sections and 10 schedules. Government of India Act 1935. Federation, you had provinces, princely states. Provinces were units of administration. That is now officially it was like properly segregated now. Provinces being given more power. However, this never became operational because by then the war clouds have already started forming. And by 1937, Congress ministries had resigned. Alright. Lists, federal, provincial and concurrent. Residuary powers lied with the Viceroy of India. Today, residuary powers lies with whom? Today. I'm not at all disputing that. I'm just telling that this was the initial thing to create. Central PSC in 1926. Got the point? Now tell me this. Residuary powers lies with whom today? Very good. Rana. My God, I'm not able to pronounce it. Anyway. Today it lies with Parliament. Only Parliament has the residuary powers. Diarchy was abolished because it became a totally failed experiment. It was abolished in the provinces where provincial subjects, I told you, was one is kept at transferred, one is kept reserved. They took it out from there. They brought it back where introduced in center from 1937, but it entered in 1939. 6 provinces were there. SCs, women, labor, franchise 14%. Residuary powers with president. Seriously. President can only act according to the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. 99.99999% of the time. President doesn't have any residuary powers. People. I'm very surprised to see that so many people have given president as the name here. I mean, how come? President cannot. President does not have any power. It is only a nominal executive, not the real executive. Residuary powers means what? Law-making powers. That is what it simply means. The ability to make laws. President of India cannot make any law like that until and unless Council of Ministers gives some advice. President of India's discretion also is limited to just a very few things. When no party has a clear majority, when there is it's a hung assembly, or there is nobody out there who can be a prime minister, there is no coalition properly. Only in those cases, or when the government loses its majority. Only in few matters, President of India has discretion. Other than that, in every other matter, has to act according to the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. Clear? Government of India Act 1935, institutions that were established. RBI, Federal Public Service Commission, Provincial Public Service Commission, Joint Public Service Commission. Judiciary, you had Federal Court. Burma was separated. New provinces of Odisha and Sindh. Auditor General of India was also created. Clear? India Independence Act of 1947, announcement 20th February 1947. The Mountbatten Plan came about 3rd June, introduced 4th July. Assent was given to in 18th. Independence 15th August 1947. Dates should you remember? Repeatedly read it. Nothing else to do. Correct. Who is that? Simran. Correct. Very good. Chinna Babuwara. Sovereign dominions. India and Pakistan. Paramountcy lapsed. That is British paramountcy lapsed. Princely states were free to accede. Viceroy and secretary. No veto power for crown. All these were abolished. Governor General for each dominion, that is India and Pakistan, Governor General and governors to act on A and A, aid and advice. This practice continues even today. I mean, Governor General is not there, but President and Governor, President, be it President for the Union or Governor for the state, they are always supposed to act according to the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. All right. There is a lot of controversy, especially with regard to governors and state chief council of ministers, chief minister and council of ministers, but not at the center. Center, if you really see from Ramnath Kovind onwards, if you see, president is always following aid and advice of council of ministers. But at the state level, we are having a lot of issues. Clear? You can expect a potential mains question even today, I mean this year from that. Constituent assemblies were sovereign. That is, constituent assemblies were created to frame the constitution. They were sovereign. Sovereign means what? Sovereign means completely independent. You take your own decisions. You are not bound by any superior body's decision or anything. You are not under anybody. Getting the point here? Mountbatten plan. Mountbatten plan means the partition plan. You, please, Pratap, if you are coming here to study everything for the first time, please understand this is a revision class. I told this already. It is a revision class here. So Mountbatten plan is the plan where they finally decided how to split up India. Before that, there is a history to it. The Cripps mission, the cabinet mission, etc., etc., etc. They tried their level best not to go for a partition, but finally, no, they had to take a partition. British laws were repealable. Repealable means completely removable. Till this constitution, etc., was framed, interim for the till that time period, Government of India Act 1935 will continue. Clear? That is what it is. Idea and demand for Constituent Assembly. Again, complete. Now, this entire chapter, if you ask me, it is completely what? Dates. Dates and names. That is what this chapter is. My advice to you, record it. I will read it out now. Record it. Record it. Keep listening to it in a loop. Don't waste your time too much here. You may get one question. I guarantee that. One question may come from here. There is a 99.9% chance. One question may come. So we cannot skip it also. So you are going to what? Record it. Keep playing it in a loop. Don't try to by heart it, sit and by heart, because that will be like too much of time it will take. So 1924, idea of Constituent Assembly first proposed by Mr. M.N. Roy. Indian National Congress demanded Constituent Assembly in 1935. 1930, Jawaharlal Nehru demanded Constituent Assembly based on universal adult franchise. 1939, demand reiterated by Indian Congress through resolution. 1940, demand accepted in principle through the August offer. 1942, Cripps mission proposed constitution after Second World War, which was rejected by Muslim League. They wanted two separate nations and two separate constituent assemblies. 1946, cabinet mission rejected two constituent assemblies. This is the rough history. See, it is important, I will tell you the reason for that, because this actually, if you see, this is part even of your modern history. Getting the point here. This is actually part of your modern history. So, if a question comes, you cannot actually say whether the question has come from polity or whether the question has come from history. And this is a sure shot area as far as modern history is concerned. One question from here is pakka, especially that time period. See, 1915 to 1947, modern history is very, very important. That is the reason I am telling these dates are important. Got the point here? Very good, very good. Correct, correct. Date constituted November 1946. That is the Indian Constituent Assembly, okay. Total strength 398. From British India, 296. From princely states, 93. What does that mean, British India? See, India at the time of independence was literally under, you can say almost like two administrative units. Agreed. Two administrative units, why I am telling is, British India means directly administered by the British. Then you had princely states. Princely states means small, big, everything put together. Some more than 500 princely states were there. Some very small, the size of maybe less than a district. Some very large, like the state of Hyderabad. Back then, state of Hyderabad means it included even parts of, Karnataka, small parts of, Andhra, Telangana, everything put together. One large state it was, one of the richest in the world. Very, very rich. Getting the point there? The Nizam there was considered to be one of the richest individuals on planet Earth. So like that, you had a lot of princes, kings, rajas, nawabs, all that. So now you needed to take representation from both. Getting the point here? Even though this was under the prince, they always ruled peacefully if they had accepted British power. Governors' provinces, 292 seats from 11 provinces. That is, governors' provinces means under governor. Governor General back then, if you remember, Viceroy for India, then governors for each provinces. So for those provinces, you have 292 seats. So provinces, Madras, Bombay, United Provinces, Bihar, Central Provinces, Orissa, Punjab, Northwest Frontier Province, Sindh, Bengal, Assam. This is 11. Constitution of the Constituent Assembly, Chief Commissioners Provinces. Names again, Delhi, Ajmer, Merwera, Coorg, British Baluchistan. Seat ratio was 1 seat per million population. Community allocation was given for Muslims, 6 general population, 2 population. General population to be, means what? What does this mean? That is, based on your population, seats were allocated. Good. Election method, proportional representation by single transferable vote, PSTV. That is, under this, it simply means there are first preference, second preference, third preference. You have to give preferences here. Whoever will get, and then how many seats are there? So let us say I have to elect 5 people. Okay, 5 people I need to elect. So 4th preference, 5th preference. Yeah, like that you will give. So each vote will have one value. First preference votes will have this much value. Second preference vote this much value, like that. Normal terms, how this will work is, let us say a particular person, Vijay got the maximum first preference votes. That means Vijay has 1. So Vijay has 1. Now what will happen to his second preference votes? His other votes, it will get transferred to the rest of the candidates. Second preference vote is there, right? That will get transferred to the remaining 4 candidates. Then you will calculate it again. Then you will calculate, okay, who is having the highest second number now? Then the third, then the fourth, then the final. This is how it is. It is a little complicated thing. I know, it is not easy. It is not easy for even a common man to understand. It is a little complicated. Because how do you transfer the votes, etc.? It is based on population size, etc. Value, etc. is given to it. We'll see it in a little while. Okay, don't waste too much time here again. I know, once or twice it has come as a question. But in that question also, if you remember, they have asked it based on 1971 census. 1971 census. That means to answer that question, you should literally know what was the population of each state in 1971. Why 1971? Why each state? All that is trailer for now. We will see that when we come to delimitation. Members nominated by princes, partly elected and partly nominated. Limited franchise under Government of India Act. It was very, very limited. It is not that everybody had the ability to vote. Understand? Only limited it was. Elections to 296 seats were held in August 1946. Indian National Congress won 208. Muslim League won 73. Others won 15. 93 seats of princely states initially remained unfilled because princes were really worried because they knew that now their powers will not be there. Assembly had representatives of Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Parsis, Anglo-Indians, Indian Christians, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and women. Women were also present there. Mahatma Gandhi was not a member of the Constituent Assembly. All right. Exactly. First meeting of Constituent Assembly held in 1946. Dr. Rajendra Prasad elected permanent chairman. H.C. Mukherjee elected vice president. V.T. Krishnamachari elected second vice president. The Muslim League boycotted the first meeting. Only 207 members were present. Dr. Sachidananda Sinha acted as the temporary chairman because he was the oldest member. This is which practice again? Which practice? Which country's practice it is? to make the oldest member the chairman? India was declared an independent sovereign republic. Power and authority were derived from people. Justice, equality, and freedoms were guaranteed. Safeguards were provided for minorities, backward classes, and tribal areas. Territorial integrity and sovereign rights over land, sea, and air were affirmed. Very good. French. Very good. 13 December 1946, objective resolution was moved. 22nd January 1947, objective resolutions were adopted. Princely state and post-partition changes, strength reduced from 389 to 299 because obviously split. British India members reduced from 296 to 229. Princely states members reduced from 93 to 70. 28 April 1947, 6 princely states joined. 3rd June, Mountbatten Plan accepted. Muslim League members joined. Post-partition, Muslim League members withdrew. July and post-partition. Sovereignty Assembly became a sovereign body. This is after Indian Independence Act of 1947. Legislative power could repeal or amend any British law. Functioned as the first parliament of free India. Which one? Constituent Assembly. Till the first elections were conducted. These functions continued till 26 November 1949. G.V. Mavlankar became speaker on 17th November 1947. Alright. Moving on. Working and achievements. National flag adopted on 22nd July 1947. Commonwealth membership ratified in May 1949. National anthem and national song adopted on 24 January 1950. Rajendra Prasad, the first elected president, 24 January 1950. 11 sessions were conducted. 2 years, 11 months, 18 days. 60 constitutions were studied. 114 days of debate. Expenditure 64 lakh. I'm not expecting money to be asked, but then. Clear? Yes. Now the entire list. No other go, but you will have to study it. Very quickly, Union Powers Committee, Jawaharlal Nehru, Constitution Committee, Jawaharlal Nehru, Provincial Constitutional Committee, Sardar Patel, drafting B.R. Ambedkar. So this you should be knowing. Correct. This is done. Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minority and Tribal Areas, Sardar Patel. Rules of Procedure Committee, Rajendra Prasad. States Committee, Jawaharlal Nehru. Steering Committee, Rajendra Prasad. Finance and Staff Committee, Rajendra Prasad. Credentials Committee, Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer. So, powers, constitution plus state, Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay. Sardar Patel, provinces, fundamental rights, minority, scheduled tribes. Sardar Patel. Rajendra Prasad, Rules of Procedure Committee, Steering Committee and Finance and Staff Committee. Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, Credential Committee. Alright. House Committee, Pattabi Sitharamaiah. Order of Business Committee, K.M. Munshi. Ad hoc Committee on National Flag, Rajendra Prasad. Functions of CA, Constituent Assembly, G.V. Mavlankar. Ad hoc Committee on Supreme Court, Varada Jari. Committee on Chief Commissioner's Province, Pattabi Sitharamaiah. Alright, people. Fundamental Rights, J.B. Kripalani. Minorities, H.C. Mukherjee. Northeast Frontier and Assam areas. These are subcommittees. Gopinath Bardoli. Excluded areas other than Assam, A.V. Thakkar. Northeast Frontier tribal areas, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan. He is also known as Expert Committee on Financial Provinces, Nalini Ranjan Sarkar. Linguistic Provinces, S.K. Dar. Special Committee on Draft Constitution, Jawaharlal Nehru. Press Gallery Committee, Usha Nath Sen. Ad hoc Committee on Citizenship, again, S. Varada Jari. So here, Linguistic Provinces, Dar Commission. Remember it like that. Then, Press Gallery Committee. There was one lady again who ran underground radio during the freedom movement. What was her name? Yes, it is important. Even if you get one question from here, that is sure shot 2 marks. That is the reason. Very good, very good. Frontier Gandhi, very good. This is Lakshmi Kant. There was one lady, tell me that now. What was her name? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, this internet, we'll have to wait for this buffering time. Very good, Usha Mehta. So Usha Mehta there, and the press gallery committee, Usha Nath Sen. Both are not the same, but I'm telling you a way to remember. Usha is always to do with what? Press. Try to associate it like that and study it. All right. That way you will remember it forever. The other thing, you're trying to go for an acronym or trying to create some phonetics, etc. You won't remember it later. Clear? Drafting Committee, day 29th August 1947, 7 members were there. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Other members included Gopalaswamy Iyengar, Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, K.M. Munshi, Syed Muhammad Sadullah, B.L. Mitta, D.P. Khaitan. N. Madhav Rao replaced B.L. Mitta, T.T. Krishnamachari replaced D.B. Khaitan. First draft published in February 1948, 8 months given for public discussion. Second draft published in October 1948, drafting committee sat for 141 days. Then 7,653 amendments proposed, 2,473 amendments discussed. That's just for your information. Constitution contained preamble, 395 articles and 8 schedules. 26 November is celebrated as Constitution Day from 2015. Major part of Constitution came into force on 26 January 1950. Articles 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 324, 366, 367, 379, 380, 388, 391, 392 and 393 came into force on 26 November 1949. Final draft introduced in 4th November 1948. Second reading 15th November to 17th October. 14th November third reading. 26th November Constitution adopted. All right. Indian Independence Act of 1947 was repealed. Government of India Act 1935 and its amendments were repealed. Abolition of Privy Council Jurisdiction Act was continued. Elephant was the symbol of the Constituent Assembly. Sir B.N. Rao was constitutional advisor. H.V.R. Iyengar was the secretary. S.N. Mukherjee was the chief draftsman. Prem Behari Narain Raizada was the calligrapher. B.O.R. Ram Manohar Sinha illuminated the preamble. Vasant Krishna Vaidya did the Hindi calligraphy. Nandalal Bose decorated and illuminated the manuscript. All names. That is why I am telling you, record it in your smartphone. Keep playing it in a loop. That is the only thing to do. As you are playing it, read it out. Other than that, nothing else to do. Article 394A was inserted by the 58th Constitutional Amendment Act. The President is to publish the authoritative Hindi text. All amendments must be incorporated. Hindi text is deemed authoritative. All right. That is all about it. Any questions here, people? So these are some of the most important sections. Okay. Moving on. Concept, salient features and preamble. Latin word. Constituere, meaning to establish or set up. That is the word constitution. From where does it come? Modern meaning, principle specifying organization and working of government. That is what the modern meaning is. Constitution simply means it clearly tells who can do what, when, where, how. For which and all organs of the government. It is basically for the legislature, judiciary and the executive. What should be the relationship between the three? So if you actually see in Indian system of governance, the easiest way to understand this is you have legislature, you have judiciary, you have executive. That means there is a sense of overlap between the jurisdictions here. Getting the point here? There is a sense of overlap. There is no clear separation. But if you go to the US presidential system, there is a clear separation between what? The legislature, the executive, and yes, the judiciary. That is, it is a judiciary completely away from this? No. But judiciary will definitely, there are the laws or the acts of the government can be questioned by the judiciary there. But the main highlight is complete separation in USA. That is also a written constitution. Ours is also a written constitution. But here it is more of what? Cooperation and coordination between the three wings basically. Especially between legislature and the executive. Clear? We are coming to that. We are coming to that. Sources of constitution, we will come. Don't worry. Defines relationship between government and the people. Description, it is called the fundamental. That is, what do you mean by constitution? Different definitions. Fundamental law of land, supreme law of state, basic law of country, instrument of government, rules of the state, basic structure of polity, grunt norm of the country. Foundation, that is what it means. The constitution defines the boundaries of the political community, nature of the political community, the identity and values of the national community, rights and duties of citizens, establishes and regulates political institutions, distributes powers between different layers of government, declare the official religious identity of the state. That is it a theocratic state? Is it an atheistic state? Or how does the state define itself when it comes to religion? May differentiate between sacred and secular authority, commits the state to social, economic and development goals. Qualities of a good constitution. Precise and to the point. Authoritative Hindi text by the president by meaning. Means the authoritative text of the constitution is in Hindi and the president has declared it through the 398A amendment. The Hindi translation of the constitution was made official. Because the initial constitution, whatever we made, it was it was in English. Because of the presence of too many legal luminaries. Even when you read Lakshmikant, you can see it. The choice of words are such that you will be like, what are they trying to tell? Got the point? So it was translated to Hindi through the 58th Constitutional Amendment Act and then President declared it. So now that is also an official document. That is all it means. Brevity means precise and to the point. Clarity, simple language. Definiteness, clear and definite meaning. Comprehensiveness, lays down powers of government in tune with people's needs and aspirations. It is not easy to tamper with. It is dynamic and flexible. Gradual evolution through conventions, practices and judicial decisions. That is, evolved constitutions are there. Evolved means slowly over a period of time, how does it evolve? Say for example, now if you see, that is there in the British Constitution. British Constitution, I have told it in my class also. If you meet a British citizen and you ask him, hey, give me your constitution, he cannot give you it. He cannot give it to you. He'll take you to their parliament and there he will show from one end of the room to the other end. That is our constitution. Why? Constantly it keeps evolving. It is very easy to amend a constitution there. Anytime some new rule any rule gets passed, it gets added to the constitution. Got the point? Then you have enacted, deliberately made by a constituent assembly or authority. That means people came, sat together, they decided how to frame it. American Constitution, Indian Constitution, you can put it in your jeans pocket and walk around. Small versions are there. Written and unwritten. Written again, codified document. India, Canada, France, USA, Japan. Unwritten, evolved, uncodified conventions and practices. UK, New Zealand, Israel. That means it will keep evolving. Clear? Checks and balance, correct? Moving on. Rigid and flexible constitution. Special procedure is there. Rigid. That is, I have said this in my class also. USA, if you notice, remember this. Gun laws are there. Any Tom, Dick and Harry can go and buy a gun there. That is the reality. Why? Because it is a constitutional right of a US citizen to possess firearm. So many killings are happening, still nothing is changing. Why? It is very difficult to amend the constitution. That is the main reason. It is very difficult to amend it there. You are flexible, which is like same as ordinary law. No special procedure and all. Simple majority or something is needed. You can change the constitution. That is what you see in UK and New Zealand. We have a synthesis of both in India. That is, in India you have both rigid as well as flexible also. Although, keep it in mind, when you say a constitutional amendment, there are only two things. There are only two amendments that comes under it. One is special majority. That is as far as central rule, a major central law you are going to change under the union list. You need a special majority for it. If you are talking about changing a law which is going to affect the federal relations, you need special majority along with ratification by at least half of the state legislatures. That is, at least half of the states also, at least half, means minimum half, should also approve of it. That is what is there in India. That means it is neither so easy nor it is so difficult. Clear? Federal and unitary constitution. Federal features, division of powers. Countries like USA, Switzerland, Australia. Unitary, centralized power, UK, France and Japan. So, federal features which proper federal, USA, etc. So, in USA, like I told you, have a central federal government of USA, you call it. So, there it is like states can have its own separate rule. Center can have its own separate rule. In other words, in some provinces in USA, some states in USA, they will allow abortion. Abortion is legal. In some states, abortion is illegal. Got the point here? In our country, very recently, Supreme Court made it very clear that abortion is a fundamental right. Bodily autonomy. So, Supreme Court made that ruling means what? Supreme Court gave a declaration means what? Now it is applicable all over the country. It is applicable all over the country. That means no hospital now can deny abortion. Got the point here? Unitary, centralized power. That means one central power will decide everything, everybody else will follow suit. Indian, quasi-federal, India. We'll come to that, simple and special majority. Quasi-federal, India. Quasi-federal means what? It is like federal. Like federal. The word federation has not been used anywhere in the constitution. Procedural constitutions focus on legal and political structures. They limit government power to protect democracy and rights. Procedural means for everything there is a procedure. In our country also there is a procedure. Procedure established by law. Prescriptive constitutions describe how government should function. They prescribe goals public authorities must achieve. Prescriptive means prescriptions. Like what are the goals to be achieved, how it should be done, etc. Constitutionalism implies limitation on government. Very, very important. That is the ultimate meaning. Constitutionalism means what? You are putting limits on the government. In our country also, how are these limits checked? By Article 13, judicial review. If the government or the parliament or even legislature at the state level, they pass a law which is violative of the fundamental rights or ultra vires of the constitution, then the judiciary can strike it down. Supreme Court can do it. High Court also can do it. It is the antithesis of arbitrary power. Antithesis means opposite. That means government cannot do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. It is all procedure established. Clear? Constitutional government is democratic government. A constitution does not guarantee So wherever so you can have a constitution, still it can be run like a dictatorship. Pakistan also has one. But are they running it like a democracy? Absolutely not. Constitutional government is democratic government. Key elements include popular sovereignty, rule of law, democratic government, separation of powers, independent judiciary, civilian control of military police under law, and judicial control and respect for individual rights. Original text had Preamble, 395 articles, 22 parts, 8 schedules. Present text Preamble, 470 articles, 25 parts, 12 schedules. 95 articles have been added, 20 articles and part 7 deleted. 4A, 9A, 9B, 14A added. New schedules were 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, the schedules. Correct. Now, first schedule, states and union territories. Second schedule is to do with what? Easy way to remember, salaries. S for second. S for salary. The salary means who and all? President of India, Governor of the state, Speaker of Lok Sabha. Yeah. President, Governor, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Speaker of Legislative Assembly, Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha, Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Legislative Assembly, Chairman and Deputy Chairman, Chairman and Deputy Chairman. High Court, Supreme Court, High Court, then CAG. 9 people. Got it? That is what it is. Over here. Third schedule is all to do with oath. Easiest way to remember this, people who are standing for election in parliament, people who are standing for election in legislative assembly, then they become MP, then they become MLA, then they become minister, Here also they become minister. Then you have Supreme Court, then you have High Court, then CAG. Clear? So that is oath. Fourth schedule is to do with what? Allocation of seats in Rajya Sabha. Fifth schedule is for scheduled tribes. Scheduled area, scheduled tribes. Sixth schedule is ATM square. Assam, Tripura, Meghalaya, Mizoram. Seventh schedule is union list, state list, concurrent list. Eighth schedule is to do with languages. Mind you, in languages again, initially, okay, whatever I have wrote in red. Red is the old number. This is the new number. So initially you had 14 languages under the 8th schedule. Now it is 22. These are the languages that have been added. Sindhi added by 21st Amendment, Konkani, Manipuri and Nepali by 71st, Bodo, Dongri, Maithili and Santali by 92nd, Oriya renamed as Odia by 96th Amendment. If you notice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Alright. 9th schedule, Acts and Regulations of State Legislatures dealing with land reforms and Zamindari Abolition Acts. 13, now 282, added by the First Amendment of 1951. This is very, very important for that reason. So what was this basically? See, this was the time period when these land reform rules were being passed. That is especially Land Sealing Act, Zamindari Abolition Act. Alright. So some of the criticisms back then against the Congress or against the then government was that this is only a Congress of the upper caste. This is only a government of the upper caste. It is not an inclusive government, etc., etc. To an extent, it was true. How do we know this? Because land reforms was not actually taken up very keenly by most of the state government. In fact, within the Nehruvian government itself, Nehru had to face very strong and stiff opposition from even the president, that is Rajendra Prasad, as well as other cabinet ministers, because nobody wanted that, hey, I will lose my land or what. So here the idea was to basically protect certain laws from what? Judicial review. Completely. That is, judiciary will not check on it. This was applicable till when? Till 24th April 1973, whatever laws were passed till this date, just before this date, they are protected. But whatever law will be passed after 24th April 1973, even if it comes under 9th schedule, it will come under judicial review. Why? What is the significance of this date? Can anybody tell me? OLO case. Seriously? Very good. Keshavananda Bharati case. That is the most important case. Keshavananda Bharati case. Getting the point here that Keshavananda Bharati case changed the entire thing. That is, some things are there which are basically inalienable. You cannot separate it from the constitution, like a basic structure doctrine. Not clearly, a judicial creation, not clearly defined. One among that is what? Judicial review. Judicial review is part of the basic structure. So any law, any act of omission or commission committed by the executive or by the legislature will be subject to judicial review. Clear? So panchayats and municipalities, 11th and 12th schedule. Correct. So congratulations, people. 1 hour is over. How is the Josh? How is the Josh, people? Respond, please. Correct, Akshay. All right. Let us get on. Now, from where and all, what and all they borrowed. Again, let me tell you, it is a very important section. Just like that names part where we saw Union Powers Committee, okay, Jawaharlal Nehru, Steering Committee, Rajendra Prasad, Press Committee, Usha, Nath, Sharma. So like that, like how the names were important, equally important is what? From where and all we have borrowed it. Correct. Where and all we have borrowed it. So Government of India Act of 1935, this is like literally we can say the foundation of our constitution, because look at what and all we have taken from there: federal scheme, governor, judiciary, public service commissions, emergency provisions, and administrative details. Goes without saying, because we were under the British rule largely also, maybe British constitution was closely something which we could have adopted also easily. Parliamentary government, rule of law, legislative procedure, single citizenship, cabinet system, prerogative writs, parliamentary privileges, and bicameralism. USA, fundamental right, independence of judiciary, judicial review, impeachment of president, removal of SC and High Court judges, post of vice president. Irish, DPSP, nomination to Rajya Sabha, method of election of president. Canadian, federation with strong centre, residuary powers with the centre, appointment of governors by the centre, advisory jurisdiction of Supreme Court. Advisory jurisdiction of Supreme Court. Can anybody tell me which article is that? Which article is that? Which article? Oh, Dia, thank you. Advisory jurisdiction. You all should have used it at least in your school or college time, right? Article 143. I love you. Australian, concurrent list, freedom of trade, commerce and intercourse, joint sitting. Weimar of Germany, emergency provisions relating to suspension of fundamental rights. Soviet, FD, and ideals of justice, social, economic, and political. From French Republic, and ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. South African, procedure of amendment and election of members. Japanese, procedure established by law. Very good, very good, very good. Very good, everybody. Sarala, Raut, Ishika, Krish, Aditya, Mahalakshmi, Harsimran. Yes, for president. Very good. Oh, my name, Nikhil, Pavan Kumar. All right. Moving on. Features of federation. Federation means you'll have two governments. Division of powers. It will be a written constitution, because we need to know, okay, union government, this powers, this is state. Supremacy of the constitution, rigidity of the constitution, independent judiciary, bicameralism. Coming to unitary features, you will have strong center, single constitution for both center and the states, and single citizenship. There is flexibility, but you will have integrated judiciary. You will have governors, you will have all India, services, and emergency provisions. Clear? Moving further. We adopted British parliamentary system rather than American presidential system. Parliamentary system is based on cooperation and coordination between legislature and executive. Presidential system is based on strict separation of powers between executive and the legislature. Presence of nominal and real executive. Nominal executive is the president. Real executive is the prime minister. It is majority party rule. Collective responsibility of executive to the legislature. That is, the prime minister plus the council of ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. Chief minister plus council of ministers are collectively responsible to the legislative assembly at the state level. Membership of ministers in the legislature. What does that mean? See, ultimately, if you see, you are an MLA from the ruling party. The same MLA is also part of what? The executive. That is why you call it double membership. Clear? Leadership of PM or CM. Dissolution of the lower house. Dissolution of the lower house means what? Either it will happen automatically after every 5 years. In the case of parliament, it is Lok Sabha. In the case of state, it is state legislative assembly. Or if they lose their majority at the Lok Sabha, dissolution can happen. No confidence motion. Or in a state, what can happen? They are dismissed. The legislative assembly gets dismissed and president's rule comes over there. Extraordinary circumstances. Clear? What is it that we have in our constitution? See, whatever we have, quasi-federal nature itself, if you see, that is something which is very unique, right? We borrowed, but we borrowed it in such a way that we have filtered it and we have made it suitable to our context here. Getting the point here? So whatever we did not blindly take away anything. We kept everything in such flexibility. Flexible to the point where, can the constitution be amended? Yes. But can we amend everything? No. And we have given it so much of powers to the judiciary that judiciary can always act as a check on the exigencies committed by the executive. Best example, if you notice, electoral bond scheme struck down by the Supreme Court. Got the point here? So our constitution is unique. Unique in the sense that even though we have borrowed everything from multiple sources, we have made changes to it which will suit the Indian context. At the same time, we have kept ample provision for the constitution to behave like an organic creature. That means it's a living, breathing document. You can keep adding provisions to it. GST got added. Got the point? GST is not something which even Ambedkar would have thought of. Correct? Back then, nobody would have thought about it. But today, it is part of the constitution. That's about it. Indian Parliament is not sovereign like the British Parliament. India has an elected head while Britain has a hereditary head. Monarchy. We have a prime ministerial government. Franchise to women. USA in 1920, Britain in 1928, USSR in 1936, France in 1945, Italy in 1948, Switzerland in 1971. This is how they gave franchise to women. Got the point? So all these countries, even Britain, when did USA become independent? Alright, when did USA become independent? At least roughly 140 or 150 years ago, before they gave voting rights to women, they had become independent. But they never thought that women should be given voting rights because they considered women to be inferior to them. Initially, voting rights were only confined to those men of property or people who paid taxes. Again, to all men, it was not allowed. Again, when it came to voting, colored sections of the population were not allowed to vote. That is why India created a revolution itself in that regard, because as soon as we became independent in 1947, one thing that we guaranteed was universal adult franchise. That means if you're more than 21, greater than or equal to 21 years old, you are going to get voting right irrespective of your caste, color, creed, gender, property. You have property, you have no property, you are rich, you are poor, doesn't matter. You're above 21, you will get voting rights. Clear? No, actually. Ajit Singh, will the live stay as recorded video on channel? Yes, hopefully it will stay. Next question is what? Why no confidence motion? I know Ajit Singh. Now, many people had a confusion with that. Just I'll quickly clear Ajit's doubt here. This removal. It's actually resolution for removal. Alright. That is how it is defined in Lakshmikant. It is actually nothing but resolution for removal of the speaker. So that again, it has been, notice has been sent. It is left to the speaker whether the speaker has to accept it or not and should consider the motion for removal or not. Getting the point here. With the majority that these people are having, the current NDA government is having in Lok Sabha, even if that resolution is accepted also, chances that he may get removed is very, very limited. Amendment procedure, simple majority, special plus states. Ordinary legislative process. Like I told you, this is like simple process it is. This does not come under the definition of Constitutional Amendment Act. CAA means it is this. That is the reason why even for our one nation, one election, why is it that the government is having a little bit of struggle in getting this passed? That is, let us have simultaneous elections for Lok Sabha, state elections and local body elections. Let us have it simultaneously. And then for next 5 years, no election. Then at the end of 5 years, next set. Why is that the center is struggling for it? Because one set, fine, special majority, they will somehow get it done in the parliament. But the other set, there are certain aspects where they will require at least ratification at least by half of the state legislatures. For that, they need state support. That is why it is taking time. One nation, one election. Clear? Procedure established by law and due process of law. See, procedure established by law, again I will tell it with a case again. Again, all these are topics which will come later. That is why I am taking it up. So for example now, if you remember, the former vice president, what was his name? Former, not the current. Former vice president. That is former vice president, in other words, Rajya Sabha chairman. Correct? Rajya Sabha chairman. A motion was to be considered for what? Removal of Justice Verma. Currently an infamous judge because in his house, apparently or allegedly, they had found burnt currency notes. So a motion was presented there. Okay. The Secretary General of Rajya Sabha. A gentleman. Let us not use any names. A gentleman, basically, when he got that proposal for the removal of Justice Verma, that resolution when he received, he said this cannot be accepted for this reason. This proposal cannot be accepted. He wrote and gave. That was a violation of procedure established by law. Why? Because any proposal for removal, rejection, acceptance, this, that, etc., it should be decided Speaker of the House in Lok Sabha. It should be decided by the Chairman of Rajya Sabha or the Deputy Chairman. That is the procedure. There is no law. You also would have read the Constitution 10-15 times by now. I mean, Lakshmikant 10-15 times. Have you ever seen this Secretary General being mentioned anywhere? No. Secretary General is nothing but it is a secretariat. Part of the Secretariat of Rajya Sabha, Secretariat of Lok Sabha. Two separate bodies are there. Their purpose is what? Secretary. Assistants. They are not anybody to decide whether a proposal of removal should be accepted, should be rejected. They have no role there. There is no procedure written in the Constitution. Got the point? There is no procedure. So Supreme Court struck it down. Supreme Court said that who are you for this? Rajya Sabha should chairman should decide it. Got the point here? Now, the next aspect, due process of law. Due process of law also I will tell it in a different format. American Constitution, it is basically, that is, somebody, let us say, meets with an accident in US road, on a US road, because there was a small pothole. So let us say it happened in New York. I can drag the New York City Council to court. And I can easily say it caused trauma, mental agony. I went into depression. I had to go meet a psychologist, blah, 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 blah. And I can easily get maybe $500,000 minimum. Minimum. Why? Because there, when they say due process of law, means they look at the big picture there. That is, what is purpose of law ultimately? Process of law, what is its ultimate purpose? To ensure justice. That is how they function there. Do we have the system in India? 2 people died now. One in Noida, one in Delhi. Another lady yesterday, I think she also fell into some drain with a very bad head injury. Will they get any compensation? Nothing they will get. Why? Because here we largely follow procedure established by law. Under law, what is the maximum amount that the law says? The law is telling 5 lakhs. Then only that 5 lakhs will be provided as compensation to the victim. And again, procedure established by law. Under that procedure established by law, there is no timeline given. Government should pay this 5 lakhs. When it should be paid, how fast it should be paid, it is not mentioned. That means it can take ages altogether. You saw that news again about a guy, 30 years or something, he was fighting a corruption case. Finally, he got relief. Court let him go. Within 1 month or something, one week or something, he died. Correct, 1 day or something, he died. Will he get any compensation now? Will his family get any compensation now? Again, they'll have to apply for it. If it was in USA or something, by default, that person would have ended up becoming a millionaire or a multi-millionaire. Got the point here? Preamble, introduction and source. First constitution with preamble, American Constitution. Preamble means what? Introduction or preface. It is the identity card, objective resolution. That is where we get our preamble's source from. Moved in 13 December 1946, adopted 22 January 1947. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976 added the words socialist, secular and integrity. Authority, we the people of India. Nature of the state, sovereign. Sovereign means we are completely independent. We will not be under anybody. I agreed with that. Socialist. Socialist means what? Socialist means we are always concerned about the welfare of the people. Secular. Secular means the state is secular. That means state will support all the religions equally. Means we have taken the positive meaning of secularism, not the negative meaning which is existing in USA. In USA, it is what? Complete separation of religion and politics. That again is a misnomer. Because if you actually look at the very recent US elections, governor elections, etc., it is highly religious. It is highly religious. Even the candidates have to be seen that they are visiting the church, they are taking part in the prayers there, they support all religions, they have to put up that whole show there. Democratic, as you know, democratic means elections. That is the main point here. People elect by government of the people, by the people, for the people. Republic means what? The head of the state is elected. It is not a monarchy, or it is not basically a non-elected post like the British king. Clear? Objectives are justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. Justice, social, economic, political. Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship. Equality of status and opportunity. Fraternity, brotherhood. Dignity of individual and unity and integrity of the nation. Adopted again 26 November 1949. Sovereign, meaning neither dependency nor dominion. We are not under anybody nor we are dependent on anybody. Powers, free in internal and external affairs. We can decide what we want to do. We were status from 1947 to 1950. We were a dominion of the British Commonwealth. That is, Commonwealth means those countries which were at one point of time under British rule. But that doesn't mean that we were all taking orders from the British. No, 47 to 50, we were having a Constituent Assembly to decide things for India. That is what it was. From 51 onwards, we basically had our first elected government. Status after 1950, we became a sovereign republic. Pakistan continued as a British dominion. International, India became member of UN in 1945. Socialist, the basis of socialism or socialist principles you can see in DPSP. Congress resolution in Avadi session 1955. Republic, like I told you, elected leader, president is elected in our country. In Britain, if you see, it is not a republic. Why? Because it is the king who is the head of the state, king or the queen. So currently it is King Charles. Model, democratic socialism. What is democratic socialism? So the socialism here means, it does not mean complete state ownership. Completely, if state is owning the land, all the properties, etc., then you call it what? Marxian socialism. That means no private property. Marxian socialism looks very good on paper. Everybody will be treated equal. Every house will look the same. Every shirt the same. Every pant the same. Food the same. Totally egalitarian society. That is what Marxian socialism is on paper. But reality is that will never work out. Because human beings by inherent nature, what is it? Everybody loves to be unique. Alright, then you have what? Gandhian socialism also. Gandhian socialism means it is like pro-poor, pro-people, etc. But here also there is a slight difference. What we have is, we do have private plus public. That means some things will be there, some sectors will be there which will be completely dominated by the government. Some sectors will be there which will be opened up for private players. But especially after the reforms of LPG now, what has happened? The socialist nature is getting toned down. Best example, if you look at the Shanti Bill itself. Shanti Bill has literally done the unthinkable. What is that? We always thought nuclear energy means only government will be there. But now, private player is entering into the nuclear energy. Got the point? Supreme Court view ends poverty, ignorance, disease and inequality. Socialism, that is why we need it. Added by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. LPG reforms have diluted socialist credentials. Secular, again added by Constitutional Act 42nd, 25 to 28. We have positive secularism. Neither atheist nor theocratic. That means state is not against religion. State is not telling that there is no God. Neither is telling that, oh my God, we believe in God or something. Because for example, in Pakistan, if you see, it is a theocratic state. Islam is the state religion. Clear? Principle. Equal respect and protection to all religions. Dhruv Chaurasya and Dhanush Kumar, if you keep spamming here, I'm going to put a curse on you where you will not even clear 10th standard. Please go and sit and study your 10th standard exam. This is for my 2026 students exclusively. Please go out of the chat section. Democratic. Direct democracy, referendum, initiative, recall, plebiscite. Referendum means what? Referendum means you're asking the people, what do you think? People are voting and people are giving their response. Initiative. From people's side, they are telling, pass a law on this. Make this department. Create that department, like that. Recall means, as the word says, you come back. Enough. That is an elected representative. It can be an official also. Enough. You are absolutely useless. Please come back. Plebiscite. Again, what is it? Taking again people's opinion on an important issue. Clear? Indirect democracy, representative democracy. That is what we have here. Indirect it is. That is why people elect only the MPs or MLAs. Correct? From the elected MPs or from the elected MLAs, you get what? The ministers plus the prime minister, the ministers plus the chief minister. We have a parliamentary democracy here. Executive is responsible to the legislature. Democratic polity is based on popular sovereignty. That is, people are completely independent in choosing their leaders. Which political ideology? Nothing is right. Go. Every political ideology is only meant for fooling the people. Democratic character is ensured through universal adult franchise. Periodic elections are an essential feature. Rule of law is fundamental. Independence of judiciary is mandatory. Absence of discrimination is essential. In the case of Pakistan now, very recently, they have passed a law which keeps the military very supreme. Very, very supreme. Even judiciary will not be able to interfere with the decisions taken by the military. In other words, judiciary also has been made subordinate there in Pakistan. That is the reason why in Pakistan you don't have any sense of what democracy there. The best part about Pakistan is they don't even have a single elected government that has completed 5 years in the last 70-75 years. Clear? Social democracy rests on liberty, equality and fraternity. Liberty, equality and fraternity form a trinity. L-E-F. Separation of one from the other defeats democracy. Obviously, right. Equality without liberty kills individual initiative. What does that mean? All the citizens will be treated equally. But nobody has the freedom to say anything, do anything. Then what is the point of equality? I should be able to explore all the faculties of my physical and mental abilities, right? I should be able to say, I should be able to think independently. I should be able to create something independently. So if I don't have that freedom, and then you're telling all are treated equally, it is of no use. Liberty without equality leads to supremacy of you. Now what is that? Liberty means absolute freedom. No restrictions. So now freedom is there, but no equality. That means big fish will eat small fish. Malsya Nyaya. Supreme Court in 1997 stated that Constitution aims to establish an egalitarian social order. Egalitarian means equal. Clear? Please see chat after 1 hour. I am seeing chat. Sir, could you please share the PDF that you are using? This is very useful for last time. It will be shared. It will be shared. Tests are available at the end. Pradeep Pandey. This is English channel. Alright. Hindi channel it is there. Another channel is there where already I think, what is it, yesterday or something, polity revision was conducted. Republic and justice. Meaning, democratic polity. Head of state is elected. Republic meaning, some of you were asking, sovereignty is vested in people. Privilege, absence of hereditary class. That means Draupadi Murmu's children won't become the next president. Next president after Draupadi Murmu will be what? Again will be elected. Elected by whom? President will be elected by the elected MLAs and MPs. Note the point. Elected MLAs and MPs. We will see this later. Then obviously justice, social justice and economic justice. Put together it is called what? Distributive justice. Liberty, it is the absence of restraint, development of individual personality, of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, guarantee through fundamental right. Liberty is not absolute. Liberty is subject to reasonable restrictions. LEF has been borrowed from French Revolution. Equality is ensured. Civic equality through Article 14 to 18, political through 325 and 36, economic through 39. Civic equality means equality before the law. Discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth is prohibited. Untouchability is abolished. Titles are abolished. Political equality ensures universal adult franchise. That is, everybody has the right to vote. Economic equality ensures equal pay for equal work. Again, spammers. Spammers, please exit the channel, please. This is not today. It is not to randomly give you motivation or randomly give you career advice. Please understand. All right, please exit. Don't be so selfish and self-centered. Stop behaving like snobs. Fraternity. Fraternity means sense of brotherhood. We have a single citizenship. We don't have separate state citizenship. Article 51A. Harmony beyond religion, language and region. It ensures dignity of the individual. Fraternity ensures dignity of the individual. Note this. All right. This 111 liners, from there only you are going to get your prelims question. Suddenly when you see which among the following ensures dignity, you will feel liberty. Liberty is looking so good. Fraternity. Clear? Dignity ensures material betterment and democratic setup. Unity and integrity include psychological and territorial integrity. Right to secede is not permitted under Article 1. What do you mean by that? See, Bharat or India, it is a union of states. Correct? We are a union of states. But that does not mean what? A state can say, no, Katti, I want to leave India and go. You cannot do that. India is an indestructible union of destructible states. That means states can be destroyed. Boundaries can be changed. Area can be changed. Altered, increased, decreased, name changed. All of this can be done by the parliament. Whether states like it or not, it can be done. Yeah, president can seek their opinion, but that opinion is not at all binding. Obviously, it will be a political suicide if any central government does that. But the reality is that states can be destroyed, not the union. That means the idea of India cannot be destroyed. Getting the point here? And some idiots wanted to, cut off Northeast. Yeah. Keep dreaming. In the jail. Citizens must renounce practices derogatory to dignity of women. Citizens must uphold sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. Significance of Preamble. Preamble embodies the basic philosophy of Constitution. It contains political, moral and religious values. It is described as the soul of the Constitution, key to the Constitution, horoscope of the sovereign democratic republic. It is compared to Declaration of Independence of USA, lays down pattern of Indian political society. 0% tax system like US. UAE. Who said in UAE there is no tax? UAE has oil, brother. And there if you do any cheating, anything you do, any sort of corruption you do, it is straight away death. No questions asked. Judicial interpretation of Preamble. Berubari Union case. Preamble as a key to Constitution, but it is not part. Keshavananda Bharati, Preamble is part. LIC case, Preamble is part. Preamble is neither a source of legislative power, nor it is a limitation. It is non-justiciable. That means you cannot go to the court and say that, see, government is not following socialism here. You cannot do that. Preamble can be amended under Article 368. No amendment can alter basic feature. Only amendment to Preamble was by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. So there was this discussion again where they said that they want to drop the word secular from the Preamble. Some discussion was there, if you remember last year's current affairs, and the Hindu started writing article after article. Oh my God, the country is in danger, blah, 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 blah. First of all, you add the word secular. When was it added? 1976. From 1947 to 1976. Why the country was not secular or what? It was secular. It was absolutely secular. You added the word secular. Did after adding the word secular, did anything change in this country? If only thing that would have happened would have been we have become even more religious and bigoted. So the addition or deletion of the word has got nothing to do with it. We will be only worried when articles from 25 to 28, those articles get tampered with. Then only we will be worried. But those are what? Fundamental rights. And those fundamental rights, if you are going to alter it, which will alter the basic structure, means judiciary also will not stand there watching it. So what is the whole point? You add a word to the preamble. You don't add a word to the preamble. It doesn't change the text of the constitution. The bottom line is that the text of the constitution remains intact. Clear? Union and its territory. Correct. Union and its territory. India, that is Bharat, it is a union of states. Word federation is not used. It is not like American federation. States cannot secede. Union is indestructible. Administrative convenience. Now, yesterday somebody asked me a question. Sir, they have only said states cannot secede. They did not say anything about union territories. So, can the union territory secede? How? Union territory, by definition itself, it comes under whom? Central government. So, from central government itself will secede. How is it even possible? We have made whatever states we have created here, it is for what purpose? Administrative convenience. Union is divided into states for administrative convenience. Political reasons, Mr. Babu beats. It is political reasons only, nothing else. When did it happen? During emergency time period. So other than political, what is it? Political whitewash, you can call it. There is no specific purpose to it. Because you add it, you don't add it, it doesn't make any difference. It has not changed the whole politico-administrative scenario in the country after 1976. Nor was it, nor did it create a big change, something that was never there in the constitution. And now because it was added, now suddenly things have changed. Nothing. Clear? God Almighty knows, Savan Shetty. Is this enough for the whole constitution of UPSC? Nothing is ever enough, brother. It is only the basic minimal thing. Component. States, territories of the states, union territory of territories, acquired territories, territories that may be acquired anytime. So when you say union and states, the territory of India, what does it mean? Covers states, union territories, as well as any other territory that may be acquired by the country. Administrative convenience only, that's it. Because after a certain point, the population was high, the people's aspirations were high, so we decided to grant them statehood. For example, now, state of Jammu and Kashmir was converted into two union territories, correct? Correct? The government has promised that they will give them statehood eventually. Eventually, if things come down, the terrorism, etc. comes down in Jammu and Kashmir as well as in Ladakh, it can be converted into a state again. That's it. The only difference between a state and a union territory is that in the case of a union territory, at least with a few matters, especially security related matters, it will be under the control of whom? The central government. That is the main point there. Main point. Any developmental activity the center wants to do, center can do it. Center need not seek the permission of the state. For example, now, West Bengal side, we want to create a border between Bangladesh and West Bengal. But that construction of that fencing, border fencing, is still delayed. Why? Acquiring land, they need to take it from the West Bengal government. Land is a state subject. So they need permission from there. But if the government wants to conduct, let us say, cut out a major road in Ladakh region, or build some military infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir region, they don't require the permission of what? The legislative assembly there. They can only go and do it off. They need not take their permission. That is the only difference here. Between a union territory and a state legislative assembly, it is just that state legislative assembly has more powers compared to a union territory. In union territory, who will have more power? Center will have more power. In depth, we are going unnecessarily. Let us get back. Territories may be acquired by cession through treaty, purchase, gift, lease, or plebiscite. taking it away, either by treaty or we are purchasing it or as a gift or a lease or plebiscite. That is, people basically say, we want to join, like Sikkim. Territories may be acquired by occupation of territory not previously under a recognized ruler, going and occupying it, something like Siachen Glacier. Territories may be acquired by conquest or subjugation. Admit new states and establish new states can only be done by the parliament. Clear? Application of Constitution exceptions. Schedule 1, provision applicable to all states. Exception is Part 21, where special status is given to states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Nagaland, Assam, Manipur, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Sikkim, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, Karnataka. Why they have been given some special status under this? Social and economic backwardness. That is the only reason. Back then it was given. Other schedules, 5th schedule, 5th and 6th schedule, ATM square, scheduled area, scheduled tribe. Special provisions override general provisions relating to states as a class. Article 3, reorganization of states. New states by separation or union. 1 minute. Yeah. New state can be formed by separation or by clubbing two things. Area can be increased or decreased. Boundaries can be changed. Names can be changed. Like I told you, a bill under Article 3 to reorganize the state can be introduced only with prior recommendation of the President. President must refer the bill to the concerned state legislature for views. However, President is not bound by the views of the state legislature. Babulal versus State of Bombay held that fresh reference is not required for every amendment to the bill. Means, once let us say, I am introducing a bill, maybe to merge union territories of J&K and Ladakh and then bring back what? Jammu and Kashmir state. So once I introduce the bill, only first time maybe I need to take an opinion from the assemblies there. Alright, once only. Further, any amendments if I bring to the bill, each and every time I need not take their permission. Only once I need to take it. Repeatedly, if I want to make any amendment, I need not take the permission of the concerned state or concerned union territory. I need not even consider it. Got it? Exactly. Simple majority of the parliament. Very good. For union territories, no consultation with legislature is required. That means you don't even have to consider it. I know. That means J&K plus Ladakh, if it is going to happen, it will be in completely what? Central government decision. Parliament can redraw the political map of India. Territorial integrity of states is not guaranteed by the constitution. Union can destroy states, but states cannot destroy the union. This position is not possible in USA. Alteration of territory is not a constitutional amendment. Such laws are passed by simple majority through ordinary legislative process. Cession of territory requires constitutional amendment under Article 368. That means if you are giving away a territory, you need to, what is it? Correct, Muskan. Cession of territory. I just gave it as an example. I know. But this is the reality. Ultimately, for union territory, states' power lies only with whom? The central government. Then, cession of territory. Cession of territory, if you see, if government is giving away a piece of land, for that constitutional amendment is required. Because you need to bring that whole matter in front of the parliament and yes, to the states also. State concerned. Settlement of boundary disputes, however, does not require constitutional amendment. It is just again an executive action. For example, through the 100th Constitutional Amendment Act 2015, India to Bangladesh, 111 enclaves were given. Bangladesh to India, 51 enclaves were given. Enclave simply means, say for example, so this territory, okay, this is like West Bengal. The comedy here was that yes, it is lying in India, but within West Bengal again, you had a place like Bangladesh, a region that actually belonged to Bangladesh. Near the border area this is. Inside Bangladesh also you had a region that belonged to India. How? All these were princely states, right? So some joined India, some joined Bangladesh. Some crazy cases were there. That is India, Bangladesh, India. Like this also. Enclave within an enclave. So this always created like very administrative issues, and these were like no man's land or no man's territory. Simply meant no law here. Neither the Bangladeshi government nor Indian government had any powers there, nothing there. So this was basically an area of lawlessness, complete lawlessness. All sorts of illegal activities, smuggling, human trafficking, gun running, drug trafficking, everything used to happen. So to the 100 CAA, finally territories were exchanged. Transfer of adverse possessions. Demarcation of 6.1 kilometer. Affected states were Assam, West Bengal, Meghalaya, Tripura. All right. Correct, Muskan. Correct. You are correct only. Dahala and Gargarberi. Okay. What about mains? First clear prelims na, brother. Boundary awards and agreements. Again, Radcliffe Award 1947 for boundary demarcation. Previous year question, by the way, people. Bagay Award 1950 to settle the disputes from Radcliffe Award. Nehru Noon Agreement for boundary settlement in 1958. Perubari Union Session Issue. India-Bangladesh Agreement 1974 to settle the boundary. Protocol for 2011 basis for land boundary agreement. 1974 agreement could not materialize due to requirement of constitutional amendment. The 2011 protocol had concurrence of Assam, Tripura, Meghalaya and West Bengal. British India and princely states integration. Join India, Pakistan, or they can remain independent. 549 out of 552 joined India. The exceptions were Hyderabad, Junagadh and Kashmir. Hyderabad joined India through police action. Junagadh joined through referendum. Kashmir joined through instrument of accession. Yeah, it will be there. Clear? Fourfold classification was there at the time of independence. How the states were classified. Part A, 9 governors province. Part B, 9 princely states with legislature. Part C, 10 CAP, centrally administered provinces. Part D, exclusively for Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Remember that. Part D, exclusive. Alright. Moving on. Dar Commission set up in 1948 on administrative basis. JVP Committee 1948 rejected language as a basis for division of the states. Demand for linguistic states arose mainly from South India. Recommendations created resentment. That is, people were not happy with the JVP Committee recommendation. Then Andhra Pradesh in 1953, major event. Who actually went on an indefinite fast to get separate statehood for Andhra? All subjects, I already announced it, all the subjects that will be already covered, I told you. Marathon will be there right through till April first week, it will be there. These are the subjects what will be covered here. From geography, science and tech, ancient medieval history, Indian economy, art and culture, environment, CSAT. Strictly on prelims basis. Understand. Covering the most important topics. Clear? Poti Sriramulu, very good. Alok Sharma, Shekhar, Simran, very good. Alright. Then Fazal Ali Commission of 1955. Other members of Fazal Ali Commission were K.M. Panikkar and H.N. Kunzru. Commission accepted language as a basis but rejected one language, one state. Getting the point here. One language, one state, they rejected it because language should be used freely. Because when you say one language, one state means what happens is tendencies of regionalism will rise and that whole thing, we are a separate state, that may arise. Unity of India was the primary consideration. Clear? So that knowledge, that information, you can use it as an intro for your answer in your mains exam. Got the point? Because language is a huge issue now in a couple of states. States Reorganization Act of 1956, it was the 7th Constitutional Amendment Act, abolished Part A and Part B. Okay, very quickly tell me what is First Amendment, what is 58th Amendment? We finished it right now only. First Amendment, 58th Amendment. First Amendment, 50th Amendment. Just now we finished. What is it? Quickly, recall. Very good. Muskan. 58. Land reforms. Ninth schedule. Specifically say ninth schedule. Ninth schedule. I know it is related to land reforms. You're not wrong. But I want the exact word there. Ninth schedule. Hindi constitution. Very good. That is it. Who said that Hindi constitution, by the way? Kushi Upadhyay. Now coming back. Result. 14 states and 6 union territories. Reorganization came into effect on 1st November 1956. Because of this reason only, for most of the states, if you see the state day that they celebrate, Kerala Day or Karnataka Day, Kerala and Karnataka, as well as I think even Madhya Pradesh also, from my memory I'm saying, I'm not sure. They all share that first day, November 1st as the date. Clear? So yeah, States Reorganization Act abolished Part A and Part B. 7th Constitutional Amendment Act abolished Part C. Major territorial changes after 1956. Travancore, Cochin plus Malabar became Kerala. Andhra, Telangana areas, Andhra Pradesh. Madhya Bharat plus Vindhya Pradesh plus Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Saurashtra plus Kutch, Bombay. Coorg, added into Mysore. Pepsu, Punjab. Ajmer, Rajasthan. Lakkadiv, Minicoy and Amini Devi became Union Territory. Now event, 1960 to 2019. I have given it in a chronological order. Because this is again a favorite area of UPSC. Which formed first, arranged in the ascending order, descending order, blah, 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 blah. Goes without saying, apply audio-visual learning here. Okay, apply audio-visual learning. Yes, Kannada Rajyotsava, correct. Renaming and status change. United Provinces to UP, 1950. Madras to Tamil Nadu, 69. Mysore to Karnataka, 73. Lakshadweep renamed 1973 again. Delhi to National Capital Territory, 1992. Uttaranchal to Uttarakhand, 2006. Pondicherry to Puducherry, 2006. Orissa to Odisha, 2011. 28 states and 8 union territories in 2024. Clear, people? Why 2014 Telangana? Because the Telangana region was highly underdeveloped. Since the time of independence, the Telangana region had remained highly underdeveloped. Proper focus never went into it. So the people there started creating it was always an election issue. Since the time the state was formed. That is from 56 onwards, if you see, this was an election issue that this region needs development, this region needs development, this region is backward. That kept on pestering there. Then finally, you had to give it separate statehood. Alright. Shreya, you're not going to get any guidance. I told you, this is not random motivation video. You're looking for motivation, looking for guidance, please come on another day. This is exclusively for my 2026 students. Please understand that. Alright, you gave your JEE exam, very good. Sit and pray now or sit and study. Citizenship. Full members of the state owing allegiance who are alien citizens of another state. In that again you have friendly aliens and enemy aliens. Enemy aliens are not protected under Article 22. Aliens are not protected under 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. That means Article 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. These articles are not there for any aliens. Article 22 specifically is not there for enemy aliens. Means what? You can be arrested and detained. That is the bottom line. Clear? Just giving it a more local flavor to it. That's it. Other than that, nothing. Why they made Bombay to Mumbai? Uttaranchal to Uttarakhand? Just small changes. These are just cosmetic changes. Kerala also for that matter. It is Keralam. People have forgotten that very conveniently, but it is actually Keralam. One lum is there, AM at the end. One M is there at the end of it. Doesn't make any change to it. It is just cosmetic. Aliens cannot vote or contest election. Aliens cannot hold certain public offices. No separate state citizenship in India. President of India must be a citizen by birth. In the US, president must be a citizen by birth. By birth, okay. That is, the person should have been born there in USA. That is the first and foremost condition. Residence can be prescribed as a qualification for certain public employment under Article 16. Why it is prescribed? Because certain regions are too underdeveloped to develop that region you make residence as a criteria. Public Employment Requirement as to Residence Act 1957 applied to non-gazetted posts, generally Group C, Group D. In Andhra Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Manipur and Tripura, Act expired in 74. At present, residence requirement applies only to Andhra Pradesh and Telangana because they both got bifurcated. Andhra Pradesh lost Hyderabad, their capital city. If you see today, even now, it is still under development stage. So keeping all this in mind, this act is now only applicable to these two places. Special concessions or benefits can be given under Article 15. That means positive discrimination is allowed. Reservation for women, reservation for lower castes, children, all that. Special possession of Jammu and Kashmir till 2019. Permanent residents were defined by the state. They were given reservation under state government job. Acquisition of immovable property. That means why Jammu and Kashmir from 1947, whatever argument anybody may give, why Jammu and Kashmir remain underdeveloped was because only as resident of the state could buy or sell property. Basically, if I cannot buy a property there before 2019, now even I can buy. Now I can also go there and buy a property. That is Tata, Ambani, Adani, etc., who had offices all over the country. They couldn't own an office or have an office even in their own office, I'm telling. They can take it out for rent. That is a different story. But they couldn't have their own office where in J&K. Right to settle, scholarship and state aid, all this were reserved only for the residents there, not for outsiders. You have to be a citizen actually. That is the main criteria. President of India, it is basically you have to be a citizen of India. By birth it is not required, to be honest. By birth it is not required. Should be a citizen. Actually, yes. If you look at your Lakshmikant itself, you can see that. The conditions, if you see, page number 199, first sentence is what? He should be a citizen of India, he or she. He should have completed 35 years of age. That means qualified to become a member of, become a MP, to stand as to stand for the elections of Lok Sabha. Those are the only few conditions, correct? Then, citizenship at commencement of the Constitution, Articles 5 to 11 became automatically applicable from 1950 onwards. Part 2 does not deal with acquisition or loss of citizenship. Acquisition or loss of citizenship comes under Citizenship Act of 1955. Parliament is empowered to make laws on citizenship. Only Parliament. Citizens domiciled in India. Yeah, domiciled, staying here, born in India, either parent born in India, residence 5 years before commencement. These are the conditions basically. Oh, PPT, I mentioned it like that. 1 minute. Sorry. Typo error, people. Just give me a minute. Okay. Migration cases under part 2. So this I have split it up again, made it into the how does the government verify if a person has single or dual citizenship? It is actually not easy, to be very honest. It is not at all easy. Because if you are talking about a very ordinary person, he has taken another citizenship, etc., it is not easy. Earlier, nowadays what happens is you keep getting this list. The list is updated. So somebody acquires a citizenship, that information, that is say in USA, if somebody acquires citizenship of USA, that information can be shared with what? The Indian embassies. That way they get to know. So today that sharing is done. Getting the point here, that sharing is done. That has become very necessary, that if somebody acquires a citizenship, that country has to inform the local embassy that this person has acquired this country's citizenship now. So like that, information processing happens. Earlier, it was very, very difficult because there was limited sharing or exchange of information between intergovernmental departments. This again, to be very honest, very confusing, very difficult section this is, because so many dates, then whether before this what was it, after this what was it. I would suggest read this at the end. At the end you read it. Why? Because too many dates are there. And chances that you will get a question from here is less than 1%. I'm telling about this part here, migration cases. Clear? Not now, Kim Jong. Born in undivided India or parent or grandparent. That is very, first of all, Kim Jong has not taken oath, then can he cast vote? How many days can a person work in the parliament without taking the vote? And if you, without taking the oath. First question. Second question, what is the fine that the person has to pay for continuing to work in the parliament without taking the oath? What is it? It is given in the, very clearly it is given. Persons of Indian origin and general provision. Origin, born in undivided India or parent or grandparent is from India. Ordinarily residing outside India. With Indian consular representative, timing before or after commencement of the constitution. Person is not a citizen if he or she voluntarily acquires foreign citizenship. Citizenship is subject to laws made by Parliament. Parliament has power over acquisition and termination of citizenship. Citizenship after commencement. Citizenship Act 1955 was provided initially. This was later removed by the Citizenship Amendment Act of 2003. Acquisition of citizenship by birth. Between 1st January 1950 to 1987, irrespective of what your parents are, if you are born between these years, irrespective of who your parents are, doesn't matter, you are a citizen. From 1987 to 2004, either parent should be a citizen. After 3rd December 2004, nobody should be an illegal immigrant. That is, your parents should be Indian citizens but not illegal immigrants. Correct. Clear? So far, no. Who has asked that, by the way? Harshit K.R. Malav. So far, no. So far, they have not asked this, because trust me, even UPSC will get confused when they start putting up these dates. That is why I am telling you, this section, you read it towards the end. Children of foreign diplomats and enemy aliens are excluded. By descent, how do you get it? Father has to be a citizen of India between 1950 to 1992. After 10 December, either parent should be a citizen. After 3rd December means you have to do registration within 1 year. Registration after 1 year requires central government permission. A minor with dual citizenship must renounce foreign citizenship within 6 months of attaining majority. That is after crossing 18 years. Actually, no. From prelims perspective, no. By registration, you should have been a person of Indian origin. 7 years you should be residing. If you are a spouse, again, you should be 7 years you should be residing. Child of Indian citizens. Parent is a citizen of India. 5 years you have an overseas citizenship card plus 12 months you have resided. These are the people who can apply for registration. 7 years it is. By naturalization, 12 months immediately before application you should be residing here. Total of 11 of the preceding 14 years residing here. Good character. Know one language under the 8th schedule to reside or serve in India. CA 2019 reduced the aggregate residence to 5 years for Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi and Christian communities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Incorporation of territory. Pondicherry. Citizenship Pondicherry Order 1962. Assam Accord. Before 1st January 1966 means all are citizens. Between 1966 to 1971, registration and 10 years. By registration, you can be citizens provided you are residing in the country for more than 10 years. Oof. Good Lord. 1950 to 1987. Okay. 26. What did I put it as then? Aha. You're right again. Thank you. Who pointed it out, by the way? Mission UPSC. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make small corrections, people, because Saturn prepared it over 2-3 days. If some errors are there, please do forgive me. Correct me then and there. All right. Thank you. Mission UPSC. Oh, don't be my fan, man. Please clear the exam and get lost to Labasna. Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsis, Christian. From Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Cut-off date is 31st December 2014. They are exempted under the penal provisions of Passport Act and Foreigners Act. Exclusion. 6th schedule and inner line areas. The 6th schedule and inner line areas. 6th schedule is basically for what? Scheduled area, scheduled tribes. Inner line areas, again, this inner line permit has been, this law has been brought in Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland and Manipur to protect the tribal culture there. So this is not applicable to the people who have settled over there. That is, if you come there, you cannot settle in these parts. You have to be, basically, if you are come into India, you cannot settle in these areas. You can settle in other areas and apply for your citizenship. Diplomats' criminal proceedings can be done. Depends. Highly depends. What law they have broken here in the country, it depends. Generally, they enjoy complete immunity. Generally. It is very rare. Under what condition they have done it. For example, this Italian Marine Commandos incidents was there, where they shot and killed 2 Indian fishermen off the coast of Kerala, thinking that they are pirates. But we didn't punish them. They were allowed to go, because it would have been a huge diplomatic incident. We allowed them to go. They did pay compensation to their families, but they were left. Italian Marine Commandos they were. Clear? Voluntary acquisition of foreign citizenship, fraud, disloyalty, imprisonment, residence abroad. Termination and renunciation do not operate during war. That means you cannot terminate your citizenship or renunciate your citizenship during wartime period. Exceptions we will note. That is enough. OCI regime. LM Singhvi Committee 2000. CA 2003 introduced. Citizenship Amendment. CA 2005 extended it. CA 2015 OCI and PIO merged. When we were preparing this area, overseas citizenship of India and persons of Indian origin, it was so confusing. So confusing. Borderline, we even used to think, yeah, why? What is the difference between the two? As if prayers got answered, government also realized it and merged it. OCI is not dual citizenship under Article 9. PIO card introduced in 2002. OCI was introduced in 2005. PIO card holders deemed OCI from 9th January 2015. They are former citizens, descendants or spouse of an Indian citizen. It is notified by central government. They don't have voting rights. They cannot take part in elections. They cannot, become chief minister, prime minister, etc. Renunciation can be done by declaration. Cancellation can be done because of fraud, disaffection or imprisonment. They have the opportunity of being heard. Yes. People, 2 hours are over. How is the Josh? How are you all feeling? I know, citizenship, you would have felt that. Oh, citizenship chapter, not at all nice. You would have felt it. Even I felt it. What to do? But that is what life is. Life is not about cherry picking, right? We always have to do what? We will always have to, even those things which we don't like, we have to bear it and do it. And that is what pushes the winners forward. All right. PDF will be available in PW's app. Download the PW app. Register yourself for the free UDAAN series. You will get the material there. All right. 5 minutes break. No break, Baba. No break. There is no break now. No more breaks. I will tell you. I'll give you a break, but not now. Not at all now. Minimum duration of an exam is 3 hours. UPSC mains. So we have to stand strong for 3 hours. When you prepare for UPSC, first and foremost criteria is 3 hours. I should be able to sit. All right. Still 90% consciousness. 10% gone. Oh God. Okay, before whose it is, Adarsh's 90% consciousness loses away. Let us try to get the thing covered. Okay. National population, no break. Chalo, come on, people. Part 3, Articles 12 to 35. It is similar to the Bill of Rights in USA. It is the Magna Carta 1215. Magna Carta means what? What is Magna Carta? Justiciability is enforceable by court. Purpose is to ensure dignity, equality, liberty, democracy, equality from 14 to 18, freedom 19 to 22, exploitation 23 24, religion 25 28, minorities 29 30, property 31, remedies 32. Property was deleted by Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978. It is only a legal right under Article 300A. Legal right. However, Supreme Court has made one ruling very, very clear. Legal right, or rather, it is still part of the Constitution. It is still a constitutional right. That is, this former Chief Justice was there, Justice Chandrachud. So before he left the office, demitted the office, he passed an important ruling telling that just because it is still property is still a legal right, and just because you have socialist principles, government cannot simply go and acquire anybody's land. So when government is acquiring my land, okay, my land government is acquiring, government has to show that it is for a larger public purpose. A larger public purpose can be served by taking away my land. Government cannot simply say, this is for directive principles of state policy. Come on, give me your land. That you cannot do. Government, the onus is on the government to prove that this will be utilized for a larger public purpose, and they have to prove that public purpose there. Got the point? Very important ruling. Land, nobody can take it away just like that. That is an important ruling now. Clear? Fundamental rights apply to citizens and non-citizens depending on the right. Article 31. We'll come to that. Wait a minute. कल भी इंडियन पॉलिटी की क्लास हुई थी, ये सब सर गुमराह करते हैं, वो भी तो इंग्लिश की ही थी और नोट्स भी इंग्लिश में थे. That was also in English. Okay, I'm not aware of it. Add star mark to the current affairs important topics, please. Magna Carta, limited king power. Very good, Diyashri. Charter of Rights, first written document. Very good, very good, very good. Yes, you have to give. Land Settlement and Rehabilitation Act, passed a long time ago. 31. We'll come to that. Article 31 ABC will come. They are not absolute and are subject to reasonable restrictions. That is why when people keep telling Puttaswamy judgment of Article 21, we have to understand one thing. Puttaswamy judgment also is not absolute. Right to privacy also is not absolute. Supreme Court has made it very clear. Right to privacy will take a back seat when it comes to matters of internal security. Statutory rights means those rights which have been established or given by law. You pass it in the parliament. That is what you call statutory rights. What is given in the constitution already, that is what you call constitutional rights. They are enforceable against the state and in some cases against private individuals. They can be amended without destroying the basic structure. As long as you don't tamper with the basic structure or with the meaning of those rights, the inherent meaning involved in fundamental rights, you can make amendments to it. Clear? Restriction, suspension, saving. During national emergency, fundamental rights can be suspended. What cannot be suspended is Article 21, 20 and 21. Article 19, suspended only during war or external aggression. 19 is what? Basically the entire thing. Right to freedom of movement, to reside anywhere in India, any employment, to form association, freedom of speech and expression. That comes under 9. The 6 fundamental rights. 31A, 31B, 31C. अब ये तीनों rights क्या है? Saves laws on acquisitions of estates. That means if I am making a law to acquire an estate and that is violating fundamental right, still which law will remain? That law will remain intact. Even if it is taking away somebody's land, that law will remain intact. That is what 31A says. 31B protects the 9 scheduled laws. What is 9 scheduled laws? The laws which were made, which were kept outside judicial review. 31C is what? Protects laws to give effect to certain DPSP. That is, if it is to give effect to certain DPSP, like I told you, land is acquired to give it to the poor. then doesn't matter. Even if your fundamental right is violated, doesn't matter. That law will stay intact. However, all of these are subjected to that day's judicial interpretation. Understand that very clearly. That is why I gave you in advance Justice Chandrachud's ruling. That is, today let us see how it is. Somebody is going to take your estate away, 100-acre estate or 10-acre estate, let us say, they are going to take it away. Can you go and challenge it in court if the government is taking it away? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. You cannot take it away. For example, now, Karnataka government wanted to take away land of the farmers for creating some big infrastructure project there. Defense related some infrastructure project. Huge project it was. Farmers started protesting against it. Yes, it is farmers' land. Taking it away will be a political disaster, but government backed off later. Because it will not stand the judicial test. Even if you somehow acquire it, you go to the judiciary. Judiciary may actually ask a question. Entire farmland is being diverted. Agricultural land is being diverted for non-agricultural purposes. How is this even going to serve the public? For food shortage, what are you going to do? End of the discussion there. Protects 9 scheduled laws. This we know already. 1973 ke baad, there is no such protection. There is no such protection now. Every law that is passed will have to go through judicial review. Last one, protects laws against giving effect to certain DPSPs. Like I told you, that will depend on that day. Because I will quote this Justice Chandrachud again. What Justice Chandrachud said is that the socialistic principles made sense. Whatever laws you have made here, this was largely what social in nature. Correct? Socialism. That was the main predominant principle. This was relevant before 1991. Before we went for liberalization, privatization, globalization, this made sense. Not today. Today we are literally moving towards what? More and more privatization. In that context, these laws don't have much effect. Depends on a case-by-case basis. Restriction for armed force and intelligence, Article 33. That is basically you cannot actually comment anything. If you remember earlier and all some CRPF Jawans, BSF Jawans, they used to make these reels or videos. And they used to say, this is what is happening here, this is what is happening. Yes, they were reporting their true plight, that they were ill-treated or they were given second-hand treatment and etc. etc. But first of all, that is against army discipline and army code. So there is a restriction. Getting the point here. Even if you notice very recently in Labasna also, they have brought that restriction there. Because most of the IAS officers are into what? Making reels. Who are undergoing their training there. Not just IAS, every officer. So they have literally made certain areas in Labasna where there will be what? No videography, no photography. Which is the standard rule in almost all the major government training institutions in the country. In army, that rule is there since a very long time. Army has gone to the extent of even telling people that don't even open a Facebook account or an Insta account. Now they are bringing it even for civil servants. Restriction during martial law. That is, during martial law is in place, all fundamental, there will be restrictions on your fundamental rights. Correct MD Chiku. Parliament alone can legislate what? Break articles under 35. 12 and 13 and state and judicial review. Coverage. Union, state, local authorities, state, statutory and other authorities. That means what is the definition of state here? Anything. When private bodies, if functioning as state, will come under it. That is, private bodies are there which has been hired or on contract basis they are giving government service. Then they also will come under the definition of state. Judiciary excluded for fundamental rights enforcement. Void laws. Inconsistent laws are considered void. Example, the electoral bond scheme, which was considered to be violative of the constitution. Because under Article 21, government said that corporates, what is it? Enjoy right to privacy. So their names cannot be revealed. Government said, hello, right to privacy is for individual citizens. Their names you need not reveal. But corporates, they are capable of influencing the government policies. So whichever corporate has given money to political party, who is that corporate? How much money did they give? Release that entire list and they scrapped the entire scheme. And after you saw that list, what was the comedy there? Everybody has received. From corporates, every political party in the country has received. Sometimes you'll be shocked to see that, hey, this type, the SAB, like this also political party is there. That is from the smallest to the largest, everybody have received. It is only a change in the amount. Got the picture here? That is why EBS was stuck out. Pre and post constitutional laws, scope. Included ordinances, rules, regulations, bylaws, customs, everything will come under it. Scope of judicial review exists. They are subject to basic structure doctrine. Correct. Then, equality before law and equal protection of law. Equality before law is negative concept. Why negative concept? Because everybody will be treated equally. Equal protection of law means it is a positive concept. That means all of us enjoy the same amount of protection on paper. Reasonable classification is permitted. That means you can give positive discrimination. Women, children, reservation, all of that. Rule of law is part of the basic structure. President and governor enjoy immunity under Article 361. That is whatever they do other than civil proceedings. They enjoy complete immunity for any action done by them. Foreign sovereigns, diplomats and UN agencies do enjoy immunity. 19. 6 freedoms with reasonable restrictions. Protection against ex post facto law, double jeopardy, self-incrimination. Ex post facto law means from a later date, you cannot punish somebody. You can only punish somebody on the basis of that law that is existing on that day. For example, if you remember in this Gujarat riot case, some men got released. I forgot that a proper law word for it. Anyway, some men got released who were convicted of the crime. So everybody were like, how they got released, on what basis they were released, blah, 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 blah. That discussion was going on. That is only because of the laws that were in existence when the crime took place. Getting the point here. This release of a prisoner after somebody who has spent 11 years, 12 years, when the state actually gives pardon and releases somebody, that is highly based on what? The rule that existed. That particular rule or law of releasing somebody, that changed only when Justice Verma Commission came out. That is after the Nirbhaya case. So Nirbhaya case came out when? 2012. Gujarat riot was much before that. So on the day of the crime, what is the rule? Only that will be applicable. Not before that, not after that. Double jeopardy, that is, you cannot be punished for the same offense again and again. I cannot ask you to give self-incrimination. That is, I cannot force you to give an evidence which will incriminate you. But this does not cover again what? Blood samples, saliva samples, DNA samples. That will not cover under it. Paper. Yeah. You can call me Chiku. Oof. Life and personal liberty. You have kept the face of Hulk and you are expecting me to call you Chiku. Oof. What a violation. Life and personal liberty. 21 right to education. 22 protection against arrest and preventive detention. Article 20 and 21 are only available to citizens and non-citizens. That is 20 is protection against ex post facto law. 21 is life and personal liberty. Basically, to do with what? Protection of your life. That is what it is. (15, 16, 19, 29, 30). These are not available to aliens. Procedure under 21 must be fair. Preventive detention laws require advisory board review, which is headed by a High Court judge. Exploitation 23-24. Prohibition of trafficking and forced labor. Prohibition of child labor below 14 in hazardous work. Note the point, it is hazardous work. In family business or in anything else like this, making reels or acting in serials and films will not come under that. Clear? is no self-incrimination under Article 20, basically the right to remain silent. You can remain the right to remain silent in front of cops. Cops, in front of them, you can exercise that, not in front of the court. Court asks you something, you are supposed to give a response for it. These rights are enforceable against state and private individuals. Freedom of conscience and religion, management of religious affairs, no tax for promotion of religion. Religious instructions in educational institutions are not run by the state. There you are not supposed to give. You can give neutral instructions, that is, without specifically referring to any particular religion's God. You can basically use, oh God Almighty, please protect me from evil, blah, blah, blah. Like that you can say. Or you use neutral words. That you can say. Yeah, correct. See, hazardous work you are not supposed to employ, but just take a walk around your own area. You will find children are employed in hazardous areas. Clear? Cultural and educational rights, 29 and 30. Protection of language, script and culture, minority institution. Article 29 applies to minorities and majorities. 30 applies only to minorities. The right does not include the right to maladminister. In other words, even minority institutions, if you're running, you're supposed to run it as per the rules and laws of the country. You cannot run it however you want. Alright? In criminal proceedings, not in civil proceedings. Absolutely correct. In criminal proceedings only, ex post facto law is not applicable. Civil laws, etc. can be put from a backdate onwards. That is one of the important reasons why we are trying to develop, we passed a law called arbitration. Arbitration councils in India. Current affairs this is. Now what do you mean by arbitration? See, arbitration simply means two powerful companies. Let us say between Ambani and Adani, one major fight is going on with regard to some project. Now you can see this is like a huge thing, correct? Two major companies, and if their fight happens, it will clearly bring down the shares. So what can they do? Bring an independent mediator here. It can be from the government, it can be anybody. Bring them together, discuss it out, sort it out, settle it out outside the court. So that legally you don't take it, you don't go through the legal recourse which will stretch over years. This is the idea behind it. For example, proper example I will give you. Very recently now inside Tata's management board, there was some issue. The board actually got split up. Because if you notice, ever since the death of Ratan Tata, you can see that Tata has started firing people, laying off people. Ratan Tata, when he was alive, this never used to happen. So one section is there who still carries on with what Ratan Tata used to say. Another section is there who is telling that we have to be practical in this 21st century. We cannot stick on to the age-old things and all. This split started increasing. Government officials only interfered, and government had, that is, ministers came to the board meeting and they had to sort it out. Okay. Now, we have created this arbitration council. Why we have created it? It is basically to solve this corporate issues. But in India, the corporate issues are actually a bare minimum. Company to company fights hardly happens. It's like very, very less, and they will finally sort it out between themselves. The real issue here is, it is always government versus corporate. Government is the major litigant in all corporate issues. Where government will be like, no, you should pay tax from 1950 onwards. This is not right. You should pay me tax. That is the main issue here. So to what extent this will become successful or failure, we will have to wait for at least another 5-10 years. Correct. Right to constitutional remedies, fundamental rights, Supreme Court. Habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, certiorari, quo warranto. Habeas corpus means produce the dead body. I mean, produce the body, not dead body. So this is like a favorite, petition used by some people in the state of Kerala. If guys especially, if the girl is, if he's in love, the girl is kept detained by the parents, he can go and file a petition. Habeas corpus were in the High Court under Article 226. Article 32 is for Supreme Court. But why didn't he go to Supreme Court then? Because Supreme Court has basically ruled that where relief is available through High Court, first go to High Court first, then you come to us. So going to High Court under Article 226, that is not a fundamental right. It's only a constitutional right because it is mentioned in the Constitution. If I'm directly approaching the High Court, then that is my constitutional remedy. But still, if I go directly there, my lover is missing. Supreme Court can still say, Yapa, go to High Court first. Mandamus means what? We command you to do your job. Prohibition. Prohibition is generally given from a high court to a lower, from a higher court to a lower court, telling that, yo, this does not come under you. Bring it here. You have no jurisdiction over it. It is under me. Bring it here. Stop whatever you are doing. That is prohibition. Certiorari. Certiorari, it is like lower court gives a ruling. Higher court says, higher court is quashing it, telling that it does not come under you. Quo warranto, by what authority? Correct. Mandamus be command. Clear? DPSP is part 4, Article 36 to 51, taken from Irish Constitution. Irish took it from Spanish. Now, this is the other answer to answer you people. Somebody had asked, sir, everything we took from outside. Do we have anything of our own? You look at other constitution also, what is it? They took originally from somewhere else. So like that, if you see at any constitution, if you see, originally they also would have taken it from somewhere else, then they would have made the change. 32 and 226 difference, please. 32, I told you already, 32 means what? 32 means it is a fundamental right. You can directly approach the Supreme Court if any of your fundamental right is violated. But Supreme Court later made it very clear that where relief is available through the High Court, then you will first approach the High Court. So, if my fundamental right is violated, today I need not go to the Supreme Court directly. Under Article 226, I can go to what? The High Court first. And in the case of High Court again, it is not just with my fundamental right. It covers even what? Other rights also. Not just fundamental right violation. Even any other right also, if it is violated, I can approach them. My land is taken away by the government. My land is taken away. Right to property is not a fundamental right. It is only what? Constitutional right. Correct. I can approach the High Court. On what basis this land has been taken away? On what basis it is? I can challenge it there. I can challenge that I have lost my right to this thing. Under my right to life. Property is my basic thing. If this house is gone, I don't have anywhere else to go. Government is taking it away illegally. On no basis. Government is not paying me compensation. I can go there. That is why we say Article 226. 226 compared to Article 32 is very broad in scope. 32 exclusively, because it is written in the Constitution. This is exclusively for what? Fundamental right violation. 226 broader than that. Directive principles, welfare state. Fundamental in governance, welfare state, democracy, social and economic democracy. Parallel to it, you have Instrument of Instructions, Government of India, 1935. From there also we have adopted it. DPSP guide legislative, executive and local authorities, directive principles and fundamental rights together constitute philosophy of the Constitution. Very, very important. Prelims perspective. DPSP assists courts in judging reasonableness of laws under Article 14 and Article 19. So you have socialist principles, economic and social justice, Gandhian for village-centric and moral ideals, liberal intellectuals for liberal constitutional values. Socialist principles, Article 38 to 47, welfare of people and minimization of inequalities, livelihood, equitable distribution, prevention of wealth concentration, equal pay for equal work, protection of workers and children, equal justice and free legal aid. This is the idea behind your Gram Nyayalayas, Lok Adalats, then NALSA, Legal Services Authority, all of that. Right to work, education and public assistance, humane conditions of work and maternity relief, living wage and decent standard of life, workers' participation in management, nutrition, standard of living and public health. 1 minute. Conditions of work and maternity relief. This is the basis behind your, you can even put what? Gender sensitive toilets. Article 38 was strengthened by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. What is Article 38? Welfare of people and minimization of inequalities. Articles 39, 39A and 43 were expanded or added by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. Gandhian principles, 40 is for village panchayat, 43 cottage industries, 43B cooperative societies added by the 97th Constitutional Amendment Act, 46 SC/ST welfare, 47 prohibition of intoxicants, 48 cow protection. Legal rights, ordinary rights by law, established by law. That is, by law, I am entitled to resettlement and rehabilitation if my property is acquired by the government. I am entitled to what? A settlement, that is a financial compensation. And rehabilitate me. Show me another place, another plot of land where I can go and construct a home. Both the things. That is by law. Got the point? Legal right. Constitutional right, when we say, generally legal right and constitutional right are one and the same. But constitutional right, specifically when you say, it is mentioned in the constitution. Fundamental right, when we say, yes, it is mentioned, but it is inviolable. That means until and unless a proper reason is there, that fundamental rights cannot be taken away from me. That is what it is. Right to vote is actually a legal right available to all the citizens of the country. It's a legal right. By law, they are anybody who is more than 18, by law, they are eligible. But you cannot say that it is my fundamental right. It is not a fundamental right. Because then what it would mean, whoever is in jail, right, they will say, nah, I am in jail, so what? I need to vote. No, that is not possible. What is with Article 45? I will come to that. Article 45 modified by the 86th Constitutional Amendment Act, early childhood care up to, not up to 6 years, it is up to 14 years. 44 is Uniform Civil Code. 48, in which state has been Uniform Civil Code been implemented? Which state? Current affairs. Agriculture and animal husbandry. 48 added by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, Environment, Forest and Wildlife. 49 monuments. 50 separation of judiciary from executive. 51 international peace and cooperation. This is one of the fundamental reason why National Judicial Appointments Commission was struck down. All right. See, as of now, the standing is clear. Your fundamental right is violated also. First, you approach the High Court, not the Supreme Court. For example, there was this case very recently, 12 years or 20 years it's been, acid attack survivor. She had approached the Supreme Court because the case had taken such a long time. So what did the Supreme Court suggest again? Supreme Court suggested take that matter with the High Court. We can, and tell us which lawyer would you want. Supreme Court did not interfere there. Supreme Court said you take it with High Court first. Let us see what the High Court says. Then you bring it up to us. That is the logic. Clear? Correct. Uttarakhand. Champakam case, fundamental right is supreme. Golakna 1967, fundamental right is not amendable. You cannot make changes to it. 24th Constitutional Amendment, amendment power restored. That is, anything can be changed. By 25th Constitutional Amendment Act, Article 31C was inserted, which gave DPSP supremacy. Keshavananda Bharat, the case brought in basic structure. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act again gave DPSP given supremacy. Minerva Mills case, balance was restored. Present condition is FR is supreme. DPSP implemented subjected to basic structure. This is what it is, FR versus DPSP. Clear? Article 31 was deleted by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. Only Articles 39B and 39C enjoy limited primacy. Directive principles outside Part 4. SC/ST claims and services 335. 350A. Mother tongue. Instruction to be given in mother tongue. 351. Development of Hindi. Original constitution did not have fundamental duties. Inspiration was taken from USSR, USA, Canada, Germany, Australia. Equal emphasis of rights and duties. Emergency context added during internal emergency. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976, Part 4A, Article 51A, 10 duties. 11th duty was added by the 86th Constitutional Amendment Act, providing early childhood care and education to your ward. Based on the recommendations of Swaran Singh Committee, what got accepted? Separate chapter on duties. 8 fundamental duties were modified to 10. Punishment for non-compliance rejected. Bar on judicial review rejected. Duty to pay taxes is not also a fundamental duty. PDF only later you will get Simranji Thakur. I have not shared it with them. Now in a live class, how will I share? Wait till it is over. Parliament may enforce fundamental duties through suitable legislation. List of fundamental duties is not exhaustive. Means you can keep adding to it. Again, in different duty category, and then what are the duties? So I have named it suitably so that you will remember it. Again, what is it? Audio visual learning. Nothing else to do other than that, because it is very possible that you will get confused between DPSP versus fundamental duties. Fundamental rights, you will not get confused because you have been reading it a lot. Between these two, you will get confused. So read it repeatedly. Only thing to do is that much. Supreme Court, directly for violation of fundamental rights. Will that be true or false? Mahesh, UPSC if at all ask this question, they will ask it in such a way. As per the Constitution of India, if fundamental right is violated, one can directly approach the Supreme Court. Is that statement true? Absolutely true. Because the other statement that I told you, approaching the High Court, that was said by the Supreme Court. If the question comes, in India, the fundamental right is violated, the practice is to go to High Court first and by way of appeal to the Supreme Court. Is it correct? Absolutely correct. The way of practice it is. Practice means what? Ho kya raha hai? What is happening? So currently fundamental right is violated. Yes, you can directly go to High Court first. Then as a matter of appeal, you take it up to the Supreme Court if you are unsatisfied with the verdict. Paying tax is fundamental right or DPSP? It is not a fundamental right. You want it to be a fundamental right. It is my fundamental right to pay tax. You are so happy to pay the tax. DPSP. In DPSP, where did you see paying taxes? Directive Principles of State Policy. Directive Principles of State Policy means these are principles for the government to follow. Payment of taxes will not come under DPSP. Collection of taxes, can it come under DPSP? Yes. Levying of taxes, you call it. Polity, words matter. Words matter. Got the point here? Again, payment of taxes not a fundamental duty. Yeah, exactly. मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मैंने tax भरा है. Judicial use, aid interpretation of laws. That is, this both fundamental duties as well as DPSP. Mohan Kumar Singhania. Observation made was parts 3, 4 and 4A form a common thread. Ram Leela Maidan incident. What was this Ram Leela Maidan incident? It was basically the protesters etc. under Baba Ramdev. They were all sleeping peacefully. So Delhi government back then didn't know what to do. Oh my God, they are all, protesting against corruption. What to do? So night when all these protesters were aram se sleeping, Delhi police unleashed police over there against the protesters who are sleeping. If they were at least doing something, means we could have understood. Who are sleeping, beating them, throwing tear gas, etc. One fellow died also. The Supreme Court basically said that right to sleep is a fundamental right. Got the point here? That when person is exercising his right to sleep, peacefully sitting and sleeping, you cannot come there and say that we are exercising what is a DPSP. You know, this is to protect the peace and the order of the country. You cannot do that. That means part 3, 4 and 4A, it is all based on what? Interpretation based on case by case basis. Clear? It is a revision class. Then that doesn't mean then to finish it means I could have finished it. Right? Going ahead with like All India Radio, little bit discussions we can have so that the context you remember. Got the point? Left to you. If you want to clear. Sir, should I remember everything? Sir, should I study everything? Sir, Should I drink water? Should I breathe oxygen? Now you can take a 14-minute break. One section is over. One section is over. All right. Correct. Saptashati. All right, people. So hope you drank your water, took your bathroom break, everything. Recharged yourself in whatever little way possible. So now, let us. You are punctual now. Parliamentary system, core framework. Constitutional basis, Article 74, 75, 163, 164. Executive responsible to the legislature. Cabinet government, responsible government, or Westminster model. Westminster model as in named after Britain. Countries, India, Britain, Canada, Japan. Dual executive. Head of state is there, head of government is also there. That is why dual executive. Cabinet is the nucleus of power. The system has evolved from primus inter pares to prime ministerial government. That means cabinet is where all the decisions takes place. So in India also, if any provision, anything the government wants to bring, first the cabinet will consider it. Once cabinet gives the approval, then the bill goes to the parliament. Then obviously it has to be passed by Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, then the judicial, then president's accent, it becomes an act. Judicial test. If all of this gets passed, the law will become applicable. From primus inter pares means first among equals. That is what primus inter pares means. To prime ministerial government means what? Today, governments are basically recognized on the basis of who the prime minister is. So if you actually see Modi's government, Manmohan Singh's government, that is how we use the phrase. Not just in India, even in UK, that is the trend. Clear? Constitutional amendment comes under Article 13. Constitutional amendment. You mean judicial review it comes under? Obviously, every amendment comes under it. Nominal versus real executive. Nominal executive is the president. Real executive is prime minister. By fact, de facto means, what is it? As a fact it is, prime minister is the real power. This is only what a nominal power, de jure. Nominal. For showcase. Titular only. No special powers. It is the actual authority. Head of the state, head of government. Key features of parliamentary system. It's a majority rule. That is Lok Sabha, you should have the majority. Collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. Understand this. It is collective responsibility. The ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. Alright. Political homogeneity. Ministers are usually from the same party. They are from the same party only. True, right. Whichever party is in power, only those people will become the ministers. Double membership, I told you. Ministers are legislators. They are MLAs first. After that, only they end up becoming ministers. If a person who is not an MLA becomes a minister, then within 6 months, they have to become an MLA. Or in the case of parliament means they have to become a member of parliament either of Lok Sabha or of Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister leads the executive, legislature and party. Oath of secrecy is given to the ministers. Ministers cannot shout out whatever secrets are there of the government. Dissolution. Lok Sabha is dissolvable either automatically after 5 years or in the case of a no confidence motion being passed. In both the cases, they will come down. Then parliamentary form of government, you have dual executive. Presidential, it is single. Responsibility or responsible to the legislature or in India's case, Lok Sabha. Here there is no responsibility. Membership, it is double. Here it is only single. Because in the executive again, in USA, especially if you see the presidential form of government, who should work under him, president can handpick the people. Got the point? That is why even Elon Musk very briefly, for a very brief time, Elon Musk also was heading a department there called DOGE. Department of Government Efficiency. Powers, it is fused. Whereas it is complete separation of what? Legislature and executive. Here it is fusion. Dissolution is possible. Here it is not possible. That means until the government completes its term, 4 years, we will have to bear Mr. Donald Trump. Stability, it is less stable. This is more stable. Because here, any point of time, they lose majority, the government will fall. Merits and demerits. Parliamentary government is a responsible government. It ensures harmony. It is a ready alternative. Why ready alternative? Let us say for now, hypothetical situation, TDP under Chandrababu Naidu, for some joy, they decided to go and support. TDP decides to go and support India Alliance. Then, game over. This government will fall. That is the reason why it is unstable. List of prime ministers. from 1991 to 1999. Chronological order. It's a cabinet dominant government. That is, the cabinet will ultimately decide. That is, cabinet means again it is the place where most important decisions happen. So these are the MPs who won the election. But all the MPs will not become ministers. These are the MPs who will become ministers. They are called Council of Ministers. But again, all the ministers will not be called for decision making. Within that, you have what? Cabinet. Most important portfolios: Finance Ministry, External Affairs Ministry, Defense Ministry, Home Ministry, Prime Minister. These are generally the people that will be called for most of the important decision making. Otherwise, no. Calling everybody and taking the opinion, it's not practical also. Presidential, it is very stable. They will have definite policies, separation of powers. It is government by experts. However, there is autocracy risk. Whatever Mr. Trump is doing right now. I want to attack Venezuela. I want to attack Greenland. All of that. Clear? I didn't get them. Double membership. I already told you. Double membership simply means, see, you are member of the legislature. MP. Who is an MP? Member of Parliament. Correct. That means you are a member of legislature. Plus, you are also a member of the government. Correct. If you are belonging to the ruling party, you are an MP of the ruling party, then you have double membership. This is the trademark of a prime ministerial or a parliamentary government. Conflict with legislature. That is there. In USA also, always there is conflict between the president's executive along with the Congress. Congress is not the name of a political party. Congress is the name of the parliament in USA. If Council of Ministers dissolve, then COM remains MP. Absolutely, na. You are still the MP until a next election is called. That is, let us say now, Prime Minister decides to change the entire portfolio. Entire portfolio. He takes away finance from Nirmala Sitharaman and decides to give it to somebody else. She is no more part of the Council of Ministers. Does that mean she is no more an MP? She will remain an MP. She is just that she is not a minister anymore. Got the point here? Prime Minister can do that. Prime Minister can keep changing it. Can keep changing the portfolios, can keep changing anybody, anytime, anywhere. He need not wait for the election to happen or for any auspicious hour. If you remember, a few years back, Smriti Irani's portfolio was changed just like that. Federal system, power division, it's constitutionally divided. There are union and state. It is written and supreme. Judiciary is independent. Legislature is bicameral. That means two houses. Rigidity, special amendment procedure. Executive and government, yes, it is the same. If PM resigns and COM dissolves or not, absolutely yes. Because if I am the Prime Minister now, let us say I will choose Samarth, Ajit, Yuvraj, Darshan, Janvi all into my council. It is my discretion who should be here. Now when I resign, they will also resign. And I am saying that I am resigning. And if the party, NDA party, if they are able to say, now this person won't be the Prime Minister, this is the next Prime Minister now. Then, whoever comes next, they will choose their portfolio. Because I will definitely choose those people whom I am comfortable working with, right? Got the point? That is the whole idea. Prime Minister, when they choose somebody, when they choose their cabinet or their council of ministers, they are choosing it on the basis of what? I should be able to work smoothly with them. That is the logic there. That is why prime ministerial government, because prime minister decides. Prime minister decides who should become a minister. MP is decided by the people. MLA is decided by the people. But who will be a minister, who won't be a minister, discretion and decision of the prime minister or chief minister respectively. Clear? See, kitchen cabinet is generally in the, what is it? It is like even more tighter. Even more tighter circle. That is all that it means. Within the cabinet, one more circle. It is left to the prime minister. See, all this depends exactly about this. All this depends again upon who is the prime minister there. That is the bottom line. It is left to the personality of the prime minister, which is not a topic that you people should be worried about. Indian model resembles the Canadian model. India has a strong center. Federalism is a basic feature of the constitution, even though word federation has not been used. Unitary features we have already seen: single constitution, single citizenship, integrated judiciary, all India services, emergency provisions, centers control over state bills. Certain state bills can be completely vetoed. Appointment of governors, it's a flexible constitution, which means you can amend it. Unequal state representation. All the states don't have equal representation in the Lok Sabha. Your representation, in Rajya Sabha, your representation in Rajya Sabha is based on your population. Even Lok Sabha also, for that matter, it is based on population only. Higher the population, more the representation. Absolutely. Prime Minister himself can be from Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister himself also can be from Rajya Sabha, right? Manmohan Singh, Rajya Sabha. Got the picture here? Anybody, you only have to be what? An elected MP. Nominated also can be a minister, can be made a minister, for that matter, to be honest. You can make that person also as a minister. Shadow cabinet actually means a cabinet that shadows you. Shadow means what? Somebody who keeps on following you everywhere, correct? Parchai. So that shadow cabinet here actually means the opposition, which is not there in India. In India, our opposition never gets to know what the government is going to do next. It is total secrecy. Whereas in UK, that possibility is there. That is the reason why you call it alternate government also. Alternate government means if the ruling party does not have a majority, alternate government can be formed immediately. In India, we have limitations there also, because it's all a matter of Gandhi. Who will support whom at what time? Clear? Again, you are asking the same thing, Fatima. I already explained it. Other than Prime Minister, then who else will select? Legislative powers given under 245 to 55, administrative 56 to 63, financial 268 to 293. Article 280 is for what? 280 article. What does that mean? Parliament has extra territorial power. Union, state and concurrent list. Residuary powers lies with the Parliament. State list legislation by center. That is, center can actually pass laws on a state list when emergency is in place. When Rajya Sabha passes a resolution to that effect, states make a request to give effect to international treaties, or when president's rule is in state. President's assent. Reserve state bills may prevail. That means if there is a conflict between state and a central law, generally central law will prevail. However, if the president has reserved the state bill, and yes, president gave it assent, then state law will prevail. But Parliament is still competent to pass a law to override it. That means ultimately, Parliament has superior power when it comes to what? Even with concurrent list. Very good, Finance Commission. Very good, people. President's assent. Yeah. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act shifted subjects to concurrent list. 101st Constitutional Amendment introduced GST. So 101st is GST. What was 100th Constitutional Amendment? CAA. 100th. Administrative. State must comply with parliamentary laws. Center can issue directions to states. Failure may trigger Article 365 and Article 356. That means center has, 365 and 356 means center has failed to comply with, state has failed to comply with center's directions, and therefore there is ground now to impose president's rule under Article 356. Delegation of executive function is permitted. That is, center can ask state to do certain executive functions. Center will pass the law. State has to execute it. Interstate council exists under 263. All India services are centrally recruited. High Court judges are appointed by the president. Financial relation, taxation between union, state and GST. Residuary tax power lies with the Parliament. Article 275 talks about statutory grant. 282 discretionary grant. Professional tax, there is a 2,500 rupees ceiling. GST Council 279A, net proceeds are certified by CAG. That means net proceeds means how much money is given to the states. That is checked and verified by Comptroller and Auditor General. Surcharge under Article 271 has no state share. Very good, very good. Border distribution, very good. Territory exchange, land boundary agreement. Clear? Major commissions and reports. ARC Rajamanar Committee, Anandpur Sahib Resolution, West Bengal Memorandum, Sarkaria Commission, Punchi Commission. The year. Purpose, just read it. Not really important, but read it. Again, all this simply because match the following can come. Chronological orders can come. Ascending, descending order. That is the reason. Or which among the following is correctly matched? This with this. Clear? Interstate relations constitutional mechanism as far as water dispute is concerned, it is Article 263. Interstate Council 263. Trade and Commerce 301 to 307. Zonal Council State Reorganization Act of 1956. Correct. River water disputes are decided by tribunals, and important point is judicial jurisdiction is excluded from it. River Boards Act of 1956 set up River Development Board. Interstate Water Disputes Act of 1956 sets up ad hoc tribunals. Awards are final and binding. Ad hoc tribunal means till the dispute is resolved only these tribunals will exist. Once the dispute is resolved, the tribunals are disbanded. Okay. Then, Interstate Council 263, established in 1990. Prime Minister is the chairman. Chief Ministers, Union Territory Head, Governor under President's rule. Advisory in nature. Secretariat is there since 1991. There is a standing committee since 96. Decisions are by consensus. Proceedings are confidential. Zonal and regional councils. These are set up basically to ensure cooperation. You have Northern, Central, Eastern, Western and Southern councils. You also have a Northeastern Council since 1971. For regional planning and security, chairman is the Home Minister. Can anybody tell me who is the vice chairman here? Rotation CM. Very good, Akshay. President of India is head of the state, supreme commander of the armed forces, ceremonial head of the union executive, is a constitutional head and guardian of the constitution. Just note this. Guardian. Correct. By rotation. Very good. Radhika, Anubol, Simran, Arun Kumar. Doki, swim, you hunger. Oh my lord. Varshi. Indian Sentinel. Rawut. Sukesh, Harshima, Ishika, Pratap, Kavya, Dian, Ajit, Chris. Very good. Real executive authority is exercised by the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. Articles 52. Office of President, executive power of the Union, election of the President, manner of election, term of office, eligibility, qualification, condition, oath or affirmation, impeachment, vacancy in election to fill vacancy. President acts on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers under Article 74 and after the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, such advice is binding. Mind you, Article 74 only talks about what? President should act according to aid and advice of Council of Ministers. What made that binding? That is 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. UPSC can frame a question. The original Constitution mandates that aid and advice is binding. False it is. Original Constitution did not make it binding. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act made it binding. Clear? When you read polity, the only problem I will tell you, out of 15 questions, 12 will be there which you can answer pakka. 3, it is possible that it will go over your head. They will ask you something to do with MP, MLA vote, 1971 census and all. Even before I was born. There is no way that we will be knowing about the census data of each and every state, that too of 1971. Today at least we can guess, Kerala has less population, Tamil Nadu has slightly more population than Kerala. Like that we can make a guess. Back then, no. No way. So forget the 3 questions there. But this 12 question, you can answer. But only problem is don't get excited. Polity and don't try to jump. Read every word carefully. Every word carefully, think and apply. Clear? Correct. It is a mini constitution. President is elected indirectly to maintain consistency, but with the parliamentary system, to maintain consistency with the parliamentary system and to avoid a directly elected but constitutionally weak executive. Why not directly elected? Because directly elected means president can become very autocratic. If I am the president of India, people have elected me, why will I listen to the prime minister or the council of ministers? Because people never elected prime minister also directly. People have elected an MP. But if I get direct election, people are directly voting for me, I can become very supreme and powerful. My aura is enough to actually overpower the government. That is why we have made the election in such a way that the election is indirect. Elected members of Lok Sabha, elected members of Rajya Sabha, elected members of State Legislative Assembly, elected members of Legislative Assemblies of Delhi and Puducherry. That is why I told you, when it comes to president, the only thing is what? Elected MPs plus MLAs. Nominated members of parliament, members of legislative councils are not there. The system ensures parity of representation between union and the states. Parity means what? Equality. All right. Moving further. MLA vote value, population of the state divided by number of elected MLAs divided by 1000. This population of state is based on which census? That is based on 1971 census. And number of elected MLAs divided by 1000. Total and MP vote values, total value of MLA votes divided by total elected MPs. In other words, until and unless you don't know what is the population of the state according to 1971 census, you won't be able to calculate anything further. Even if you know, by chance, even if you know how many MLAs are there. How many of you even know how many MLAs are there in your own state? MPs you may know, I agree, because we all follow that very closely. MLAs will be a tough task. Correct? So there also we are clueless. This also we are clueless. This also we are clueless. UPSC's questions, when you take it up, remember some questions are purposefully kept to check whether you will get tensed or not. Too many wordings, etc. you see where you are too unsure about the variables, skip it. There is an old adage in the English language. The best fights are the ones that you walked away from. That is, when you take panga, don't take panga with everything. Don't take up every question and think that, oh, I have to answer this desperately because this is polity, my favorite subject. Don't take anything to your ego. Clear? Population is based on 1971 census. Here you go. And frozen till 2026. Till 2026 it has been kept frozen. That means even if, let us say, today now, let us say President Draupadi Murmu resigns and we need to conduct election. Still it will be based on what? 1971 census only. The vote value will be decided. Why it is so? Under the 84th Constitutional Amendment Act of 2001, it has been kept frozen. Clear? It is true. 1 minute. Just give me a minute here. Alright, moving on. Counting process, quota. Minimum votes to required to win. First count. All first preference votes are counted. Excess votes are then transferred proportionally. Lowest candidate is eliminated. Proceeds repeats until one candidate remains. This is your, like I told you, how to count these votes now. Proportional, single, transferable vote. So ideally it is like 4 candidates are there or 5 candidates are there and 3 seats are there. So whoever gets the first preference the highest, that person will win. And whatever excess votes are there, excess votes, excess first preference is there, that is scattered between the other candidates. A gets selected. Then B, then whatever, second who is this, we'll count who are the second preferences here. In that, maybe let us say D got the highest. Then D gets selected. Then D's excess votes, D's excess second preference votes that are shared between B, C and D. Then you will finally select the last person. This is the way it is supposed to work. Proportional representation by single transferable vote. This is the ideal way of working. But here the comedy is, you generally have only, you may have 2 candidates. Sometimes 3. Sometimes 4. Some independent candidates may come. And some people are there who will always take part for the presidential election. They'll pay the deposit amount, everything. They will also say, I also want to stand as a candidate. There is no law stopping them from doing it. That is another side. So they may also come. Obviously, you need proposers, seconders, all of that. All right. Why they didn't take 2011 census, I will tell you. If you're taking 2011 census means based on the population, you will have to change the constituencies. Then when you're changing the constituency, the size of the constituency simply means the seats will change. Number of Lok Sabha seats will change. Yeah, Rajya Sabha seats will change. MLAs also will change. Each constituency, one representative, right? So that is why 2011 they did not want to take. So they kept it frozen till 2026. That is where this 2027 census becomes important. Because as per law, only after that census after 2026, you can bring a change in the seats. So 84th Constitutional Amendment basically froze the Lok Sabha constituencies or MLAs, MPs, whatever it has kept it frozen till 2026. And now we are going to conduct the census. Once census is conducted, definitely there will be a change in the number of constituencies. It will even bring changes to the MLAs or the MPs. But to what extent will it happen? We will have to wait and watch. Multiple articles have been coming in the Hindu with regard to that changes and all, that this may happen, that may happen. But all these are Hindus' imagination. Let the law come, then we will see. Okay. Manan Champ. Yendu perada. Should be some jobless Malayali. Quota, minimum votes required to win. This is done. Election is conducted by proportional representation by means of single transferable vote system through secret ballot. So here the idea I will tell you. Here generally 2-3 candidates only. And this so-called first count, second count and all will not happen. Generally in the first count votes, first instance vote itself, if you count, you will get the winner. That is the thing that will happen with presidential election and vice presidential elections. Clear? Proposers means I should propose, let us say now I am a proposer. I proposed your name as a candidate for the election. Now somebody should back it up. Yes, I second what somebody else should say. Let us say Akshay says, I second what Nikhil said. That is what it is. Not necessary, Akshay. It is not necessary that new parliament building will be insufficient. No. It will be sufficient. They will make it in such a way. Parity they will bring. Electors rank candidates by preference and a candidate must secure a majority of valid votes. Since only one seat is filled, the system actually functions as a preferential or alternative vote rather than true proportional representation. Got the point here? For the love of God, don't spam the chat section and then say you are my role model. All right. One thing that I know is don't interfere in other people's business and don't disturb people. All disputes relating to the election of the president are decided by the Supreme Court of India and the decision is final. Election cannot be challenged on the ground of vacancies in the Electoral College. That means just because there are a few MP seats and MLA seats lying vacant, you cannot challenge the election. Acts performed by a president before an election is declared void. Oh, something wrong with that sentence. Whatever acts are performed before an election, it remains void. Clear? Oof. Oh. Very good culture, man. Very good culture. Wow. Rationale for indirect election. Direct election was rejected because president is a nominal executive. Direct election would have been costly, time-consuming and inconsistent with parliamentary government. Election by parliament alone was rejected to preserve federal balance. Should be a citizen of India, minimum 35 years. Should be qualified for Lok Sabha. Must not hold office of profit. Should have 50 electors as proposers, 50 electors as seconders. That means at least, basically what it means is, in total, at least 100 people should support you. Security deposit is 15,000. Year on year, now they are, not year on year, but slowly they're trying to increase it so that, you know, frivolous people don't simply come and stand as presidential candidate for election. Who all are in the Electoral College? MPs and MLAs. So far I have been telling what? Fill in shots. Oath and condition, Article 60, Chief Justice of India, senior most judge will administer the oath, preserve, protect and defend the Constitution. Okay, this is the reason why guardian word came there. In this context, is being said as guardian. In this context, somebody had asked, sir, isn't it not Supreme Court? But substance, under substance it is defender. Ideally true, Supreme Court is supposed to be the fundamental protector of this thing. So we'll make a change there. Instead of guardian, we'll make it as defend the Constitution. Okay. Now that confusion is done. Moving on. Cannot hold other offices. Residence is Rashtrapati Bhavan. Salary is fixed by Parliament. Salary reduction is not permitted during tenure. Immune during their term against criminal proceedings. For civil proceedings, allowed after 2 months' notice for personal acts. Duration is 5 years. Re-election is permitted. Continues until successor assumes office. Ground. How can they be removed? On violation of the Constitution under Article 61. It can be initiated in either house of the Parliament. Sign only from 1/4 of the total members. A 14-day notice is given. 2/3 of total membership of each house. Participation, nominated members are also included in this. So when it comes to removal, only MPs. Elected plus nominated. There are no MLAs. But for election, it is elected MLAs plus MPs. Okay. Vacancy and succession. Vice President acts as the President. Election timeline within 6 months. Resignation is addressed to Vice President. That means if the President suddenly passes away or President resigns, then the Vice President becomes the President. Till what point? Till an election is conducted. That means just because if I am the VP, I don't automatically become the President, then I can continue for the next 5 years. No, my position is only temporary till the next President is elected. Once a new President is elected, I'll again go back to my VP duties. Clear? Come again. What was it? He should have completed 35 years of age, qualified for Lok Sabha. Who said that? MP it is 25, Rajya Sabha it is 30. People, please read your Lakshmikant textbook again. After the death of President Zakir Hussain in May 1969, PP acted as president. Subsequently, the Chief Justice of India served as officiating president from 20th July 1969 to 24th August 1969, a rare occurrence. All executive actions of Government of India taken in the name of the President, powers exercised on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers, appoints the PM, appoints other ministers on advice of the PM, appoints Attorney General of India, CAG, Chief Election Commissioner, Election Commissioners, Chairman and members of UPSC, appoints governors of state, appoints Finance Commission and ISC, Supreme Commander of the Defence Forces, makes rules for the convenient transaction of government business. Summons, prorogues and dissolves the Lok Sabha, addresses Parliament at the first session after general election and at the beginning of each year, sends messages to either houses of Parliament, nominates 12 members to the Rajya Sabha from Literature, Science, Art and Social Service, assents to bills, withhold assent, returns non-money bills, promulgates ordinances under Article 123 when Parliament is not in session. Member of Lok Sabha, it is 25. Where did I say member of Lok Sabha? I said it is for president. 35 years qualified for Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha, who is this? Similarly, ordinance must be approved by Parliament within 6 weeks of assembly. Repeated repromulgation was held unconstitutional in the DC Vadwa case 1986. Correct? 3 sessions. Correct? Vice President, very good. Who works as Council of State's chairman? Deputy chairman. Veto powers, absolute veto. President withholds assent and the bill lapses. Only twice this has been used. Withholding the bill and the complete lapse of the bill. Only twice it has happened. Suspensive veto, bill is returned. Assent is mandatory if repassed. Abdul Kalam has used it. That is the last known usage of sending a bill back, but it was resent back and he had to give his assent. Pocket vetoes, bill kept pending, no timeline prescribed. Again, very rarely, I think during the time period of Rajiv Gandhi, this was used. This is the examples of it, use of veto powers under different presidents. I have given a long list. Okay. So absolute veto, you can see Rajendra Prasad once, sorry, 3 times I think. Rajendra Prasad, R. Venkat Raman. No. Again, sorry, twice only. Yeah. Whereas this suspensive veto, if you see, many presidents have used it, but they have used it in the context of state bills. Clear? It's okay, Deva, but the thing is, understand, when we are stick to one topic here, because trust me, this age and this qualification, when you see, some people are revising, suddenly be like, oh, I forgot that also. They'll go into panic mode. That is my only concern. I have no issues if you are pointing out a genuine mistake, because trust me, this is one subject where anybody will get confused. You teach it for 10 years, 20 years, you'll still be like 25, 35. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, you'll still get that confusion. Such a massive subject. Lawyers will refer to polity and constitution. Supreme Court judges are referring. Getting the point here. So when you throw something in the comment section, please verify it before throwing it there. Clear? Examples of it, you can go through it. State bills reserved for the president have become the principal area of veto use in recent years. Very recently again, West Bengal government, they passed a bill unanimously in the state legislative assembly, which was to give capital punishment for rapists. It got passed unanimously. That is all the MLAs, ruling party, opposition party, all MLAs, full on full. They passed it. Now, once it is passed, it should go to the governor for assent. What did the governor do? Governor sent it to the president. President kept it for some time and then president sent it back through the governor again. Now, the constitution is silent on this. That is, once a bill is reserved for presidential assent, governor's role ends there. Governor's role ends there. Then it is between the state legislative assembly, or rather the chief minister plus council of ministers. Sorry, not state legislative assembly. Let me put it properly only. Okay. It is between these two only. Governor has no major role then. Governor has no major role. It is between these two. However, the constitution is silent on the fact that if a bill is returned again, what should the president do? Total silence on it. Should the president give assent or not? Or if it is once it is sent again, can the president again resend it back? No clarity on this. Clear? How much time we will complete the polity book? Oh God. You sit and complete it with me now, na? Why you have any preparations to make for Valentine's Day? Budget. Cause of the union budget to be laid before the parliament. Money bills. Introduction requires president's recommendation. Contingency fund advances money to meet unforeseen expenditure. Finance commission constituted every 5 years. Pardoning power grants pardon, reprieve, respite, remission and commutation. Pardon means completely. You have been absolved of the crime. No punishment. Go. Go live your life. Commutation means what? Reducing the sentence. Reprieve, respite, remission. Respite means like a relief due to some condition. What is reprieve? What is remission? No, there is no such rule now. There is no such rule. There is no such rule, right? Earlier it was 3 months. Now that has been struck down, right? I mean why? Why as in what? What why? Bitter file. Why there is lieutenant governor in Delhi, not governor? Because it's a national capital territory. It's directly under the union government. Reprieve for temporary. Reprieve for temporary, correct. Why temporary? Due to some special condition. This is temporary. Because you have filed an appeal. You are still waiting. Till then, the sentence is kept on hold. Temporary suspension. Death is adjourned, reprieve. When RHW pardon given. Stay of execution. What is respite? Remission without changing character. Okay. Correct. Remission without changing the character. That means rigorous imprisonment means from 5 years it is brought down to 3 years. Clear? Article 72, union law offences, court-martial cases, death sentences, state law offences and impeachment. This is something which you should remember. That is, if the person has committed a crime under the state law, for state law, pardoning power should come from the governor's side first. That is the state council of ministers, and they should first give the pardoning there. Then if you want as a matter of appeal or something, you can challenge it in the higher levels, higher court, etc. That is different story. But ultimately, as far as state laws are concerned, what is it? First, state should give the pardoning powers. Yes, pardon is on death penalty too. Supreme Court upheld this power in the Kehar Singh case while allowing review on limited grounds such as mala fide or arbitrariness. That means limited judicial review is there. Just to see whether did the President of India hastily take a decision, or did the President of India actually go through the entire case, gave a proper reason why, etc., etc. But honestly speaking, generally once the President denies the pardon or rejects the mercy petition, generally court will not try to overrule it. Court will not try to overrule it because ultimately it is the prerogative of the executive. Unnecessarily, judiciary will not interfere with those powers. National Emergency 352, President's Rule 356, Financial Emergency 360. This has never been done. This used to happen a lot before 80s, maybe through little in the 90s. Now it has reduced drastically. National emergency, so far, only limited number of times. Punjab, etc. during insurgency time. And then national emergency we had during obviously the infamous years of 75 through 77. Governor does not have any discretion there. Who is that? Sapta Shati. So it is not discretion. There also it is aid and advice of the Council of Ministers along with the Chief Minister. They should give the advice. Based on that only governor also acts. National emergency is proclaimed to safeguard. The governor can still exercise discretion. I'm not telling governor won't exercise, but ultimately it is the government's choice there. Government puts the pressure there. National emergency is proclaimed to safeguard sovereignty, unity, integrity, security, democracy during extraordinary circumstances. Constitution becomes unitary in operation without amendment during such period. The term internal disturbance was replaced by armed rebellion by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act 1978. This literally made it close to impossible to actually declare a national emergency. So armed rebellion it should be. Only then national emergency will be declared. Plus, national emergency means it is not necessary that you have to do it for the whole country. That is, let us say now, some issue is happening in exclusively in Northeast. Okay. Where external forces are from Bangladesh, from China. People are trying to, again, cut off the Northeast. Maybe issue is there. Imagine. Then emergency can be declared exclusively for this area. National emergency can be declared. That means I can isolate it. That area. Clear? All cases and fundamental rights reply, please. Titiksha, not all the cases, but those cases which have an important addition to the constitution it has led to, you will have to remember. Because they are asking that also. And you need those cases, etc., especially for example, in your mains exam. Article 21's entire evolution they have asked once. All the cases from right to footpath, right to sleep, right to personality, and very recent, right to menstrual leave. That is the most recent addition now. So all that you will have to know. No other go. War, armed conflict in the country, external aggression, external attack without formal war, armed rebellion, internal armed uprising. Cabinet recommendation is required. A written cabinet recommendation is required to declare national emergency. Again, this was added by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. Must be approved within 1 month. Special majority required in both the houses. It will be applicable for 6 months at a time. Can be extended indefinitely with parliamentary approval. However, when it comes to revocation, President can revoke it at any time or if Lok Sabha disapproves. Judicial review is available for the national emergency after 44th Amendment. Effect of national emergency on center-state relations. Center can give directions to state on any subject. Parliament can legislate on state subject. President can modify constitutional distribution of revenue. Lok Sabha and state assemblies can be extended by 1 year at a time. Extension of legislatures cannot go beyond 6 months after the emergency ceases. That means once emergency stops, maximum time period the legislatures can continue is for 6 months, within which elections should be conducted. Menstrual leave is there. Even in the state of Karnataka, they have passed a law. Articles 358. Automatic suspension of Article 19 during external emergency and only for emergency related laws. Enforcement of fundamental right except Article 20 and 21 can be suspended by presidential order. Cannot be suspended under any circumstances. Article 20 and 21. Protection of life and personal liberty remains absolute even during an emergency. 1962 war with China, 71 war with Pakistan, 75 internal disturbance. 356 breakdown of constitutional machinery, failure to comply with union directions under Article 365. Governor's report or otherwise. So many of the students always used to ask me why in West Bengal they are not implementing president's rule, etc. What you have there is probably, as per media reports, maybe breakdown of law and order. Riots are happening or constantly fights are happening. That is not at all a ground for declaring president's rule. Getting the point here. Ultimately, when you actually implement president's rule, the two conditions are very important there. Number one, has the constitutional machinery failed? That means Chief Minister is not doing the job, Governor is not doing their job, High Court has compromised or something of that nature, it should happen. Or number 2, not following the directions of the center. Center is asking you to do something and you're not doing it. Then you can go for it. But breakdown of law and order is not a reason. Clear? Who implements Article 359? As in? Governor's report or otherwise. That means governor also gives a report telling that this cannot continue any further means. Then president's rule can be implemented. For example, in Manipur, Biren Singh government resigned. Elected government only, coming under, again, BJP. But then they resigned finally because they were not able to solve the conflict. So, they have, instead of, when a government normally resigns, what you will do? You will conduct elections, correct? But they didn't do that here. Instead, they implemented president's rule. Why? Because serious breakdown of not just law and order, machinery itself has failed in ensuring lasting peace in the region. Clear? Parliamentary approval is required for president's rule within 2 months. Its duration is 6 months, maximum duration 3 years. It can be extended beyond 1 year if national emergency is forced. And Election Commission says that elections cannot be held. Extension beyond 3 years is constitutionally prohibited except in exceptional cases like Punjab. That is beyond 3 years, normally it is not allowed. That the legislature can continue like that. That is president's rule can continue. Got the point? You have to conduct elections. That means if the Election Commission of India says we can conduct elections there, but still you conduct president's rule, then it is violative. What is Article 359? Ajit, tell me that first. Now I should be, rather than clearing each and every microscopic doubt, you answer me first. What is Article 359? Executive. Council of Ministers are dismissed. That is the State Council of Ministers. Governor will administer the state. Assembly is dissolved or kept under suspended animation. Suspended animation means what? They are still there. They don't know whether they'll be dismissed today or tomorrow. Parliament will pass laws for the state. President authorizes state expenditure. Federal autonomy of the state stands suspended during this period. That means state as such will not have any independence. Entire thing will be decided by, center. Central government wants to apply emergency in a state. Can they apply? They can do it. I'm not telling they cannot. But there should be a valid reason. What is the valid reason today? Failure to comply with directions of the center. Failure of constitutional machinery. These are the 2 reasons there. Getting the point here. Other than that, you cannot generally put up president's rule. Now, sometimes president's rule is applied in a third case. When is that? If it is a hung assembly, no party has a clear majority, then president's rule can be brought in by the center. Or a no confidence motion has been passed, the government has collapsed because they didn't have the majority. Again, president's rule can be placed in till elections are called. That is the bottom line. Correct? Punjab cases to do with this thing, insurgency, Khalistani movement. SR Bommai versus Union of India. President's rule is subject to judicial review. Majority must be tested on the floor of the house. What does this mean? See, this has been a constant pain in our democratic structure. That is, like I told you, president's rule can be implemented if state government does not have the majority. Sometimes what happens is, even though they had a majority, governors acting on the advice of the center, they have dismissed popularly elected government. And always, if you look at the 90s, 80s, etc., so many cases were there challenging this. So finally, in the SR Bommai judgment, what the Supreme Court said is that whether or not the government has a majority has to be tested in the floor of the house. Floor of the house means inside the state legislative assembly. They also ruled that secularism is a basic feature, assembly dissolution only after parliamentary approval. Only after Parliament approves it, only the assembly has to be dissolved. Lavanya, it will be provided later. What if governor suggested to president to apply president's rule? Then it should get parliamentary approval as per SR Bommai case. Look at the last 10 years. So the other narrative, now for example, 2014 this government came. Now this is 2026. How many places president's rule was actually implemented? In how many states? How many states president's rule was implemented? If you actually look at it, the graph has gone down drastically. Got the point here. Even government also knows it very well. If it is a popular, say, take West Bengal itself. Now, people who are supporters of BJP will basically say, West Bengal government, see, what is this government doing? What is this government doing? Arey, people of West Bengal are happy with Mamata Banerjee's government means who are you to actually tell? People are unhappy. Correct? You like her, you hate her, you leave it aside. She is a popularly elected chief minister of the state. Her government has the people's support, people's mandate. Getting the point here. So constitutionally speaking, as well as politically speaking, the government is very clear. If people don't want, they will show it in the election. Why should I take the whole step? Because you dismiss a popularly elected government, telling that, oh my God, law and order has failed. Then what will happen? Afterwards, you will have to conduct election. It can cause repercussion even in your center election results. So government is playing it safe. People don't want, let them vote. Let them show it in the polling booth. End of the story. Clear? Oof. Then go na Naveen. Why are you here? Clear? Taking it further forward. A financial emergency is proclaimed when the financial stability or credit of India is threatened. Now, this basically, if you see, so far has not been called for. Financial emergency. This basically means you will tighten all the finances, especially with the salaries of high court judges. Everything, every government machinery will be tightened. But so far, it has not been called. We came very close to an economic crisis in 1991 when we had a BOP crisis, balance of payment crisis. But even then, we did not go for what? Financial emergency. Clear? Constitutional amendments relating to emergency provision. Again, I have given it hierarchically. I have made a table for it. I have made everything in a tabular format, whatever is important, so that quickly you can revise it, not going through the usual, sentences. Because that sentences, the problem is you may miss certain things. I have again kept it from 38th Amendment, made presidential satisfaction final in emergency in President's Rule. 76, allowed area-specific emergency and expanded center's power. Sorry, that is 42nd. I made a small error. Remember, I told you area-specific emergency is possible. That is 42nd, not 44th. Good Lord. 44th Amendment made cabinet recommendation mandatory, restored judicial review, protected Articles 20 and 21. 64th Amendment extended the President's rule in Punjab. 67th Amendment, further extension of President's rule in Punjab. So 88 to 90. 68, final extension of presidential rule in Punjab. So 88, 90, 91. Going on extending. Clear? Thank you, Shivji. When I get this PPT, sir. After the class, you will get Minerva Mills versus Union of India. Emergency proclamations are subject to judicial review. 1980. SR Bommai versus Union of India. Article 356 subject to judicial review and floor test mandatory to check the majority. Rameshwar Prasad versus Union of India. Governor cannot preempt majority formation. What is preempting? That is even before majority can be formed. Governor is telling, no majority, no majority. President's rule. Come on, bring it. That is not possible. Getting the point here. That is generally what we can see is when it is, let us say, this has happened even in the state of Karnataka. So in the state of Karnataka's elections, basically, Yediyurappa's, that is BJP party, they got more seats than Congress. But they did not get the majority. So governor also gave them ample amount of time. By then somehow purchase a few more MLAs and somehow make a majority. Couldn't do it. Because by then Congress as well as JDS had inaugurated what? Resort politics. In one resort, lock all the MLAs and keep them there. Keep a complete watch over them. Nobody should leave the place. Clear. Nabam Rabia versus Deputy Speaker, 2016. Governor cannot interfere in assembly proceedings. Uttarakhand crisis case, 2016. Floor test is the proper method to determine majority. So observe this, people. Bommai case, 94. Again, 22 years later, almost the same verdict happening. Why? Because in many states, this had happened. In many states, even before, after the state elections, especially if it was not in favor of the current political party, BJP, they were trying to ensure that somehow BJP forms in power, the governors. That is why these rulings came. Don't ever write it in your exam paper. I'm just telling it for your information. Clear? Governor, Part 6 of the Constitution, 153 to 167. There shall be a governor for each state. Executive power of the state is vested in governor, aid and advice of Council of Ministers. Council of Ministers collectively responsible to Legislative Assembly. Should be a citizen of India, completed 35 years of age. 7th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1956 allows the same governor for 2 or more states. Governor is appointed by the president by warrant under his hand and seal and is a nominee of the central government. Supreme Court in the Hari Gobind Pant case 1979 held that office of governor is not employment under the central government but an independent constitutional office not under the center's control. They gave such a ruling in 1979 but today it doesn't make any sense. Correct? We know that. Governor often acts like what? They are center's tool. Draft constitution had provided for direct election of the governor by universal adult suffrage. Important from prelims perspective. The original constitution wanted direct election, but then finally Constituent Assembly did not accept it. What is the reason? Governor gets elected because of popular election. Directly people elects it. The same thing will happen here. Governor will be like, why should I listen to these people? I have the support of the people here. And with that, again, you will also have what? Secession tendencies. You will feel like, I am popular. People have elected me. Why should we even be part of India? Let us secede from India. So all these tendencies could be there. That is the reason they did not take it up. Radhika Kumari, understand. As you keep growing in life, learn whom to give priority to, whom to ignore. Naveen has not got any attention from his home, so he's seeking attention from us. Just like his household, we will not give him attention here also. Let him keep doing any spamming he wants. He is finding entertainment in this. Constituent Assembly, will leave. American model. Faithfully execute office, preserve, protect and defend the Constitution and law. Devote to service of people. Administered by the Chief Justice of State High Court or the senior most judge in High Court. Cannot be a member of Parliament or State Legislature. Cannot hold any office of profit. Entitled to Raj Bhavan. Salary and allowances are determined by Parliament. Expenses shared by states concerned if it is the one governor for more than one state. Cannot be reduced during the tenure. Increased from 1.1 lakh to 3.5 lakh per month in 2018. Oof. I mean, not important, but yeah, nice career, man. Personal immunity from legal liability. Criminal, they are immune. Again, just like the president. Civil proceedings, 2 months. Clear? No need. I don't want your apology also. Brother, one word of advice. You keep gathering all this negativity. Okay? You will succeed in life to the highest level. Keep gathering it. Keep collecting it. Any which way you are jobless, so keep collecting it. Normal tenure is 5 years. Pleasure doctrine holds office during the pleasure of the president. Can be removed at any time. They are not fixed. It is highly political in practice. That is, earlier this used to be there. Earlier in the sense, I will tell you. See, at least till Indira Gandhi's tenure, we can say that the first time. That is, Nehru to all the way till Indira Gandhi. Then Morarji Desai comes. So the point here is, as long as you have a steady central government, governor's post is completely protected. Nobody will touch you. But the moment Party changes at center. The normal practice is what? Governors will immediately resign. Why? Because Morarji Desai initiated this whole process. Janta government. What they did was that they immediately dismissed governors appointed by Congress. Dismissed Congress governors. Then in 1980, Indira Gandhi came back into power. Correct. Indira Gandhi came into power. Congress. IG. What did she do? She returned the favor back. She removed all the governors appointed by Janta government. So this has been the normal practice. So governors, if they, let us say today now, like I told you, hypothetical scenario, India Alliance forms a government at the center. Then what will happen? All the governors will automatically start preparing their resignation letter. Because it is better if you resign and go rather than central government removes you unceremoniously. Clear? Supreme Court in the Surya Narayan case held that the president's pleasure is not justiciable. That is, you cannot ask the president, why did you remove the governor? You cannot ask. Governor may be transferred from one state to another, may be reappointed in same or another state, may continue beyond 5 years until successor assumes. Chief Justice of the State High Court may be appointed as the acting governor. All executive actions of the state government are taken in name of governor, make rules for authentication, frames rules for the convenient transaction, appoints the chief minister, and the council of ministers on the advice of the chief minister must appoint a tribal welfare minister in, this is the only thing that we need from here. This is the only thing. A tribal welfare minister in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh and Odisha, Bihar excluded after 94th Constitutional Amendment Act 2006. Appoints Advocate General, State Election Commissioner, who is removable like a High Court judge, appoints members removable only by the President, SPSC, can seek any information from Chief Minister, can require the Chief Minister to place a matter before Council of Ministers, can recommend imposition of President's rule under Article 356, acts as a Chancellor of State Universities and appoints VC. This is the latest point of contention between the state government and governors almost in every state wherever a non-NDA government is in power. Kerala, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal are the notorious ones here. Clear? And the same point, if you remember, I have not wrote these points here under President. President also can seek any information from Prime Minister. President can require the Prime Minister to place a matter before the Council of Ministers. President can then a matter which has not been placed before the Council of Ministers, but on which a minister has taken a decision already, President can ask it to be placed there. Clear? The same point here. Regional BATA. Oh, CV Raman Academy. What wordsman? Pathetic. Pathetic. Summons, prorogues and dissolves the State Assembly, addresses the legislature at the first session after election every year. This is again a, contentious clause. Why? Because Tamil Nadu governor purposefully skipped a few paragraphs in the address given to him. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and Council of Ministers are like, this is not done. They were also angry. Sends messages to the legislature, appoints speaker or chairman in absence of elected presiding officer, nominates 1/6 of members to the Legislative Council from Literature, Science, Art, Cooperative Movement and Social Service. Earlier used to nominate one Anglo-Indian member to Legislative Assembly. This has been discontinued by the 104th Constitutional Amendment Act. Who nominates in the Lok Sabha? President. But then Anglo-Indian nomination has been stopped now. Got the point? Disqualification. Disqualification of legislators on Election Commission advice. Bills and ordinances can give assent, withhold assent, return money bills for reconsideration. Non-money bills, sorry. Can reserve bills for President's consideration, mandatory if High Court powers are affected. Can promulgate ordinance when legislature is not in session. Ordinance has to be approved within 6 weeks of reassembly of the Legislative Assembly. Repeated promulgation of ordinances was held unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in the DC Vadwa case, 1986. Ensure state budget is laid before legislature, can be introduced only with governor's recommendation. No demand for grant can be made without governor's recommendation. Can advance money from state contingency fund. Constitute state finance commission every 5 years, just like the president. Pardon, reprieve, respite, remission and commutation for state law offences, not for military court. Consulted by the president in appointment of high court judges, appoints, posts and promotes district judges in consultation with high court, appoints members in consultation with high court and state public service commission, especially for subordinate judiciary. For governor, explicitly provides discretionary powers. Like I told you here, the discretionary powers include hung assembly, no clear majority or lost majority. In all these, and even to invite a chief minister, little more discretion is available. No explicit discretion is there for the president. Ministerial advice also, it is not explicitly binding. Not explicitly binding after 42nd amendment for the president. Discretionary decisions are final and beyond judicial review. Actually not. Limited judicial review. It is still there. Governor's discretion, reserving bills for president. This cannot be questioned by court. Judicial review not possible. Recommending president's rule. This under what context it is done? Judicial review will be asked. Acting as administrator of union territory. Again, no need of a judicial review here. Determining the royalty shares in tribal areas. What do you mean by royalty shares? Royalty shares means any mining activity happens. And then that generates profit. A portion of the profit has to be shared with the Gram Sabha. And how much should be that portion? That percentage. That percentage is your royalty. That the governor can decide. Again, in this matter also, judicial review is very, very limited. Situational. Appointing chief minister in a hung assembly. Dismissing council of ministers if confidence lost. Again, can be questioned by the judicial. Judicial review can be done for this if proper floor test is not conducted. Dissolving legislative assembly when government loses majority. Again, judicial review is applicable here. Raman Academy. You are fed up, but mind your language. Now, it is happening even in Maharashtra. Correct? Marathi Zindabad. Are all Maharashtrians supporting it? It is being only supported by a party that has not managed to win even a proper state election. Understand that. And whatever isolated incidents here and there you are seeing, it is not, don't take it as the ultimate reality. Oh, this is what is happening in southern states. Travel occasionally. Special responsibilities, again, for Maharashtra, Gujarat, Nagaland, Assam, Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Karnataka. Development boards for Vidarbha, Marathwada, Saurashtra, Kutch, Nagaland, law and order. Tribal areas administration in Assam, hill area, peace and social, law and order. Hyderabad, Karnataka region. Why? Why this special responsibility governor has? Main reason is, one is backwardness. Mainly. That is a 90% of the reason what you see here. Development boards, etc. Other one is law and order. If sir, it is in Punjab, no one can speak Punjabi. Profit from natural resources. Punjabis themselves are speaking in Hindi mostly these days. Supreme Court's recent judgments means the judgment, everything reversed, right? You remember, President asked 14 questions to the Supreme Court. For all that questions, Supreme Court told, no, governor only can decide, president can decide. I won't ask anything hereafter. Earlier, what did Supreme Court say? Supreme Court actually kept a deadline. That is, once a bill comes to you, within this much of time, you should take a decision on it. Otherwise, it will be considered as the bill has been ratified. Automatic ratification. That is what Supreme Court ruled. But after Draupadi Murmu asked 14 questions using Article 143, Supreme Court went back on its stance. That means what? once again governor can do jingalala. Keep the bill any number of time they want, keep return it back, do any nonsense they want. In other words, our headache will increase. Vice President of India. Vice President is the second highest constitutional authority in India and ranks immediately after the President in the warrant of precedence. After. But their main job, if you actually see, is what? Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Somebody please explain to Ajit what is ex officio. Office is modeled on the American Vice President but functions primarily as the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha with only occasional presidential functions ensuring political continuity of the Indian state. What is ex officio? What is ex officio? Tell me, you people tell me. What is ex officio? Everything if I tell, how it will be? By default or by nature of being vice president. That is what it is. So if I used to say, Prime Minister is ex officio chairman of Planning Commission. What does it mean? By default, because of the position of Prime Minister, the person has become the chairman now. Specifically, I am not appointing a separate chairman of Planning Commission. Because the person is a Prime Minister, automatically becomes the chairman. Now, no more PC. We only have Niti Aayog now. Election framework, indirect, electoral college, members of both houses of parliament, in which elected and nominated MPs are present. Excluded body, state legislative assembly entirely ignored. That means no MLAs. All MPs. Proportional representation by single transferable vote. Ballot is secret ballot. Secret ballot. That is the reason why even in the recent election of the vice president, there was a lot of cross voting. Cross voting, which clearly means what? Even the people from the opposition did not vote for their candidate. They went and voted for the NDA candidate. Clearly indicating opposition is not at all united. Anyway, just for information. Equal value of 1 for each MP. Election disputes are decided by Supreme Court of India. Whatever acts will remain valid. That means in case the election is called void, election becomes void. Whatever the VP did, till the new election, that will all remain valid. Term of PM is not fixed. That's why he can be ex officio. Swami, 5 years. 5 years is there. Till they have the majority. He is the Prime Minister. Getting the point here. Until and unless they have a majority, it is fixed. Ambedkar justified. See, okay, I'll put it in a different way. What Swami has said. That means as long as you are the vice president, you will be the chairman of Rajya Sabha. Yeah, what you said is in a way it is right. As long as you're VP, you stop being VP, you stop being chairman. That's what it is. Just like the Prime Minister. As long as Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister, he's the chairman of Niti Aayog. The day he stops being the PM, he also stops being the chairman of Niti Aayog. Now, governor is the vice chancellor. No. That depends upon state laws. That depends upon state laws because constitutionally, it is nowhere mentioned that governor has to be the chancellor of a university. There is no law. There is no article. It was entirely it was entirely like one additional responsibility where the governor will go, wear that hat, that never washed one big bat-like coat he or she will wear. They will give a boring speech, give 1 or 2 certificates, shaking. They will go and sit in the Benz, Audi or BMW car. They will go back. This used to be the normal procedure. But very recently, what has happened? Governors have started becoming proactive and they started interfering with state universities because they found out that most state universities vice chancellors don't have the requisite qualification. Most of the VCs were political appointments. So state governments have passed certain bills, which some are pending with the president, some are waiting assent, some again either rejected or approved. Different stages it is. So it is not that, okay, this is the rule, this is the law. First of all, in constitution, there is nothing. Various commissions have actually said that other than the constitutional role, governor should not do any other job. That is, as a governor, what you should do, you do only that. Don't try to be the chancellor, don't try to do anything else. Because that will unnecessarily bring bad reputation to the constitutional office. This is what it is. Yeah, they get all nice car only, come on. Where will they travel in this thing? In Desi cars. Desi cars are meant only for middle class and lower middle class. Understand? We have to buy Desi products. We have to buy, study in the, government colleges. We have to take treatment from government hospitals. Ministers, upper rich class and all, they will go abroad. Qualification, nomination and oath. Citizen of India, 35 years of age, qualified for Rajya Sabha. Office of profit is prohibited. Sitting president, exemptions, vice president, governor, union or state minister. They can also take part. Proposers 20, seconders 20, security deposit 15,000. Oath authority, president or nominee of the president. VP must vacate any legislative seat upon election and cannot hold any office of profit. Removal, 5 years, letter to the president. So obviously last year we saw the first resignation that has happened. And again the Hindu kept on writing articles after articles for 1 week. Why did it happen? Is it because of this? This clearly shows something is happening. Irrelevant. First of all, when the vice president resigned, the only question to ask is, can he do it? Yes, he can. Is there such a provision in the constitution? Yes, it is there. So once he resigns, what is the next step? An election. Did the government do that? Yes. Was the next VP elected? Yes. End of the story. Was the procedure established by law followed or not? PM tenure is pleasure of president does not mean president can dismiss them at any time they want. No. President can dismiss them only if they lose the majority. Rajya Sabha, effective majority plus Lok Sabha, a simple majority. If they are going to be removed, notice has to be given 14 days. Grounds not specified. Continuation, they can continue until their successor assumes office. Re-election, they can be re-elected any number of times. Vacancy may arise due to expiry of term, resignation, removal, death, disqualification, void election. A vacancy due to term expiry requires election before completion of the term, while other vacancies require election at the earliest, with the new VC receiving a full 5-year term. VP acts as president for a maximum of 6 months during vacancy or temporarily discharges presidential functions during incapacity. That is, president is sick or something, VP will become the president there. When VP is acting as the president, VP receives all salary, allowances and emoluments what is meant for the president. That time who will be that? Now who will chair the house? Rajya Sabha, deputy chairman. Akshay, no, don't worry about it. Newspapers have reported it. He was active in West Bengal. He wanted to do this. He wanted to do that with the judiciary. None of that is relevant for us. Did he come and tell this is the reason? Did the government give an official press release telling that this reason? We have forced him to resign. No. So as far as we are concerned, he has done it completely voluntarily. We need not find the inner meaning, that meaning and all. That is politics, which is not at all required for UPSC or any competitive exam. Is VP MP, then has to vacate. If MP becomes VP, MP has to vacate. Watch it. 2 PM lunch break. You take your break, pa. Clear? Moving further. During this period, Rajya Sabha duties are performed by deputy chairman. Vice president salary is nil, but Rajya Sabha salary is there. 4 lakh per month. 50% of salary as pension. That means right now, whoever resigned, he's getting how much? 2 lakh. 2 lakh. Acting as president, president's salary and allowances. Unlike the American vice president who permanently succeeds to the presidency, Indian vice president only acts as the president temporarily. That means till the president is sick, president comes back full healthily, only till then vice president can be the president. Number 1. Number 2, president dies suddenly. VP becomes a president only till the next president is elected. But in USA, it is nothing like that. President dies. Immediately, who will come? Exactly, Devanandan. President dies, VP becomes the president and continues for 4 years. Absolutely, governor will get. Vice presidential elections, elected Rajya Sabha members 233, nominated 12, elected Lok Sabha 543, vacancies were 6, total strength 782, present electors were 782 out of 788. But we know, just like the presidential election, just because some seats are vacant, that is not at all a reason to call the election void. Election will be conducted with the people who are present there. Then, office became vacant through notification, blah, 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 blah. It was issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs. This is current affair for you, not there in your Lakshmikant. Last year, Vice President left, correct? Resigned and left. मैं छोड़ के जा रही हूँ. Vice President left. Who issued that there is a vacancy for the post of Vice President? Ministry of Home Affairs. Under the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Acts of 1952, ECI, then comes whom? ECI must notify fresh elections as soon as possible. Then, voting follows brother, this is who all are present there. 233 plus 12, 245. 543 elected Lok Sabha members. 6 were vacant. Total strength is 788. So you only add and see how much it will come. Okay. Voting follows proportional representation by single transferable vote with secret ballot. That we know. First preference marking is compulsory. Election Commission supplies. Now this is where prelims oriented things come. A special pen and use of any other pen invalidates the ballot. Until I read this, even I didn't know that there is a special pen. All I remember is our Shashi Tharoor, sitting and talking with the nice, good-looking one MP was there. I don't know what is her name. They were both talking, then they both posed together, and as she said bye, he just did this again. Man has swag, man. Anyway, only that we saw. We never saw any special pen. But actually, there is a special pen for this. Supplies a special pen and use of any other pen invalidates the ballot. Political parties are barred from issuing whips. What do you mean by a whip? Whip is basically a disciplinarian of that political party. Getting the point? Disciplinarian of that political party. He or she will basically, their job is what? See, our MPs and our MLAs, okay, almost close to 50% of MPs are having criminal background. 33% of MLAs are having criminal background, correct? Half of them will be busy in other extracurricular activities other than nation building. Many of them won't even know Parliament, session, That is what they will be. So, whip ensures that all these MPs are present on that day. And if the whip says, they should all vote for it. If the whip says, they shouldn't vote for it. Trust me, when you have illiterate people as your colleagues, you will have to do it. This they will do. Looking at what the whip says, these people will either give their vote or won't give their vote. Alright? But in the case of presidential or vice presidential elections, whips are not allowed. You are allowed to take your own independent choice here. That is why in presidential election and vice presidential election, last year's vice president, then Draupadi Murmu's presidential election, cross voting occurred because whip is not seeing right. I am going to support BJP candidate. This is what happens there. By Balji Kumar after entire Mahabharata, Sita and Krishna. What is the link if you ask? Elected MLA MP President. In Vice President, all MPs. That's it. Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha functions as returning officer assisted by 2 assistant returning officers. Now this is the other aspect. One more current affair. Supreme Court ruling. So we all know the Justice Verma case. If you and I actually even have 1,000 rupees old or 2,000 rupees old notice there with us, ED will come, NIA will come, our photo will be there in every paper. We will be like this. One very, what is it, Yojana Kurukshetra magazine front cover type expression. Our photo will come in the paper. Our full history, horoscope, all that will come. Correct? Now in Justice Verma's home, basically burnt currency notes were found. A resolution was to be presented to forest removal. This removal, in Rajya Sabha, a motion was kept. Resolution for removal. The Secretary General of Rajya Sabha, he said that with whatever, that is motion for removal means it is not that simply I'll write motion for removal. I will have to give what and all reasons for it. Secretary General of Rajya Sabha said this cannot be accepted. This motion for removal cannot be accepted. And suddenly everybody were like, who the hell is this? Because motion or any motion you take, removal, you want to accept something, discard something, whatever it is, all that only the chair of the house can decide it. In the case of Lok Sabha, it is the speaker. In the case of Rajya Sabha, it is either the chairman or the deputy chairman. Secretary General, as the name suggests, your job is only what? Give assistance. That's it. You don't have any other job there. So Supreme Court ruled, that is, follow the procedure established by law. Because under the procedure established by law, Secretary General's job is what? Assist. You are nobody to decide whether a motion for removal or any motion for that matter, any resolution for that matter, whether it has material or not. If you remember, separate secretariat is there for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Now basically, as somebody asked in the morning, no confidence motion against Om Birla, the speaker. Where has they presented it? To the Secretary General of Lok Sabha. What he will do? Take it, give it to the speaker. That's it. Oh my God. Polling, if required, is conducted in room F101, Parliament House, New Delhi. Nomination requires Form 3. A maximum of 4 papers and filing between 11 AM and 3 PM. The electoral roll is maintained by... What the hell? The electoral roll is maintained by the Election Commission and available at ₹100 per copy. Bribery or undue influence under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita can void the election through Supreme Court adjudication. Counting occurs in New Delhi and results are declared in Form 7. Election Commission mandated eco-friendly materials and released a booklet covering all 16 past vice presidential elections priced at 50. Clear with this? Not generally IAS, it can be any civil servant. In this particular case, I think this was one IRS officer, I think. It is, appointment is decided by the chairman or the speaker for respective secretariats who should be appointed there. It is their discretion. So if you are very close with any political party, you can expect what? Post-retirement benefits like this also. Clear? Prime Minister of India, Article 75 provides for appointment of the Prime Minister by the President, guided by the Parliamentary Convention. The leader of the majority in the Lok Sabha is appointed, while in a hung house, the President may exercise discretion and require proof of majority within a reasonable time. Majority need not be proven before appointment, and that a non-member of Parliament may serve as Prime Minister for 6 months, within which membership need to be secured. In other words, this whole idea about majority, you can do it even after your appointment. Pranab Mukherjee had invited Atal Bihari Vajpayee like that, and he created that whole system called letter of consent. Just for your information, letter is there. That is letter from which shows that the MPs supports Vajpayee. Pranab Mukherjee asked that. Not Pranab Mukherjee. Sorry, K.R. Narayanan. K.R. Narayanan asked that. Clear? When he was the president. So, the idea here is that if no clear majority is there, person can be invited to be the prime minister and he can be asked, show now that you have the majority support. Then the government is formed. Again, a person who is not an MP, if he gets this majority support, can he become the prime minister? Absolutely yes. The only thing is that within 6 months, he should become member of either house, either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Electoral roll, that is who all are the voters in it. Who all are the voters? Clear? Getting complicated now. What is getting complicated? Specify. Prime Minister may belong to either House of Parliament. Before assuming office, Prime Minister takes the oath of office and oath of secrecy. Prime Minister holds office during the President's pleasure, but cannot be dismissed as long as he enjoys majority support. Same as members of Parliament, sumptuary allowance 3,000 per month. That is food, other expenses. You are hosting a party or guest inside your residence. Facilities include residence, travel, medical. Appointment and removal of ministers, allocates portfolios, presides over council meetings, coordinates administration, dissolves the council of ministers upon resignation or death. Ideally, let me tell you, if it is a single party government, Prime Minister will dominate the council of ministers. If it is a coalition government, council of ministers will dominate over the PM. Chief communication link between President and Council of Ministers, advises on key constitutional appointments, leads the Lok Sabha, advises on parliamentary sessions and dissolution, shapes foreign policy, chairs major national councils, acts as chief government spokesperson, manages crisis and functions as political head of the services. Council of Ministers headed by PM is the real executive authority. Cabinet is the inner core, supreme decision-making body, responsible for policy formulation, crisis management, legislation, finance, appointments and foreign affairs. Okay. Ministerial categories. Cabinet ministers heads major ministries. Ministers of state, they are independent or assisting roles. Minister of state simply means new ministers will be there, right? New, they are first time they are becoming an MP or they need to be trained. Generally, they are given this minister of state. Sometimes they are also given what assisting. When they assist a major ministry, like finance ministry or something. Assist without independent charges. Parliamentary secretaries assist ministries but are not part of the council. 74 and 75 establish collective responsibility and binding ministerial advice, reinforced by 42nd and 44th constitutional amendment. 77 governs conduct of government business. 78 defines duties of PM. 88 grants ministers speaking rights in parliament. Judicial rulings clarified continuity of the council after Lok Sabha dissolution. That means even if they lose the majority, they will continue like a caretaker government. They will continue until the new legislative, until the new Lok Sabha gets elected, and equated presidential satisfaction with ministerial satisfaction. Means what? Whatever satisfaction of the president means, it simply means that the council of ministers should be satisfied. So president has to only act according to aid and advice of council of ministers. Repeat council of ministers. Again and again, people, come on. Elected MPs. These are all from, let us, NDA. NDA's MPs are there inside Lok Sabha. Now from these MPs, they will select what? The Council of Ministers, consisting of all the portfolios. From Minister of Agriculture to Minister of Tourism, everybody is there inside this. Within this, you have what? Cabinet, which consists of just the most important portfolio. Prime Minister will decide who should be there part of my cabinet. It is left to the Prime Minister. Clear? Stop spamming it. Caretaker government is a constitutional convention operating after Lok Sabha dissolution until formation of a new ministry. Its role is limited to routine administration, excluding major policy decisions, financial commitments or new project. That means they cannot announce any new major schemes as such. Their purpose is largely to maintain things as it is till a new government comes into picture. Judicial recognition affirmed its validity in extraordinary circumstances while emphasizing restraint. Emphasizing restraint means what? You're only a caretaker government. Don't try to overact. Whatever maintenance you have to do now to run the country, you do only that much. Don't try to announce any new project. Don't try to bring any new policy. Moving further, cabinet committees. These are extra constitutional in nature and not mentioned in the constitution. Provided under rules of business, it is constituted by the Prime Minister. Set up according to the needs of the time and requirements of the situation. Number, names, and composition will vary from time to time. There are standing committees and ad hoc committees. They are permanent in nature. Standing committee. Ad hoc committees, as the name suggests, ad hoc, temporary in nature, set up to deal with specific problems. They are disbanded after completion of the assigned task. Cabinet committees usually consist only of cabinet ministers. Sometimes non-cabinet ministers are also included. That will depend upon the nature of the topic. Special invitees. Non-cabinet ministers may attend as special invitees. Ministers in charge of concerned subjects and other senior ministers are included. Mostly it will be headed by the PM. Sometimes it will be chaired by the senior cabinet ministers also. If the PM is a member, he or she invariably presides it. Sort out issues and formulate proposals for cabinet consideration. Cabinet committees can take decisions directly. Decisions are subject to review by the cabinet. It will reduce the enormous workload of the cabinet because multiple ministries are coming together as a small committee. They will decide and sort out the issue. That is, generally it will be between environment, Ministry of Road Transport Highway, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Shipping. They will all come together. They will sort out the issue and finally they will say, these are our proposals. This is what we have decided. It will be reviewed by the cabinet. Once it is approved, the bill will be presented in the Parliament. Facilitate in-depth examination of policy issues. Ensure effective coordination, division of labor and delegation of authority. Clear? Important committees. Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, Economic Affairs, Appointments Committee of the Cabinet, Cabinet Committee on Parliamentary Affairs, Security, Accommodation, Investment and Growth, Employment and Skill Development. In this is the most important. That is why it is known as Super Cabinet. Because in that political affairs, it will basically cover in general almost everything. Whatever will have a political repercussion because it is a prime ministerial government based solely upon what? Popular mandate. Support. Lok Sabha support, correct? You need to have majority there. So they should ensure that whatever they do, it will help them, that it will not affect their election prospects in the future. That is what it is. No, not necessary to by heart. Moving further, Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs deals with all policy matters related to domestic and foreign affairs. That is what I told you. All policy, domestic and foreign. Economic affairs means what? Government activities in economic sphere. Appointments Committee, all higher level appointments in Central Secretariat, public sector, banks, financial institution. Parliamentary affairs, whatever business happens inside the Parliament. Cabinet Committee on Security deals with defense, internal security, law and order, and atomic energy. Accommodation deals with the allotment of government accommodation to MPs. Cabinet Committee on Investment and Growth, capital inflow, export promotion, import substitution, improving ease of doing business. Employment and skill development. Workforce employability, women's workforce participation. Group of ministers, it's an ad hoc body, examines different issues or subjects. Some empowered to take decisions on behalf of the cabinet. Others make recommendations to the cabinet. Serves as instruments of inter-ministerial coordination. Group of ministers actually used to happen a lot during UPA era. That is, any tussle is there between 2-3 ministries. They'll immediately create a group of ministers. So that is also a very ad hoc body, only to sort out any issues that are there. Disbanded once the purpose is done, constituted mainly for urgent issues. Clear? Okay, one more person wants to collect all sorts of negativity. Let him collect. People won't know it. And they are young, they think they can insult anybody, demean anybody, destroy anybody's future. Wait till they hit 30s. All your karma will come to haunt you that time. Don't worry, people. Focus over here. Coming to Parliament now. Any questions here, people? Any questions? How is the Josh now? Tired? What is the scene? One hour, 45 minutes is over. Balji, that is actually a mains-oriented question. Ultimately, it has nothing to do with rubber stamp also or proactive president. It is all about president acting according to aid and advice of Council of Ministers. As simple as that. Moving on then. Nature of Parliament, it is a legislative organ. System adopted. Parliamentary form of government based on Westminster model. Position, central and preeminent institution in the Indian democratic system. Means what? Ultimately, Parliament is not, I'm not going to use the word Parliament is supreme, but Parliament has more powers compared to State Legislative Assembly. Constitutional location, Article 79 to 122 in Part 5 of the Constitution. I told you it is a revision class, civils classes. Thoda mix up. But go through it again. Coverage, organization, composition, duration, officers, procedures, privileges, and powers. President is an integral part of Parliament. Why President is an integral part? Because any bill becomes an act only after the President's signature. This was one of the questions asked by President Draupadi Murmu. That is, if a bill is presented and when you say it becomes automatically, if it is remaining pending, it becomes an act. Does that mean President's ratification is not required anymore? Draupadi Murmu had asked that question to the Supreme Court, one among the 14 questions. When you say automatic ratification because a bill was remaining pending with the President or the Governor, doesn't mean that henceforth our signatures are not required. And court will decide whether a bill can become an act or not. Courts will decide it now. Is that so? So all that went away. Finally, the conclusion is what? Back to square one. President can keep a bill pending. Governor also will keep a bill pending. As simple as that. Adoption of Hindi names for Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha took place in 1954. Hindi name Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, upper description or House of Elders, lower house or popular house. No bill can become law without assent, can summon both houses of parliament, prorogue both houses, dissolves the Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha you cannot dissolve because it is a continuous house, addresses the parliament every year, first first session. After every first session in a year, president's address will be there. After every general election, one address will be given by the president. Addressing the parliament. Issues ordinances when parliament is not in session. British, American, Indian pattern. United Kingdom, Parliament is Crown plus House of Lords plus House of Commons. Crown is what? The king there, king or queen. In USA, it is Senate plus House of Representatives. India, it is President in Parliament. Means President is a part of the Parliament. American Crown. Boy. See, if you ask me, do you have to study? Do you have to study means, trust me, if I was setting the question paper, I would have given you a clear answer. Reality, you just check it right. 10 lakh people are sitting and preparing for this exam. In every street in India, there is a coaching academy. There are some people who have started preparing since they are 12 years old. So, familiarity, read and keep. That is what I would say. Read it multiple times. Don't try to by heart representation of people like 1950, 52. Don't do that. Read it. Familiarize. Because in case UPSC asks a question from a very random topic, trust me, the answer won't be so complicated. Topic may look difficult. Answer will be simple. But just read and keep. You won't lose anything. And otherwise also Representation of People's Act. It's a very important question from mains perspective. Maximum strength is 250 members. Rajya Sabha 238, nominated members 12, present strength 245, members from state 225, union territory 8, nominated 12. Constitutional schedule is the 4th schedule. Indirect election, they are elected from legislative assemblies. Proportional representation by single transferable vote. Basis of allocation is the population. UP has 31 seats, Tripura has only 1 seat in Rajya Sabha. Unlike India, US Senate provides equal representation to all states with 2 members per state. Why speaker is always from ruling party? Convention. Convention it is. Council of Ministers are present to just to vote, or even they have powers in their hands. I answered it already. Say for I'll give it properly to you. See, UPA government, whatever anybody may say, UPA had intelligent prime minister, intelligent that, intelligent this. The ultimate reality is Manmohan Singh's hands were tied. Nobody can dispute on that. There was a serious case of policy paralysis because whatever decisions, even if he wanted to take, he had to get the approval of each and every coalition partner. He couldn't take decisions. That was a reality. Yes, nobody is disputing his economic prowess or he is very intelligent, his contributions to the country. Nobody is disputing it. Got the point here. But as the Prime Minister, was he able to take decisions independently? Absolutely not. Council of Ministers used to hold him tightly. Now what has happened with Narendra Modi government? It is the exact ulta. Sometimes Council of Ministers also doesn't know what is running around in his head. What decision they will bring with. Best example is Rafale deal again. Defense Ministry also was caught completely unaware when Prime Minister's office did a complete bypassing, directly struck a deal with the French president and sealed the deal. They were also not aware that Prime Minister's office is doing some parallel negotiation there. Got the point here? That is the difference between the two. So when a strong PM is there, single party rule, Council of Ministers will be like, oh, like this it will be. When you have a coalition government, then the Prime Minister will be like, you, like that it will be. Try to remember it that way. Representation of union territories in Rajya Sabha, again indirect election, specially constituted electoral college, single transferable vote, Delhi, Puducherry, Jammu and Kashmir. What is this electoral college and all? It is given in Lakshmikant. Just go through it once. Legal basis for union territory representation, Representation of People Act. Relevant part is Part 4A, Key Section 27A, separate electoral college for each UT allotted Rajya Sabha seats. Electoral college, yeah, okay, I put it already. Metropolitan Council under Delhi Administration Act. This was the electoral college for Delhi before 1991, before it became a union territory. Delhi after 1991, electoral college consists only of Delhi Legislative Assembly. For what? Rajya Sabha. For Puducherry, it consists of Puducherry Legislative Assembly under Government of Union Territories Act 1963. For Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, Chandigarh, there is no representation. Why? Very less population. Representation in Rajya Sabha is based on population. Population is very, very low. You won't have a representation there. Clear? Nominated members 12, appointed by President from Literature, Science, Arts, Social Service. That is how, even sports also, that is how Sachin Tendulkar as well as Rekha found a place where inside Rajya Sabha. Induct eminent persons without elections. United States Senate has no nominated members. Maximum strength 550 members. Lok Sabha. Members from states 530. Members from union territories 20. Present strength 543. From states 524, union territory 19. Direct election by the people. Territorial constituencies based on universal adult franchise 18 years. 61st Constitutional Amendment Act of 1988 brought down the age. Union territory representation is decided by the Parliament. 2 Anglo-Indian members were there earlier. President used to appoint. Original time limit was 1960, but it was extended multiple times. 104th Constitutional Amendment Act stopped with this practice of nomination in Parliament of Anglo-Indian members as well as in the state legislative assemblies. Correct, Sudha Murthy, correct. Correct. Effective date is 25th January 2020. System of election to Lok Sabha, territorial constituencies. Ratio of seats to population to be uniform across states. Each state is divided into territorial constituencies. That means The representation, one MP for Lok Sabha is to X population. It is the same within the state, among the states, all over the country. Some variation will be there, small variation, upar niche will be there. But generally, when you see, it is actually one MP, or how much population is being represented, that is the same all over the country. Uniformity maintained among constituencies within a state. Universal adult franchise, voting age is 18. Chairman of Rajya Sabha is not subordinate to the House and is directly responsible to the Rajya Sabha. Chairman cannot vote in the first instance but as a casting vote in case of a tie. Salaries and allowances are fixed by Parliament, charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. Panel of vice chairpersons is nominated by chairman. Any may preside in absence of chairman and deputy chairman. Panel of vice chairpersons are basically created. That is, a case happens where, let us say, chairman goes on to do his presidential duties, Rajya Sabha. Deputy chairman is also sick. Then who will come? From among the panel of vice chairperson, somebody can come and do it. Clear? When both offices are vacant, president appoints a member until election is held. Each house has separate secretarial staff. I told you this already. Recruitment and service conditions are regulated by the Parliament. Headed by Secretary General, appointed by the presiding officer. This is the secretariat for each house. Leader of the House in Lok Sabha is Prime Minister if he is a member. That is, if the Prime Minister has won the election from Lok Sabha, then automatically he becomes what? Leader of the House. Otherwise, just in case he is from the Rajya Sabha, like how it was for Manmohan Singh, then he will appoint somebody, nominate somebody from his party to be the leader there. In Rajya Sabha, leader of the House is minister nominated by Prime Minister. Roles include managing business and proceedings and nominating deputy leader. Leader of opposition is recognized under 1977 Act, must belong to the largest opposition party with at least 1/10 of total house strength. That means what? More than 55 MPs should be there. Then only you become a leader of opposition. If you don't have at least 55 MPs, then you don't become leader of opposition. Entitled to salary and facilities equivalent to a cabinet minister. If equal strength parties exist, speaker or chairman decides recognition. Inspired by British shadow cabinet model. That means if two parties are there, two parties are having same numbers, 55, then speaker or chairman will decide the recognition. Whom should it go? Year, don't worry. That level they will not ask, because the crazy part is when you present a bill and when it becomes an act are two different things. Getting the point here. Even with that, I remember still for my Kerala Administrative Service interview, they confused me with this 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Because if you actually look at it, when they were presented as 71st and 72nd. But I think by the time it got passed or something, it became 72nd and 73rd or 73rd and 74th. Something, some change happened there. Because in between another bill came out. So that doesn't matter. That number specifically doesn't matter. The year also doesn't matter. You must know, okay, this amendment, what did it lead to? Enough. Shadow Prime Minister generally means somebody who will shadow the main Prime Minister. That is generally leader of opposition, always keeping a track of what the government is doing. That is what shadow Prime Minister means. We don't have that practice here. That practice is not there here. PM appoints leader of opposition. Prime Minister doesn't appoint. No. It is appointed only if leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha is appointed by the Speaker of Lok Sabha if a particular political party at least has 1/10 of the total strength of Lok Sabha. That is why during 2019, there was no leader of opposition. Because Congress fared very poorly in that election. 2024, they improved it. Their number of MPs increased actually. So that is why Rahul Gandhi became leader of opposition. Now in 2029, let us say, in case, hypothetical scenario, NDA is able to do better this time. NDA is able to get a very good majority, better than 2019 also, better than 2024 also. Then what will happen? There won't be a leader of opposition. That is the reality. Clear? Whips are based on parliamentary conventions. Chief Whip in Lok Sabha is Minister of Parliamentary Affairs. In Rajya Sabha, Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs. Recognized whips enjoy facilities under 1998 Act based on party strength. 55 members in Lok Sabha and 25 in Rajya Sabha. That means this party whip also, it is not that for every political party it will be there. Let us say I start a political party and I only have 2 MPs from my party. Will I have a whip for it? No. Why? Only 2 MPs. Minimum criteria is what? 55, 1/10 in Lok Sabha. Same 1/10 in Rajya Sabha. Clear? Why CM is not real head of the state? CM is the real head of the government, real executive. You have mixed 2 things, Shabir Hussain. Real head of the government. Head of state, when you say, that is actually governor, which is nominal, titular, just namesake. Real executive authority lies with chief minister. Okay. Now this particular portion, census, this we will take up after a break. Alright, this entire census part, because it is there in news, so we will take it. So let us take another break now. Wait a minute. I don't support any political party. Pro India. Till 2 more minutes is there, right? We will wait. Just in case if somebody is finishing their lunch. Jai Hind. Good afternoon, Sonali. All right, people. So, census. So, let us try to demystify this whole myth around what is census, etc. So, first of all, when you are supposed to readjust these constituencies, because ideally, with population increase or based on what the current population is, you're supposed to adjust the number of constituencies because creation of a constituency itself relies on population. So population is more. Ideally, constituencies should be more because that is the true symbol of democracy. If you're basically looking for social justice, political justice, that is, all the sections of the population should be represented in the parliament, you need to increase the size. So, scope of readjustment, allocation of seats to states and division into constituencies. That is the purpose. Seats also will vary accordingly. Delimitation acts were enacted in 1952, 1962, 1972 and 2002. That means these were the initial acts that were passed where they set up a delimitation commission and based on the population, they set up the constituencies. Freeze was introduced in the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976, what did it do? It froze the delimitation. Based on which census? 1971 census. And this freezing was extended till which year? 2000. The further it was extended, 84th Constitutional Amendment Act of 2001 till 2026. Got the picture here? So what Indira Gandhi started first? Freezing the Delimitation Commission till what? Till 1971. When was it done? In the year 1976. Then that again, what is it? The freezing period was increased till 2000. This was further extended to 2026 by the 84th Constitutional Amendment Act. Rationalization of constituencies. Permitted change, rationalization of constituencies, 1991. Census for rationalization was conducted in 1991 census. 87th Constitutional Amendment Act of 2003 made 2001 as the census basis. That is, freezing they permitted till 2026. But later what they did, based on 2001 census, they started making the population changes, etc. 2001, 1991, etc. They started making it. That means number of seats will not change. Population basis will change. From 71 it may change to 91 and then to 2001. That kept on changing. Population, constituencies we are not going to change. More number of people will get added under each constituency. But seats we are going to make it permanent. Or rather freeze it. Delimitation means what? It is the process of fixing boundaries of territorial constituencies. Country or province with a legislative body. Responsible authority is what? Delimitation Commission or Boundary Commission. That means this commission's main purpose is what? To basically decide what is the territorial extension of one MP. How much or rather how many people will he be representing? Getting the point here? Yes, correct. Good. Yeah. Who has a power to independently speak in Lok Sabha without anyone's? Mohiddin Mohit, what question is that? Independently speak. You need to speak anything in the parliament. First, you need to get the approval from the speaker. Rational. Fundamental to parliamentary democracy. It ensures free and fair election. Why you need delimitation? It is mandatory due to single member constituency system. Reflects changing population realities. One person, one vote. Population variations causes unequal vote value. This is the biggest fear of the most of the southern states currently, because like I told you already, Kerala as well as the state of Tamil Nadu, today they are experiencing what? Easily 1/5 of their population is belonging to the old age. Their fertility rates are declining. They are not having youth as much as the other states. So what the southern states are basically telling is that we will lose our seats. We will lose our seats, whereas northern states, if you take UP, Bihar, MP, etc., those regions, right from Rajasthan, maybe all the way till West Bengal, there you are going to see some increase in seats. That is what they are saying. We don't know whether it will increase, decrease, remain unchanged. We'll have to wait and watch. Although parity in vote value is the objective, demographic variations across constituencies affect electoral equality in practice. Reality, there will be variations because obviously population is not the same in every constituency. Clear? Moving further. Delimitation Commission. Now, what type of a body it is? It is a statutory body, not a constitutional body. Central government, under parliamentary law, sets it up. Primary function is demarcation of parliamentary and assembly constituencies. Orders have the orders of the Delimitation Commission has the force of law. It cannot be challenged in a court. That means after the 2027 census, next year, once the census is over, based on that census, if the government of India sets up the Delimitation Commission and the Delimitation Commission makes the division now of constituencies, opposition or for that matter any party cannot go to the court challenging that we challenge the Delimitation Commission. This shouldn't be allowed. This will benefit the northern states more, won't benefit the southern states. That logic will not work there because this is their job. Supreme Court will only look into what? Procedure established by law. Was proper procedure followed by the Delimitation Commission when it came to dividing the constituencies? That's all they will see. Clear? Absolutely, it will take place. It has nothing to do with fair or unfair. The fairness comes with what? What is the fairness here? One person, one vote. Is that affected? No. Should regions with higher population have more representation? Absolutely, yes. Correct. Regions with higher population should have more representation. Regions with lower population, either current, whatever benchmark is there, that should remain as it is. That is, if there are 20 MPs from the state of Kerala, you will keep it as it is. But for the other states, you will have to increase it proportionately. You cannot have it like that where in Kerala alone, one MP will have 10 lakh. Whereas in UP, you will have one MP will have to represent 20 lakh. That is disparity. Got the point here? That is the disparity. So you have to ensure political and social justice here. That is a founding principle of the Constitution. Effectiveness and on date specified by the President. Legislative or laid before Lok Sabha and Legislative Assembly cannot be modified by the legislatures. That means once this is given, nobody can challenge it. Basically, neither the legislature can challenge it nor the judiciary. Chances are there. High amount of chances is there. Constitutional provision relating to delimitation 81. Composition of Lok Sabha 82. Readjustment after census 170. Composition of state legislative assemblies 330. Reservation of seats for SC 332. Reservation of seats for ST. These articles were amended by 84th Constitutional Amendment Act and 87th Constitutional Amendment Act. So far, 4 delimitation commissions have been constituted by different acts of the Parliament. We already saw those years. Lok Sabha seats frozen based on 1971 census till first census after 2026. State Assembly seats frozen based on 71 census till first census after 2026. SC and ST reservations have been reworked based on 2001 census. Parliamentary and Assembly constituencies based on 2001 census. It has been validity period remain frozen until after 2026. Equal population within a state as far as practicable. So the latest census will be taken and it will be implemented. Clear? Your eyes are looking, you are going to sleep. Oof. Offline class means, brother, I would have given you nice, non-vegetarian reply only. Mind your own business, na. Governing law, Delimitation Act 2002, census basis 2001 census. Territorial coverage, all the states except J&K. Chairperson is serving or retired Supreme Court judge. Ex officio member, Chief Election Commissioner. State member, State Election Commissioner of concerned state or UT. Associate members, 10 per state. Lok Sabha associate, 5 elected members from the state. This is 4th Delimitation Commission which was set up earlier. 5 member of state legislative assemblies will be there. So if you look at it, it has representations from where? MPs, SEC, CEC, SCC, MP, and then MLA. Associate members have no voting or signing rights, nominated by speakers of Lok Sabha and State Assembly. Justice Kuldeep Singh, retired judge of the Supreme Court, was appointed as the chairperson of the 4th Delimitation Commission. Implementation of 4th Delimitation Commission recommendation. Submission year 2007, Presidential Notification 2008. States excluded were Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Nagaland. Jharkhand's final orders were nullified. 2009 Lok Sabha elections held on new constituencies in 499 out of 543 seats. Areas excluded in 2009 were 5 states and J&K. That is the 4th Delimitation Commission was established. Okay. The 4th Delimitation Commission was established. They gave their orders when 2007 and 8. Some states were excluded from it. Why they were excluded? Unstable. Jharkhand, the final order was nullified. Largely tribal population. 2009 Lok Sabha elections were held on new constituencies in 499 out of 543 states. Then, Delimitation Commission of 2020. February 2020, rescinding of 2000 notification differing limitation in 4 northeastern states. This was the latest one, which rescinded. Rescinded means it cancelled the 2008 order. Improved security and law and order conditions were cited as a reason for covering again which and all states? 4 northeastern states, Union Territory of J&K. Delimitation Act 2002, J&K Reorganization Act 2019. These were the 2 laws governing the respective states. Because why J&K Reorganization Act? Because J&K's statehood was taken out and it was converted into 2 union territories. Who can take part and speak in Lok Sabha without any election? Attorney General of India. AGI. Who can take part and speak in Lok Sabha without any? Even member of Rajya Sabha can come and sit there. They can also come and speak there in the proceedings. They won't be having voting rights. Chairperson, retired Supreme Court judge, ex officio member, election commissioner. Additional member, March 2021 development. In the March 2021, what happened? They had removed 4 states once again out of its purview. Extended its purview till May 2022. Jammu and Kashmir, 5 members were associated with it. So what is the bottom line here now? So the delimitation of Jammu and Kashmir held in 2020. So initially the idea was they are going to conduct it for northeastern states and Jammu and Kashmir. But later, once again, what they did, they removed northeast out of it. Exclusively, they conducted it only for Jammu and Kashmir. Why did they do that? Because earlier, Jammu and Kashmir, anything you had to do, Jammu and Kashmir was governed by special acts, which was what? Anything you want to do there, even if you want to conduct a delimitation there, you needed state legislative assemblies permission. Now, after the Reorganization Act of 2019, that was no more needed. So, Delimitation Commission came there, redrew the boundaries of the constituencies. Earlier, census was conducted in 57, 66, 75 and 95. 1995 exercise also was based on 81 census. No census in 91. PRIs law came into application in 2001, postponing delimitation even for J&K till 2026. Finally, earlier assembly strength was 1111, seats in Ladakh 4, seats reserved for Pakistan occupied J&K 24. Status changed. Creation of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Assembly seats were fixed. 114. 111 plus 3 new seats. 2 seats to be nominated for women. Pakistan occupied J&K seats 24 remain vacant and excluded from delimitation. Excluded, mind you. Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act of 2019. Following that, the Delimitation Commission's orders, 24 remain vacant and excluded. Net increase in seats were 7. Net increase. Census basis for delimitation was 2011. More than doubled since 1981. That is, they took that last available census. Got the point? I know there is a freeze till 2026. But when they did the delimitation exercise, they referred the 2011 census. That means J&K is the only state in the country, or rather the union territory in the country where Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, where the census has been, or the delimitation has been set according to the last latest census, which is 2011. For the first time, reservation of seats for SC and ST in J&K Assembly was worked out under Articles 330 and 332 of the Constitution, Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act and Delimitation Act. Previously, the J&K Constitution did not provide for ST reservations. Jammu and Kashmir treated as a single entity. Parliamentary constituencies 5. Assembly constituencies per parliamentary seats 18. Total assembly constituencies 19. Obviously, this is 18. One parliamentary seat into 5 equals 90. 43 in Jammu, 47 in Kashmir. New constituencies created were 6 in Jammu, 1 in Kashmir. ST reservation in 9 constituencies. ST distribution 6 in Jammu, 3 in Kashmir. SC 7. Some constituencies renaming, including Sri Mata Vaishno Devi. A new Anantnag Rajouri parliamentary constituency was created, combining areas of Kashmir and Jammu regions. Alright. Clear? Moving further. At least 2 members, including 1 female, to be nominated to the assembly, equivalent to nominated members of Puducherry Assembly. Why Puducherry Assembly is being compared here? Because this is a union territory. Displaced persons from POK, central government may consider nominating representatives from there. Case context, please seeking fresh delimitation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Now this is just for your information from current affair. That is, Jammu and Kashmir's territorial constituencies were redrawn based on 2011 census. So what happened? A petition was filed in the Supreme Court telling that in Jammu and Kashmir you did it based on 2011. Do it also for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Supreme Court dismissed it completely. Supreme Court said Constitution bar before first census after 2026. Means why this became possible in Jammu and Kashmir, why not in the other states? Because in Jammu and Kashmir, if you really see, it had a separate identity of its own. And it became a union territory. And now no more it has any special act, special privileges, nothing. No separate constitution, no separate flag, nothing. It is also what? Another part of India. It was always been. But now it is like official. So there is a exception there. Entertaining such pleas could open floodgates. For every state, it is frozen till 2026. You cannot conduct delimitation commission in other states. Jammu and Kashmir is a special thing here. For other states, if you need to conduct it, you will have to wait till 2026 census gets over. Then you can have it. Allegation at a discrimination campaign to J&K rejected. Clear? See, never seen PYQs from your Indian Sentinel. The idea here is, I will tell you, this is there in the news like anything. If you remember last year, entirely it was Delimitation Commission, commission may happen, seats may increase, seats may decrease. This is there in the news at least for the last 2-3 years. And ever since census got announced, that is the only reason we are covering it over here. Clear? Moving ahead. Sessions, 3 sessions in a year, budget, monsoon, winter, February, May, July, September, November, December. Maximum gap between 2 sessions is 6 months. Parliament meets at least twice yearly. At least it should meet, but we meet 3 years. A session spans from first sitting to prorogation or dissolution in case of Lok Sabha. Period between prorogation and next session is called the recess. That means something is very, very simple. Prorogue. Summon. Yeah. Summon and proroguing, who does that? President does that. On the advice of whom? On the advice of Council of Ministers plus Prime Minister. Calling it. So once the session starts, it continues. Okay. So sometimes in between you will hear this. House has been adjourned. House adjourned means what? Temporarily it is suspended. That is when the opposition creates too much of ruckus, the speaker or the chairman may say adjourned. Means for this day or for this entire week, no more sessions. It is temporarily suspended. Then comes what? The last day of the session. That is when they basically say adjournment sine die. Adjournment sine die means it is over. That session is over. Now, let us say now currently budget session is going on. So, last day they say adjournment sine die means it's completely over. That means prorogation is issued by the president. Next session will come when? Monsoon session. Again, summoning will happen. The gap between this summon and this prorogation, that is called a recess. Very good, very good. Nikhil, nothing to do here because this is, like I told you, this is actually a revision class. So you will have to take call. And I know that delimitation part, I don't know how many faculties have really taken it up. But it was there in the current affairs, that is why I have taken it up. You can do one thing, read it towards the end. Basically, in a nutshell, if you want me to tell it, it means Jammu and Kashmir delimitation has happened or not? Yes, it has happened. Based on what? 2011 census. For rest of the states, it is frozen till 2026. So after the census completes, there is a chance for Delimitation Commission to set up. Done. Next thing is what? Has Delimitation Commissions been set up earlier? Yes. 4 times earlier. Which are the years? Noted down. Delimitation Commission, is it a statutory body or a constitutional body? It is a statutory body. It has a force of the law. Whatever recommendations they give cannot be questioned by a court of law, cannot be altered by the legislature. Enough. Normally, a retired judge or a judge of the Supreme Court will be part of it. Under the Delimitation Commission, you will have representation from the MPs as well as from the MLAs. Done. This much you remember. This much at least you remember. Clear? Each meeting has 2 sittings, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Adjournment suspends the work of the House. It is done by the presiding officer. A sitting of either House. It can be for hours, days or weeks. Procedure devised within a session. It will not terminate the session. Adjournment sine die. Terminates a sitting without fixing a date for next meeting. Again decided by presiding officer, sitting of either House, indefinite period. Procedural device within a session. Session continues until prorogation. Prorogation. It ends a session. It is given by the president. A session of either House until next session is summoned. Constitutional power of the president. Issued after adjournment sine die. Generally, it is issued after adjournment sine die. Alright. Then, dissolution. Dissolution means what? Ends the life of the House. Life of the House is only possible for whom? Lok Sabha only, decided by the president. It will happen, number 1, normally, automatically, when after 5 years is over. Otherwise, when they lose the majority. Unless earlier dissolved. Or it is extended during national emergency. Constitutional provision it is irrevocable. Irrevocable means once you dissolve the Lok Sabha, it is done. Then you cannot say, oh, yo, I made a mistake. Please, everybody come back. You cannot do that. Who will take a speaker and what is the procedure? It is very clearly given in Lakshmikant. It is a normal procedure. It will be put up for vote. Deputy Speaker will take charge because it is a resolution consisting of his removal. So 14-day notice period, charges against him, everything has to be framed. In case that resolution gets approved, it simply means that it actually means there are MPs within the government who wants the speaker to be removed. Means they agree with the opposition. Or in other words, it simply means they lack the majority now. So if the speaker actually gets removed, now the opposition can actually then pass what? Can actually place a motion for no confidence. And then they can try to pass it. That is the thing. This is not going to work out only. Don't worry. That probably that petition itself, removal, if they consider it also, speaker is not going to get affected. That is the reality. May occur before the expiry of the term, automatic after 5 years unless extended during emergency. Yeah, quorum. For Lok Sabha, you require at least a minimum of 55. Rajya Sabha, 25. Why? 1/10 of total membership. Clear? Coming to that. Simple majority means those who are present and voting. That day they are present also, they are voting also. That means they are not abstaining. This is generally used for ordinary bills and motions, normal things. Effective majority means what? Total number of members minus the vacancies. Removal of presiding officers. This is what will come for speaker now. Effective majority. Absolute. Total membership. Component of special majority. Special type 1. Total majority plus 2/3 of the members present and voting. That is, total majority means more than 50%. Special 2, 2/3 of the total membership. Impeachment of president. Special majority 3, 2/3 present and voting. All India service creation, which is a resolution that is exclusively passed in Rajya Sabha. Types of bills again. Original bill, new proposal or policy, amending, modifies, consolidating laws on a subject. Expiry laws, continuance bill, to continue expiring laws. Repealing bill, to repeal an existing act. Validating. This is just for your information. FYI. Just read only. Enough. Now, effects of dissolution. Ashok Naidu, not today. Bill status, pending in Lok Sabha, lapses. Passed in Lok Sabha, pending Rajya Sabha, lapses. That means anything pending in Lok Sabha will lapse. What has passed in Lok Sabha but pending in Rajya Sabha, that also lapses. Pending in Rajya Sabha, not passed in Lok Sabha, does not lapse. Passed in both but pending assent of the president, does not lapse. It is returned by the president, does not lapse. Joint sitting notified, again does not lapse. See, why you will not keep a continuous house means election simply means what? Every 5 years it has to be conducted. Every 5 years. Giving the choice to the people. If you had kept Lok Sabha as a continuous body, then it would easily lead to what? Dictatorship. Simple reason for that. Rajya Sabha, if you really see, Rajya Sabha, it is not done on the basis of what? Even though it is a continuous body. 6 years. Every 2 years, 1/3 of the members will retire. In every 2 years, what is happening? In every 2 years, if you look at the state of affairs in our country, state assembly elections are there. So new parties will keep coming in. New MLAs will come. New MLAs will vote for new MPs into power. So that way what happens is the representation of the states can stay latest as much as possible. Now this again will lose its priority or meaning once we have simultaneous elections for Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, Parliamentary election and Legislative Assembly election. Then this will start losing its importance. Because it is almost like single time only you are going to conduct state election as well as central election. So in one single go, state elections are also conducted. At least for 5 years, MLAs won't change. So whoever are the current MLAs, they will vote for the current MPs of Rajya Sabha. So that also more or less. Retirement will continue. But those MPs will almost remain like permanent MPs only, at least for 4-5 years. That is the point. Ordinary bill stages, first reading. First reading only means what? I'm just introducing the bill, the reasons for introducing, and maybe I'll just say which are the main clauses, just the headings part. Sometimes this first reading is not required if I already publish it were in the Gazette. Second reading, that is where the main things happen. Clause by clause, general discussion, committee, clause by clause discussion, everything happens here. It can be even referred to a committee. Third reading, it is like final vote. No more changes are allowed here. It is just like clause by clause, whether people support it, oppose it. Only that is done. Second house will pass it, make amendments, can reject it. They can delay to a maximum of 6 months. More than that, if it happens, 6 months delay is there. Joint sitting is possible. For non-money bills, assent can withhold, can return, except a money bill. President. Money bill, it is only introduced in the Lok Sabha. Prior recommendation of president is required. Rajya Sabha's role is only a recommendation. They can delay it for maximum of 14 days. Speaker certification is required for a money bill. Once a speaker gives that certification, this is a money bill, means nobody can question it. A controversy was involved with regard to Aadhaar. Speaker called it as money bill and sent it. Opposition tried questioning it in the Supreme Court. But by the time Supreme Court came with a ruling, Supreme Court said that now more than 90% of the population is covered under Aadhaar. So there is nothing that we can do about it now. Clear? 108 as in? Answer this. Answer what? Arey yaar. You are in your 10th standard, means please. Oof. Speaker certification. Final non-justiciable. President cannot return the money bill. Finance Bill 1 contains Article 110 and other matters. Finance Bill 2 involves expenditure only. Constitutional basis of Article 112, that is budget. Financial year 1st April to 31st March, presented on 1st February since 2017. Consolidated fund, public fund, contingency fund. No withdrawal from consolidated fund can take place without passing the appropriation bill. From public account, it is government operation. They can do it any point of time. Contingency fund is kept under the disposal of the president for to meet any unforeseen expenditure. Charged expenditure includes president's emoluments, Supreme Court judges' salaries, comptroller, CAG, UPSC, debt charges, and court decrees. Financial bills must be enacted within 75 days under Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1931. Joint session 108. What about it? Yeah, I understand. Presentation of budget. Finance Minister delivers budget speech in Lok Sabha. Budget is laid before Rajya Sabha. What and all budget documents comes in it? Budget speech, annual financial statement, demand for grants, finance bill, fiscal responsibility and budget management statements, expenditure management, receipts budget, expenditure profile, memorandum explaining provisions of finance bill, budget at a glance, outcome budget, implementation of previous announcements. General discussion after the presentation is held in both the houses. Duration is 3 to 4 days. No cut motions. No voting at this stage. Cut motion means what? Cut motion means cutting down the allocation that is given to different ministries or portfolios. And then no voting. Voting means no voting happens. It's all discussion only. Clear? Now, if you ask me now, somebody asks, what is your political thing? Political, you leave. But we all know recently, only one MP is there worth appreciation today. Can anybody tell me which MP is that? Somebody who has been speaking only sense inside the parliament, at least in this last 3-4 days. Literally, what we want to ask as an educated society, what we want to ask, one person alone is asking it. Clear? Budget word is not mentioned, but it is mentioned as what? Annual financial statement. That is how it is mentioned. It is not. Bird budget is not mentioned. Raghav Chadda. Exactly. Getting the point here. So he is doing all the discussion. He is asking the genuine questions. Clear? See, charged upon and charged under means, say for example, now I cannot basically start questioning the government. Why Supreme Court judges are taking this much of salary? That I cannot do. Those are permanent things. Those things you are not going to discuss. Salary of CAG, salary of High Court, Supreme Court judges, none of that. Whatever new expenditures you are going to make, that is for Narega, why you have given only 30,000 crore, why you have given it to G Ramji 90,000 crore, that is charged under. So that can be discussed. So this charged, made to, or charged expenditure, what we say, this is generally not put up for any discussion. Whereas any fresh expenditures that you make, any allocations that you make, that is kept under discussion. Examination of demands for grants, examined by Departmental Standing Committee, system introduced in 1993, expanded in 2004. So demands of grants is examined by Departmental Standing Committees, actually only in paper. It is not at all done. Departmental Standing Committees don't actually do it. The money is spent by the concerned ministries. Later only they will see whether it was useful or not. Voting on demand from grants conducted in Lok Sabha only, Rajya Sabha cannot vote. Charged expenditure is not submitted to vote. Policy cut, economic cut, token cut. Special money bill. What and all you people are asking? Act regarding insult of nation's pride, Vande Mataram. Which PM has faced most non-confidence motions. Policy cut, reduce it to ₹1. Policy cut, reducing it to ₹1 simply means, like I told you again, G Ramji bill, policy cut motion, let us say it gets passed in the parliament. G Ramji bill from 90,000 crore, reduce it to ₹1. In case if it gets passed in the Lok Sabha, it simply means what? There are MPs within the government who are not supportive of it. If a policy motion gets passed means, policy cut gets passed means, it simply means government is not having the support. It can actually lead to what? Demand for a NCM. Economic cut, to reduce it by a specified amount. Reducing by a specified amount means, okay, why have you allocated it this much? Try to bring it down a little. Token cut is reduced by 100. Token cut means it is just to indicate that please try to change this policy. That is the idea there. Cut motion, it is rarely passed. Passage implies loss of confidence in government. Guillotine clause. Guillotine clause means, see, it is not actually possible to discuss each and every nook and cranny of a bill. So sometimes what they will do is they will just read out the main provisions, only put that for vote and just pass the whole bill. On last allotted day, remaining demand for grants are put to vote without any further discussion. That is last what they will do is the main items they would have finished discussing. The last thing what is pending, they'll be like, put it all for voting now together, irrespective of the fact whether discussion has happened or not. Appropriation bill, like I told you, any amount of money you want to take out from Consolidated Fund of India, this bill has to be passed. Authorizes withdrawal of money from CFI. No amendments permitted that vary the amounts. Vote on account. Vote on account simply means till this gets passed. Till this appropriation bill gets passed. Earlier, it used to take time. Correct? Because March or April only they used to have the budget that time. Now we are having it 1 month in advance. March 31st is the financial year, when the financial year ends. Correct? Since 2017, we are giving away the budget from when? February 1st. So what is the advantage? By February 28, generally appropriation bill will get passed. So you have the money for the next by March 31st, appropriation bill will get passed. So you will have the money to withdraw. So when you start from 1st April onwards, you have the money. This is the current scenario. Earlier, this was not the case. Earlier, April, May months and all used to go in budget discussions. By May or something only, the bills, everything will get passed. That is appropriation bill. So April, May, I should run the country right. How will I do that? Vote on account. Covers 2 months of expenditure, approximately 1/6 of the total estimated expenditure. in election years may cover 3 to 5 months. Clear? Oh, thank you, Shraddha. Must be enacted. Finance bill must be enacted within 75 days under Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1931. Other grants, supplementary grant in case the voted amount is insufficient. Additional means a new service. Excess means you have spent money more. Expenditure exceeds the grant. Vote of credit, it is exceptional, unexpected, indefinite demand. Exceptional means a special purpose. Token, reappropriation of funds. Token means from one heading, you are redistributing the funds to another sector or another head. Ashok Naidu, this is a revision class, brother. You are asking all questions which are pertaining to mains as well as a little bit of economics. In a slowdown scenario, could strict consolidated crowd out necessary social spending? Ya khuda. Nature. Extraordinary mechanisms to resolve deadlock between the two houses. What is it? Joint sitting. Not applicable to, this is what we need, money bills or constitution amendment bills. Conditions for summoning: rejection of a bill by one house, final disagreement on amendments, more than 6 months lapse without agreement. 6-month calculation rule, period of prorogation is excluded, period of adjournment exceeding 4 consecutive days excluded while computing 6 months. That means in the 6-month calculation rule, what and all will not be taken into consideration. Period of prorogation excluded. That means the time period where house was not in session, that won't be taken. Whenever adjournment has happened, where exceeding 4 consecutive days, Parliament was not in session, that also won't be counted. Got the point here? Presiding officer order, Speaker of Lok Sabha, in absence Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha, in absence Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, in absence member chosen by members present. So Speaker of Lok Sabha, otherwise Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha, otherwise Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Where for joint sitting? Joint sitting, you don't use the President because President is integral part. President has to finally sign the document. That is President's role, not to preside over it. Joint sitting, again, if you see, Speaker will be there, Deputy Speaker will be there, Deputy Chairman will be there. Why Deputy Chairman? Because he is a member. He is a member of Rajya Sabha. Got the point? He is a member of Rajya Sabha. Chairman is what? Vice President. Because he is Vice President, he is the Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Not that he is actually a member of Rajya Sabha. He is not a member of Parliament. He is not an MP. Got the point here? Exclusion. Chairman of Rajya Sabha does not preside. Minimum quorum, 1/10 of total membership of both the houses is required. Rules of procedure of only Lok Sabha will apply. Number of times it has been invoked since 1953. Bills passed through this mechanism: Dowry Prohibition Bill, Banking Service Commission Bill, Prevention of Terrorism Bill. Joint sitting cannot be called for Constitution Amendment Bill or impeachment. Coffee. Yeah. Got it. Good. Representation of the People Act governs elections in India. RPA, allocation of seats, delimitation, preparation of electoral rules. RPA 1951, conduct of elections, corrupt practice, disqualification disputes. Corrupt practices under section 123. Bribery, undue influence, appeals to religion, caste, community, false statements, misuse of machinery, expenditure excess, free transport, booth capturing. Disqualifications for corrupt practice, conviction, office of profit, unsound mind, insolvency, and non-citizenship. Just read it. Okay, just in case if you get a question. Election petitions are filed in high courts, appeals lie to the Supreme Court. For what? For RPA, Representation of People Act. Declare election void, declare another candidate elected, order fresh elections. Nearly half of current members of parliament face criminal charges, indicating continuing concerns about criminalization of politics. 138th Constitutional Amendment Bill proposed removal of MPs, MLAs, Chief Ministers, and Prime Minister if arrested for serious offences and not released within 30 days. This is still has been referred to a committee. So we'll have to wait and watch what will happen. Disqualification on ground of defection. Defection is what? Aya Ram, Gaya Ram. That is somebody changing their political party constantly. Number one, going against your political party's instructions. Voluntarily giving up the membership of your party. Voluntary resignation, yes. Voluntary voting against your party direction. Independently joining another party. Nominated member joining party after 6 months. This is a comedy here because in less than 6 months if you join, then it is not defection. Deciding authority, speaker or chairman. Allowed as per 1992 judgment. 10th schedule added by the 52nd Amendment Act of 1985. Introduced the anti-defection law to prevent political instability caused by party switching. Between 51 and 67, 542 MLAs defected. Between 67 and 68, there were 438 defections. In one example, out of 210 defecting legislatures in 7 states after 1967, 116 became ministers. The 91st Constitutional Amendment Act removed the split provision but retained the merger provision. What is that split and merger? That means if a party splits earlier, before this 91st Constitutional Amendment Act, the party is splitting, then it was not considered as defection. Got the point? Today it is considered. That is, a large party splits. One section of the MLA goes and joins another party. Then it is what? It is defection. But mergers are not considered as defection. So what it is? That is the next question now. How will you decide whether it is split or? That is, let us say Congress. From Congress, let us say 1/3 or 2/3 of the MLAs split from it, went and joined BJP. So is it merger or is it split? It is again left to the discretion of the Speaker of Legislative Assembly. Largely, this defection issue we are facing today only at the Legislative Assembly level, that is state level. Central level, at least for the last few years, since 2014 at least we can say that it has come down a lot. Correct, absolutely correct. Ayaram Gayaram, correct. Haryana MLA case, correct. Vacating of seats, double membership, cannot be member of both the houses or of parliament and state legislature if constitutional or legal disqualification occurred. Resignation can be given to speaker or chairman, voluntary and genuine, that is MPs or the MLAs. Absence for 60 days if they are absent without permission. Election can be declared void if seat is vacated. Expulsion, seat vacated if expelled by the house. Expulsion by the house. Mahua Moitra. Election as president or VP, seat is vacated. Appointment as governor, again you will vacate the seat. Allegiance to Constitution, sovereignty of India, faithful discharges of duties. Without oath, member cannot vote or enjoy privileges. Penalty for violation, ₹500 per day for unlawful sitting or voting. Morning session, somebody had asked. 97C. What is 97C? Anshul Yadav, put it up first. Everything you cannot expect me to say. Say it first. Exactly. It is all the point of view of speaker. Exactly correct. Ajit and Harsimran Kaur. That is the point of view. It is entirely the judgment of the speaker there. Because as per the law also, it is speaker's discretion. Moving further. Salaries and allowances of MPs before 2018, after 2018 revision. Monthly salary 1 lakh, constituency allowance 70,000, office expense 60, 2K 25,000, pension. Additional pension of 2,000 per year beyond 5 years. And that is based on this law. Salary, allowances and pension of members of Parliament Act 1954. Chairman of Rajya Sabha has salary of 4 lakh per month. Speaker entitled at par with cabinet minister including sumptuary allowance. Deputy Speaker, Minister of State including sumptuary allowance. Deputy Chairman, Minister of State including sumptuary allowance. All salaries and allowances are charged on Consolidated Fund of India. Speaker of Lok Sabha is elected by Lok Sabha from among its members. Date is fixed by the President. Tenure is the life of Lok Sabha. Resignation can be writing to Deputy Speaker. Resolution passed by effective majority. That is only those people who are present that day. Subtracting the vacant seats. Notice period 14 days. Participation during removal motion. May speak and vote but cannot preside. Continues until new house meets. That is, even after the removal, till a new speaker is elected, they can still sit there. Even after removal, they can sit there till a new speaker is elected. But like I told you, when the government is enjoying a clean majority in the Lok Sabha, removal of speaker is next close to impossible. इस साल इतने ज्यादा है इसलिए they are called thief. True. Powers and functions of speaker is the final authority, final interpreter within the house, may adjourn or suspend the meeting, casting vote in case of tie, presides over joint sitting, secret sitting may be allowed on request, money bill certification, it is his final decision, defection also, it is he who decides, committee supervision, appoints chairperson and supervises the working of the committees, it's Indian Parliamentary Group and Conference of Presiding Officers. The Speaker holds 7th rank in the order of precedence along with Chief Justice of India. Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha elected by the Speaker, date is fixed by Speaker. So Speaker's election date fixed by President. Deputy Speakers is fixed by the Speaker. Removal, effective majority with 14 days. Acts as Speaker in absence of vacancy. Voting, no initial vote. Casting vote in case of tie. Salary charged on consolidated fund. Convention usually from the opposition. Now this again is a current affair topic, correct? Because 2024, like I told you, after 2024 election, yes, we do have a leader of opposition. So ideally, because they do have what? The minimum quorum, 1/10 of the Lok Sabha seats. Then $1 million question is, why have they not actually conducted the election of a deputy speaker? Because in the constitution, there is no mandate that you have to appoint them within this time. That is, there is no time limit is specified anywhere. That a deputy speaker has to be within reasonable time, deputy speaker's election has to be conducted. That's it. And if you actually see, Parliament goes by convention. So from 2014 to 2019 and 2019 to 2024 also, largely there was no leader of opposition. 14 to 19, I'm not sure. But 19 to 24, there was no opposition. Correct? If the speaker is not there, then you have a panel of chairpersons. That was the procedure. So now the government is like, we have that already in place. 5 years we ran this show without a deputy speaker. So why do you need it now? That's the bottom line. The offices originated in 1921 under the Government of India Act of 1990. Chairman and Deputy Chairman. Vice President of India is the ex officio chairman. Deputy Chairman is elected by Rajya Sabha. He is not a member. Deputy Chairman must be a member. Money bill, they have no powers practically. Joint sitting, does not preside. Presides if chairman is absent. Not chairman. It is speaker, comma, deputy speaker. Voting, casting vote only, casting vote only. In the case of any tie, only if removed as president, they will remove as chairman here. Here it is effective majority within 14 days. Almost the same principle as your this thing. Speaker and deputy speaker. Union list, 98 subjects, exclusive power. Concurrent list, 52 subjects, state list 59. Under Article 249, national emergency, joint request of states, international agreements or during president's rule, under these criteria, center can pass laws on a state subject. Presidential ordinances must be approved within 6 weeks of reassembly or they lapse. Financial powers, budgetary approval, it is mandatory. Ex ante control before appropriation. Budget has to be approved by the parliament. You need to get the appropriation bill passed. Once it is passed and all the expenditure is made, then the expenditure made is examined by the Public Accounts Committee, Estimates Committee, and the Committee on Public Undertaking. They largely rely on what? CAG reports. Unspent funds returned to the consolidated fund. Can anybody tell me what is the change they have bought this year onwards? What change they have bought? Because these unspent funds, when it lies with the multiple accounts, it is lying vacant for one whole year. You are not touching that amount. What the economic survey found out was that it comes to around 1.6 lakh crore lying there. And the government is actually paying something like 7% interest. So 1.6 lakh crore, 7% interest, if you take, that will come to a huge amount. So this year onwards, what is the change that the government is bringing? Consolidated fund simply means it is the all the money, whatever is collected, all money that is collected, all taxes, all money that goes to Consolidated Fund of India. Any expenses you want to take also, it should come from here. This is what it is. Contingency fund means for any emergency. As the word suggests, for emergency it is. Let us say 500 crore. So 500 crore kept at the disposal of the president. President decides to spend some 200 crore because of some national emergency. So what happens now? How much is remaining in contingency fund now? 300 crore. Correct. But how much is the actual amount supposed to be? 500. Now I need to add 200 to this. Where will that 200 come? It will come from Consolidated Fund of India, where I'll have to specifically mention it. And in the appropriation bill, 200 crore is going for Contingency Fund of India. Public Account of India, as the name suggests, your national savings account, pension fund, provident fund, all that comes over here. Government generally uses this fund to borrow money from it. When it is in need of money, it will borrow. It is called for internal borrowing purposes. Clear? That is what it is. Taking it further forward. Constituent power application, simple majority for specified provision, special majority of total membership plus 2/3 present and voting. Special majority plus state ratification, federal features. This is the amendment part, Constitutional Amendment Act. That happens with these two. This is like simple changes to law. That is not amendment to the constitution. Amendment power is limited by the basic structure doctrine established in 1973. Ordinary bills, position of Rajya Sabha, equal. Constitutional amendments also equal. Money bills, it is unequal. No confidence motion, only in Lok Sabha you can pass it, not in Rajya Sabha. State list authorization, exclusive under 249. Like I told you, if international rule, Rajya Sabha passes a resolution, treaties, national emergency, president's rule, in all those cases, on a state law, they can pass a law. Who? The center. All India Services creation, it is exclusive under Article 312. That is, Rajya Sabha can pass a resolution to create a new All India Service. Finance bill, I told you already, it will contain provisions of expenditure. Money bill, ultimately, let me tell you, it all comes down to whether speaker has certified it or not. That is what decides it. Ultimately, it is speaker certification that keeps it different from any other finance bill. That means all money bills are financial bills, but all financial bills are not money bills. Why? I can pass a financial bill even without a speaker certification. I can pass it. Like an ordinary bill also I can pass it. Just saying that these are the expenditures. Got the point here? I can pass it. But if it is a money bill, first thing essential is what? Speaker's stamp and seal. And priorly I have to intimate the president about it. Akshay, okay. I was expecting you people to answer it. So the point here is this year onwards, the thing that they have brought in is, it is called just in time. That is, you spend the money first. Then we will release the fund. And it is all coming from RBI. Directly from RBI it will come, or from a treasury account. Either RBI or treasury account. Based on what? What will decide whether it is RBI or treasury account? It is decided on the basis of whether it is a central sector scheme or a centrally sponsored scheme. You find it out what it is. Homework for you people. I will explain it once again. So earlier the issue was that if I am giving budget, if I am allocating budget and giving it to people, they will actually just keep it in their account. They won't use it. So the survey basically found out that this comes to such a huge amount, 1.6 lakh crore lying in different accounts in India, lying unused. So that is why what the government of India did, they basically decided, okay, we'll bring a new thing now, which is called just in time. You make the expenditure first, then the fund will be released. All you have to show, just show that I made this expenditure. We will release the fund. Simple. So this way what happens, center need not worry about what? This paying this huge amount of interest for this unspent money lying in different accounts. And now everybody becomes accountable. Why did you spend this? Why didn't you spend? Why didn't you spend is no more a question. Why you spent becomes, you can ask. And the funds comes from either RBI or treasury based on whether it is a central sector scheme or a centrally sponsored scheme. Correct. That is what I told you. Collective privileges, publish proceedings or prohibit publication. Exclude strangers and hold secret sittings. Regulate internal procedure and adjudicate internal matters. Punish for breach of privilege or contempt, including reprimand, admonition, imprisonment, suspension or expulsion. This was done for Mr. Om Puri because he said something derogatory about actor Om Puri, or something derogatory about members of parliament. Immediate intimation of members' arrest, detention or release. Summon witnesses, papers and record. Courts cannot interfere in internal proceedings. That means whatever you do or say inside the parliament cannot be questioned in a court of law. If you remember, I have told this earlier also. Ripping off bills, throwing it on minister's face, pulling Jayalalitha's hair inside Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly. All this have happened. Her sari was also torn inside Tamil Nadu Assembly. Was any action taken against any MLAs? Nothing. You cannot take, because anything said or done inside a legislature cannot be questioned in a court of law. That is the rule. Similarly, any judgment given by the judiciary cannot be discussed inside the parliament also. It is almost like legislature is telling, I will scratch your back. Then judiciary is telling, then I will scratch your back also. Like a hidden deal it is. You don't talk bad about me, I will also not talk bad about you. Got the point here? Collective, no arrest or service or process within house presence without presiding officer's consent. Freedom from civil arrest during session and 40 days before and after. Individual, absolute legal immunity for speeches and votes inside house or the committees. Exemption from jury service and refusal to appear as witness during session. That means MLAs or MPs cannot be actually called into what? Come to court and give witness when session is going on. Breach of privilege refers to disregard of special privileges. This was breach of privilege, etc. Again, was initiated against Smriti Irani, because during that whole Rohit Vehemula incident, she gave a very fiery, very emotional, high on energy speech inside the parliament. But later they found out the entire speech was devoid of facts. So much of data, whatever she presented there, were not true. So many people actually MPs wanted to initiate breach of privilege motion against Smriti Irani. Government immediately did the firefighting. Within 2-3 months, I think, her portfolio was changed. From Ministry of HRD, she was moved towards Ministry of Broadcasting and Information. Contempt is broader and includes any act lowering the dignity or authority of the House, even if no specific privilege is breached. Source of privilege include Article 105 of the Constitution, Parliamentary statutes, rule of procedures, conventions, and judicial interpretations. Parliamentary committee, it is appointed or elected by a House or nominated by Speaker or Chairman, works under Speaker or Chairman, reports to House or presiding officer. It is provided by the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Consultative committees do not qualify as parliamentary committees. Classification of parliamentary committee, standing and ad hoc. Public Accounts Committee, established in 1921. Members 22. 15 Lok Sabha, 7 Rajya Sabha. Tenure is 1 year. Chairman is generally from the opposition since 1967. That is a convention. Examines CAG report. Estimates Committee, 1950. 30 Lok Sabha only. Chair is usually from the ruling party. Committee on Public Undertakings, again 22, 15 and 7, 1 year. Examines public sector enterprises. Exactly. Public Accounts Committee checks legality, propriety, economy and efficiency, but does not examine the policy. That means they only look into what? Whether money was spent properly or not. They will not see whether that policy is correct, whether any changes required in that policy. That aspect they will not check. Estimates Committee suggests economies and administrative reforms, but does not question policy. They also don't do that. Committee on Public Undertakings examines commercial prudence, but reviews only around 10 to 12 public sector enterprises annually. That means if you notice in this particular thing again, these two pretty much does nothing. Main body is this Public Accounts Committee. But they do not look into policy. They will only check the CAG report. And CAG report is not something which every Tom, Dick and Harry will understand. You have to be at least a little intelligent. At least a college graduate to understand what is the language of the report. That is necessary. Got the picture here. And again, the problem is that this is all after what? Post-mortem. Money has been spent. Money has gone into corruption or wastage or whatever. After that only these committees come into picture. Clear? Taking it further forward. Department related standing committees. 1993 with 17 committees. Expanded to 24 in 2004. There are 31 committees. 31 membership. 21 from Lok Sabha, 10 from Rajya Sabha. Ministers are not included. Tenure is 1 year. 8 are under Rajya Sabha, 16 under Lok Sabha. Mandate include examination of demand for grant before voting, scrutiny of bills, review of annual reports and long-term policy documents. Deeper oversight, reduced party bias, expert testimony use. Reduced party bias means, see, in these standing committees, one advantage is you will literally have people from both the ruling party as well as opposition party. So here at least, in these committees at least, they can openly give support. If I am from opposition, I can basically tell to BJP also, see, this is a nice policy, man. This is good. I can support them there. Outside, I may come and I will talk ill about it. But inside closed doors, when this happens, I can show my support. Strengthening of opposition and Rajya Sabha roles and improvement in debate quality. Committees to inquire. Petitions, Lok Sabha 15, Rajya Sabha 10. Privileges, Lok Sabha 15, Rajya Sabha 10. Ethics, Lok Sabha 15, Rajya Sabha 10. That means 15 means members. Rajya Sabha Ethics Committee established in 97, Lok Sabha Ethics Committee in 2000. Again, scrutinize and control. Government Assurance Committee, Lok Sabha is 15, Rajya Sabha 10. Subordinate legislation, 15 from each house. Papers laid on table, Lok Sabha 15, Rajya Sabha 10. Welfare of SC/ST 30, 20 from Lok Sabha, 10 from Rajya Sabha. Empowerment of women, 30 from Lok Sabha, 20 from Lok Sabha, 10 from Rajya Sabha. Joint Committee on Office of Profit, 15, 10 from Lok Sabha, 5 from Rajya Sabha. PM Kaushalya Vikas Yojana. What about that Kaushalya Skill Yojana it is? There were so much that do nothing. Okay, moving on. Business Advisory Committee, Lok Sabha 15, including Speaker. Rajya Sabha it is 11, including Chairman. Private Members Bill 15 from Lok Sabha, chaired by Deputy Speaker. Rules Committee, Lok Sabha 15, including Speaker. Rajya Sabha 16, including Chairman. So this is that one committee where you have more number of members from Rajya Sabha than compared to Lok Sabha. Absence of Members Committee, 15 from Lok Sabha. House Committee, 12 Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha 10. Library Committee, 9, 6 from Lok Sabha, 3 from Rajya Sabha. Joint Committee on Salaries and Allowances, 15, 10 Lok Sabha, 5 Rajya Sabha. Indian Parliamentary Group, which is an autonomous body formed in 1949. Autonomous means independent, open to all members of parliament. Associate membership is given to former MPs. President is Speaker of Lok Sabha. Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha and Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha are the Vice Presidents. Secretary General of Lok Sabha is the Secretary General for Indian Parliamentary Group. Outstanding Parliamentarian Award is instituted since 1995 and selected annually by a 5-member committee constituted by the Speaker. Delegation eligibility requires membership of at least 6 months. Inter-Parliamentary Union, International Organization of Parliament, 179 parliaments are their members. Peace, cooperation, strong representative institutions. Common Parliamentary Association, approximately 17,000 parliamentarians and staff, 180 parliaments and legislatures, 53 Commonwealth countries. Their publications include The Parliamentarian, which is published every 3 months, and First Reading, which is bi-monthly, every 2 months. Okay. So, yeah, only audio visual will work here. This is the same thing again. State government separately, I have brought it down again. State government, governor, etc. I kept a separate table. Go through it. The same thing what we discussed. Okay. Chief Minister is the real executive, analogous to Prime Minister. Chief Minister, government by wider support. Governor ensures formation, not policy shaping. If there is no majority, then floor test is required within 30 days. Unicameral majority. Generally in state legislatures, it is unicameral. Single house it is. But there are states with 2 houses. Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council. That comes, they are Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, UP, Bihar, Maharashtra and Karnataka. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir Council abolished in 2019. Tamil Nadu Creation Act 2010 not operational. Revival rejected in 2011. Andhra Pradesh abolished in 1985 but revived in 2007. For creation or abolition, Article 169. Special majority of assembly is required. It is ordinary law, not constitutional amendment. That is, if you need to create a legislative council, let us say state of Kerala now wants to create a legislative council, they will have to pass a special majority. Members of the, assembly and MLC. For assembly, minimum age is 25. For council, it is 30 years. Representation of People Act 1951 requirements, SC/ST reserved seats. Disqualification criteria, again the same thing. Bills reserved for the president, same point. Legislative Council position. It is only advisory or dilatory. Cannot remove the government, cannot vote on demands. Assembly is the final authority. Council is excluded from President and Rajya Sabha elections. Creation or abolition by Assembly initiative. That is, Assembly can create it also, dissolve it also. Move to external topic. Supreme Court. Clear? Privileges, same privileges only. With that, Parliament, State Legislature, that is done. Any doubts here, people? We'll start. Judiciary will start now. But before that, let us quickly complete this. Niti Aayog was started in 2014, creation 2015. Legal basis was an executive resolution. Please note that. That means it's a government decision. Replace Planning Commission, it's a policy think tank, bottom up, collaborative and non-confrontationist command economy. Relevance of PC was in a command economy. Command economy means state will decide everything. State, or rather center decided. Today we don't have that. Chairperson is the Prime Minister. Governing Council consists of Chief Ministers of State, Lieutenant Governors of Union Territory. Regional councils for specific multi-state issues, tenure is specified. Vice Chairperson has a cabinet rank. Full-time members have rank of Minister. Part-time members maximum 2, leading universities or institutions. Ex-officio members maximum 4, council ministers. CEO is appointed by the Preamble, secretary rank. Secretariat as required will be set up. Correct. Taking it further forward. 2 hubs are there, Team India and then Knowledge and Innovation. Team India promotes cooperative and competitive federalism and state coordination. Knowledge and Innovation maintains resource center, research repository partnerships. That is, many youngsters are there from IIM etc. who have their MBA degree. They actually go into research everything at the ground level. That is collected over here. Vertical cells include agriculture, allied sector, aspirational districts program. Repeatedly in news. Communication, data management and frontier technologies, economics and finance, education, industry 1 and 2, infrastructure, MSME, natural resources, PPP, rural development, social justice, social sector 1, SDG, sustainable developmental goals, water and land resources, administration support units, project appraisal, state finances, S&T, governance secretariat. I know. Should we remember this all? Read it 2-3 times, multiple times. Okay? Without PPT padaya kariye. This is revision class. Like I told you, to remember entire polity from mind, it is not possible. And UPSC exactly will ask these things only. If I am underlining something, it is not for me. It is for you to read after the class is over. Bina PPT dekar, if you want me to teach, you come and sit in my mains, offline center class. There you will know how I teach, connecting it with each and everything with the current affairs. Antyodaya, inclusive village, demographic dividend, people's participation, governance, sustainability, cooperative federalism, competitive federalism. 10th Governing Council theme, Vikasit Rajya for Vikasit Bharat at 2047. Focusing on entrepreneurship, skills, sustainable jobs, one global tourist destination per state, future-ready cities, women workforce participation, proposal, state-wise science and technology dashboard, establish state units of Niti Aayog. This is not there in your Lakshmikant. This is from current affairs. It is not there. So 10th Governing Council theme is what? Vikasit Rajya for Vikasit Bharat at 2047. Got the point here. Finance Commission Article 280, Constitution of Finance Commission every 5 years. Recommendations are laid before Parliament. Distribution of taxes, grants in aid. Composition, experience in public affairs. 4 members are there. High Court judge who is qualified. Expertise in public finance, financial administration, economics. You will have to definitely know the difference between 16th FC versus 15th FC. That you will have to know. Clear? Mandate, vertical devolution, share of divisible pool between union and states. Horizontal devolution, distribution among states. What it simply means is, from center to states, out of the total taxes collected, how much percentage goes? 41% to the states. Then, between the states, how you do it? You do it on the basis of multiple criteria. Most important one is population. Income distance. Then latest one, forest is there. How the taxes are collected. Like taxes means which are the rich states. Those states which are doing really well in terms of collecting the taxes. They get an additional concession today in the 16th Finance Commission. And I'm not sure exactly what that term is. Not able to recall it. Population is there, income distance, forest, this thing. One more is there. 5 or 6 are there. 16th FC. So population means whichever state is having high population, then obviously for birth control measures also. Demographic dividend. For birth control measures also I will give. So if you actually look at it, for the southern states, they get money only for this. Some amount they get. But the larger share actually goes to those states which are having huge population. Why? What is the reason for it? Our preamble again, economic justice. Because obviously you should give money to those states whoever are having huge population. I am not feeling sleepy. Just in case if you are wondering why my eyes are going down, it is the light. Okay, this is each tube is like 180 watt, and there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 tubes at the top. Down below there is that spotlight is there, na? What you see in the studios, that is also there. That is literally burning my eyes. But that is the reason. I am not sleepy. Trust me. My eyes are, I'm squinting because it's as if somebody is poking my eyes. That is the reason. Just letting you know. No need of sympathy, by the way. So center to states 41%. Between states, how are you going to do it? You're going to do it on this basis. That is the reason why when you take population alone as a criteria, UP, Bihar scores really high in it. Clear? Got it. Moving further. Grants in aid are given under Article 275. Allocation principles. Disaster relief is given. Local body grants are based on State Finance Commission's report. Other matters as referred by the President. Recommendations are advisory but generally accepted. Strong persuasive value. It is quasi-judicial in nature. Ensures fiscal federalism. Please lessen the lights. Can't do that. Brightness will come down. PRI, 73rd Constitutional Amendment, 1992. Enforcement date, 24th April 1993. Part 9, Articles 243 to 243. 29 subjects under the 11th schedule. Compulsory provisions, it's a 3-tier system. That is, you will have panchayats at the village level, intermediate level, and district level. Direct elections at all levels. Tenure is 5 years. Re-election within 6 months if dissolved. SC/ST reservation, proportion to population, women reservation 1/3 including SC/ST. State Election Commission setting it up as mandatory. State Finance Commission every 5 years. Now one question to you people. That is, let us say now, central government loses its majority in 2026. New government will have 5 years. State government loses majority. New government will have 5 years. Panchayat loses majority. Government fails, whatever. New government will have 5 years. Municipality loses majority. New government will have 5 years. How many statements are correct in this? Two statements are correct. Two statements are correct. First two only, sir. That is what it is. Many of you are aware of it. Happy to see that. Because panchayat and municipality, once that term gets disturbed, if a new government forms in panchayat and municipality, a new body comes over there, they will only continue for the remaining period. This was a PYQ, by the way. Okay. Agriculture, 11th schedule. Land reforms, irrigation, animal husbandry, fisheries, forestry, industry, infrastructure, social, welfare, others. These are the subjects under it, just for your information. Read only. PESA Act applicable states: Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, and Rajasthan. ST reservation in minimum 50% of the seats. Chairperson reserved for ST at all levels. That is, a chairperson should be from somebody from the ST community. What is this PESA Act? Panchayat extended to scheduled areas. So here it is basically Gram Sabhas, you call them. What are Gram Sabhas? These are all the voters of a village. That is basically people who are more than 18 years old. And they have additional powers rather compared to a normal panchayat. Why? Because these are in scheduled areas or scheduled tribal areas. Even if you need to move a rock there, you need to get the clearance from Gram Sabha. Without that, you cannot move an inch. Got the point here? Oof. Thank you. Population 17.5, demographic performance 10%, area 10, forest 10, contribution to GDP, income 42.5, income distance. That's correct. Contribution to GDP, that is the addition. All right. I'll just write it down over here because, yeah. Population, income distance, demographic dividend, forest. What was that one more? Forest area. Yes, area. Then contribution to GDP. That is the latest addition to it. Because the southern states especially were telling that we are contributing highest in taxes, but we are getting very low allocation. Clear? 10, 10, 10, 10. Performance. Area 10, forest 10, GDP 10. Okay. Area 10. This is around 42.5. Population is 17.5. Income distance simply means what is the gap between the richest state and the poorest state, or what accordingly. That is, let us say Karnataka and baby Bihar. So what is the gap between these two? Based on that, a percentage of it allocation will be given. So if you are more, you are poor, more you are having high population also you have, you are very poor state, your allocation will automatically increase. Southern states will score where? Southern states will generally score with regard to demographic dividend and contribution to GDP. Clear? Gram Sabha powers, that is PESA Act, approval of plans, land acquisition, control over minor minerals, ownership of minor forest produce. That is most of the important decisions inside Gram Sabha will decide. You need to get approval from there. Clear? Urban local government, the evolution of it started from 1688, first municipal corporation in Madras. Bombay and Calcutta corporations, then Lord Mayo, Lord Ripon, Montagu, Chelmsford reforms, Cantonment Act, Provincial Autonomy, Government of India Act, 1992 74th Constitutional Amendment. Inserted Part 9A, Article 243P to 243ZG, 18 subjects, 5 years, within 6 months re-election, 1/3 reservation for women, SC/ST reservation proportional to population, validity till Article till 2030. GST Council, Article 279A, 101st Constitutional Amendment Act, 2016 was the year. Ex officio Secretary is the Union Revenue Secretary. Cooperative Federalism in Indirect Tax Governance, IT-driven, user-friendly GST structure through consultations. Chairperson is Union Finance Minister, PYQ again. Union Ministers of State of Revenue or Finance are also involved there. Other ministers include Finance or Taxation Ministers of each state, elected by state members. Vice Chairperson. Permanent invitee is Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs Chairperson. They don't have voting rights. Quorum is half of total members. Voting weightage. Center has 1/3, states have 2/3. Decisions valid despite vacancies or minor procedural irregularities. Core functions include recommending taxes to be subsumed, identifying goods or services for inclusion or exemption, framing model laws and integrated goods and service tax rules, deciding exemption thresholds, fixing rates including special rates, setting levy date for petroleum products, dispute resolution, and recommending revenue loss compensation. I will again give you a small homework here. I have covered it in my economic survey class, number 1. But otherwise also, if you have not attended the class also, I'll give you a simple exercise. Download that economic survey. One table has been given. One table has been given where they say that initially what used to be the tax, now what is the GST rate for it? What GST rates, how it has changed. Initially it was 18%, now it is 5%, or initially it was 5, now it is 0. Like that they have given a table for a list of articles. Please go through it. You can get a question there. I know it is actually a little more on economic side, but any which way we are discussing this here, so just cover it from there. Judiciary now, Supreme Court. They are appointed by the President. Chief Justice appointed after consultation. Other judges appointed after consultation with Chief Justice of India. Should be an Indian citizen. Then should have worked 5 years as High Court judge or 10 years as advocate of High Court, or should be a distinguished jurist. No minimum age is prescribed. Salary for a Chief Justice is 2.8 lakh. For a judge it is 2.5. Pension 50% of last round salary. Tenure is until 65 years. Removal by special majority of Parliament for proven misbehavior or incapacity under Judges Enquiry Act. No Supreme Court judge have been removed till date. Original jurisdiction. They have original jurisdiction. Original jurisdiction simply means they can, basically it is to do with what? Center-state disputes. Or two states are involved. Two or more states are having disputes with each other. There they come in picture. Writ jurisdiction under Article 32. Habeas corpus, mandamus, certiorari, prohibition, quo warranto, all of that. Appellate, civil and criminal as a matter of appeal. Special leave to appeal under Article 136. Special leave simply means asking the court that please stop doing whatever you are doing and please listen to my appeal here. That is, High Court gave a ruling. I am not happy with it. So I can file a special leave petition where the case won't be heard, but Supreme Court will only look at what did High Court order was. So then Supreme Court can say for temporarily they can put a stay on it until they take a further decision in it. Advisory jurisdiction under Article 143. President, judicial review and curative petitions. Curative petition simply means I am not satisfied with the judgment given by a particular bench. Now I am taking it one more level higher. I am asking for another bench to look into the case. Court of record. That is, everything is recorded. Every judicial ruling given by the Supreme Court, it is kept recorded. Alright. High Courts total number 25. Territorial structure. Delhi has one High Court. J&K and Ladakh share one High Court. Other union territories under respective state High Court. Retirement age is 62. Chief Justice 2.5 lakh per month. Judge 2.25. 50% of last round salary. Original jurisdiction. Rich jurisdiction under Article 226, which is wider in power. Appellate powers are the supervisory under Article 227. Control over subordinate judiciary and judicial review. UPSC. Chairman and members are appointed by the President. Strength decided by the President. At least half the members should have more than 10 years of government service. 6 years or up to 65 years. That is the general tenure. Removal by President, Supreme Court inquiry for misbehavior, suspension during inquiry. Conditions cannot be worsened. That is, once they are appointed as chairman, members, etc., you cannot change the salary afterwards or change the conditions of service. Chairman is ineligible for further government employment. Conducts All India Central and Union Territory exam, advises on recruitment, promotion, discipline, advisory consultation, directory exemption through 1958 regulations. Annual report is placed before the President. For both courts, Supreme Court and High Court, everyone has to do it, else for our sake he won't. Arey, it's okay, Shraddha, please. Otherwise, no, it is not just because of you. From the management side, I will get a call then. That is the reason. Anyway, that is all right. Thanks for your concern. But otherwise, what was I wanted to say? Everything is a court of record. Ajit Singh, it is single integrated judiciary what we have, right? Lower court, High Court, Supreme Court. Whatever ruling Supreme Court gives, it has pan-Indian effect. High Court rulings, not that it has pan-Indian effect, but I can use a High Court ruling in another state also. I can quote it there. The court will not consider that is given by that High Court. We will not consider it here. That they cannot say. Generally, High Court rulings also have pan-Indian effect. That is another thing. For example, now Supreme Court has been going on telling. Now, Supreme Court basically issued a directive, right? What is that? Romeo Juliet clause. For what? POXO cases. Why Romeo Juliet clause? What is Romeo Juliet clause? That is, if the boy and girl. So before that, in POXO case, the rule is that if it is a child who is less than, that is, it is a crazy scenario, I'll tell you. 17-year-old boy has consensual sex with a 17-year-old girl. How does the law say it? Girl is underage. This boy will go to jail. That is the law. Now, ulta scenario, it is an 18-year-old girl and a 17-year-old boy. Now, who will go to jail? This girl will go to jail. This is the logic here. So, Romeo Juliet clause, what did the Supreme Court say? Supreme Court said that, see, if they are teenagers, age gap is not too much, then don't apply POXO on it. Don't apply POXO on it. Because POXO case will actually lead to what? It will spoil the future of the guy. Because they are in love. That is why they came up with this term also, Romeo Juliet. So Supreme Court came out with it. Supreme Court directed the union government to issue directives to all the police force in the country. Clear? Removal of judge, is impeachment motion possible? Yeah. It has to be accepted. That is the first thing. We are already seeing, right, the Delhi High Court judge also, what has happened so far? Nothing has happened, right? They are not even considering it. Initially, some discussion, etc. happened. His motion may be considered, etc. But then later, we are not hearing anything. That is the law. That is the law, Rishi Chinnodu. Most of the boys in our country doesn't know this. And even now, I think most cops still don't know about this Romeo Juliet clause. What happens is, let us say, it is not necessary that they should have consensual sex also. Girl's family gets to know that she is in love with a guy, they are very serious about it, blah, 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 blah. Girl's family will file a complaint telling that this fellow sexually molested. It's not necessary that physical penetration should have occurred. Maybe they would have only done some kissing and hugging. Parents saw it. Girl's parents saw it. They file a case. Boy's future is finished. SPSC, Article 315 to 323, chairman members are appointed by the governor. Half of them should have 10 years of experience in government. It is again 6 years and up to 62. Removal by president. Expenses are charged on consolidated fund of state. No reappointment. Annual report to governor. No reappointment means member can become, State Public Service Commission's member can become a chairman. Okay, of a different SPSC. State member or state chairman can become UPSC member or UPSC chairman. That is also possible. Not of the same commission. Then you have Joint State Public Service Commission. That is the law. Other than impeachment, is there any other way? No, no other way. Fill in shorts. There is no other way. National Commission for SC and ST, Article 338, 65th Amendment, bifurcation, 89th Amendment. That means bifurcation means this was initially National Commission for SC and ST, but in 2003 they split it up. Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, 3 members appointed by President, 3 years, maximum 2 terms. It has powers of a civil court. Monitor, safeguard, initiating complaints, summon documents, reports to President, all that. But actually, if you see, this is like an obsolete body. National Commission for SC, National Commission for ST, National Commission for other backward communities or backward communities, National Commission for Women and Child Rights. These are all actually bodies for namesake. Why I will tell you, the reason being that they don't actually effectively pass any rule or law or any regulation as such, which has improved the lifestyle or the conditions of SC, ST, backward communities or women. Most of their time, their work is ad hoc and postmortem work. Postmortem work means some major incident would have happened. After that, they will say NCSC has filed a case. That will be the end of it. And most of these bodies, why are they obsolete? They are all in headquarters, capital city. That is where their office is. But which are the places where atrocities against women, SC, ST, backward communities happens the maximum? Rural areas. Rural areas, the patriarchy, the misogyny is very, very high. But there, these people won't even dare to go there. Clear? EVM कैसे hack होता है? You cannot hack EVM, first of all. You show me how to hack a calculator, then I'll tell you how to hack a EVM. Romeo Juliet clause once again. The Romeo Juliet clause simply means if the teenagers in question, that is, let us say 17-year-old, 13-year-old girl, let us keep it like that, and 17-year-old boy. Now the age gap is not so much. They are all from the same school. They are in love with each other. Maybe they explode also physically. So you cannot file a POXO case now against the boy. That is what it means. POXO case you cannot file. Now this practice, is it correct or wrong? This practice is in sync with the internationally established standards. Because internationally, if you see, in USA as well as in Europe also, it is perfectly normal where 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old girls have become pregnant by their similar aged or slightly older boyfriends. They have become pregnant. But there, they don't consider it as an abuse of a child. It is only considered as what? Lovers. Lovers fell in love. So this is not considered as sexual abuse. What is considered as sexual abuse? A 15-year-old girl becomes pregnant because of what? A 35-year-old man. Now this is a case of sexual abuse, and he will be called what? A pedophile. For this, he will easily go to jail for at least 20 years. Minimum. Clear? This is the idea. Post-accident only, correct? Who is that? Yes, sir, because that happens with her wants to. National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. See, I agree, but don't ever say that anywhere. Rather than put it this way, that it is consensual means mutually both of them agree to it. So there is no point in punishing the boy alone, especially when it is consensual. The sad reality of it is, these consensual relationship, the boys get arrested, they go to jail. Their future gets destroyed. The real abuse that happens, that is from people who are in possession of power, teachers, professors, fathers, brothers, cousins. These people actually molest their own daughters, nieces, cousins, etc. That never gets reported. That never comes into the open. The first a woman faces or a girl faces her first child sexual abuse, if at all there is a chance of her to face it, it is generally from family and close circles, starting with her father. That is the reality. Most of the time they don't come out and say it because mothers would have threatened them. Mothers will say, I will commit suicide, you will destroy my family, you will destroy this, destroy that, etc. Then the girl will keep quiet. That goes unchecked in our country. Not in our country, that happens everywhere. That is the reality. Mothers, boyfriends, mothers, second husband. So from all this, girls face the issue. So for that you need POCSO, but that never gets reported. What cases actually go there? These type of cases. I laughed because of the way he put it. You know, she also has wants. That is why I laughed. I'm not telling that she doesn't have wants. I'm telling it the way he presented it. There is a way to present things. Some words which you use so that it sounds good. In your interview, that is what one thing you should remember. You shouldn't be too blunt. Article 338 NCST, chairperson, vice chairperson, again 3 years maximum, 2 terms civil court. It's the same here. Same things. For backward classes, Article 338B, 102nd Amendment 2018, 105th Amendment 2021. Chairperson, vice chairperson, 3 members, 3 years maximum, 2 terms civil court. Monitor safeguards, civil court powers, reports to president. Linguistic minorities, 350B, 7th Amendment. Special officer is appointed by president. Headquarters is New Delhi. Regional offices in Belgavi, Chennai, Kolkata. Investigate safeguards, investigate authority, reports again to the president. CAG, Article 148, appointed by president. 6 years or up to 65 years. Removal is just like the Supreme Court judge. Salary equal to Supreme Court judge. Expenditure on consolidated fund. Audits the union state fund. Certified net tax proceeds. Advise on accounts. Saw one point here. Audit union state funds. Means what? CAG does not audit Panchayati Raj and Municipality. I've said this earlier also. In my classes and all I have mentioned it. But remember it over here. For those of you, this is one important point. PRIs and municipalities are not audited by CAG. Attorney General inspects call records, reports to President or governors. And ideally, if you ask me, this comptroller work it actually does not do. Comptrolling means actually what? Before the money is starting to spend only, I should ask them, what is this money for? Like how our father and mother will ask us when we ask them money. First thing what they will ask us, why you need this money? Then we will tell them it is for this, I need to go there, I need to come here, blah, 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 blah. Now you go, you come back. Then they will be like, okay, where is the remaining? That is auditing now. Now they want to know the breakup. How did you spend the money? Got the point? So comptrolling means what? It is like fund is going into what? You're checking that. But that job CAG does not do in our country. CAG's job always comes what? Post-mortem. That is after the money is spent only, CAG starts doing its job. That means CAG's role is largely only confined to what? Auditor. Clear? Next. Ishara. Attorney General for India, appointed by President, qualified as Supreme Court judge, holds office during President's pleasure. He is not a government servant. Advise Government of India represent in Supreme Court, has the right of audience to speak in Parliament without vote. This is the answer what? Somebody had asked me. Is there anybody who can take part in the Parliament's proceedings without actually getting elected to it? That is Attorney General of India. Advocate General for State, same thing. Appointed by Governor, should be qualified as a High Court judge. Holds office during Governor's pleasure. advises state government, represent in high court, speak in legislature without any vote. NHRC, protection of human rights, chaired by former Chief Justice of India or Supreme Court judge. Plus 5 members. 3 years or up to 70 years. This is the perfect retirement life, if you really ask me, because till 70 years you are like booked. Removal by president, not constitutional advisory role, inquire into violations, jail visits, review safeguards. Jail visits means to check the prisoner's rights. Civil court powers, compensation on recommendation, reports again to the Parliament. SHRC, same thing. Protection of Human Rights Act, former High Court Chief Justice or a judge, plus 2 members, 3 years or up to 70, state level inquiry, civil court powers, reports to state legislature. National Commission for Women, chair plus 5 members, 3 years, civil court, review safeguard, reports to government. Yeah, 1 minute. So, Commission for Women reports to the government. Then you have National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, reports to center or states. 3 years, maximum 2 terms, age is 65 for the chair, 60 for the members. At least 2 women will be present here. Monitors child rights, Right to Education Act, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences, POCSO, Juvenile Justice Act. Juvenile Justice Act means those children who have, committed crimes, but less than 18 years old. Yeah, it is a non-constitutional body. It is just that now, forget the heading part. 1 minute. So sorry. This is what happens when you write something. Let us keep it as bodies only. Chalo, leave. State Commission for Protection of Child Rights, again the same thing. They will also report to state legislatures. Civil Court, chair plus 6 members, 3 years. National Commission for Minorities, reports to the Parliament. Powers of a Civil Court, 3 years, chair plus vice chair plus 5 members from minorities. Civil Court powers, reports to Parliament. CIC, Chief Information Commissioner and Information Commissioners. As per RTI Act, annual report is placed in the Parliament. They have civil court powers. Central Vigilance Commission, statutory body linked to Prevention of Corruption Act. You have Central Vigilance Commissioner plus other Vigilance Commissioners. Their jurisdiction is Group A, Central Government Services, All India Services, Specified Central Authorities. Military won't come over here. Extra constitutional and statutories. Extra constitutional means it is not there in the Constitution. It's a body which is not mentioned in the Constitution. It can be a statutory body also, that is established by an act. It can be a non-statutory body also, extra constitutional non-statutory body, something like your Niti Aayog, neither in the Constitution nor established by law. Who commits heinous crime at 16 years of age? No, it's not 16. It is below 18. It's just below 18. Got the point here? You are below 18, you committed a crime, heinous crime, murder, rape, attempt to rape, all this will come under it. Recently, I think Tamil Nadu or somewhere, Tamil Nadu, Bangalore, I'm not sure. A 16-17-year-old boy murdered a 32-year-old woman. He rang the bell and he tried to, force himself on her. But in that push-pull, whatever, she died. So later, to make it look like an accident, he put fire to the whole apartment. But then when cops came to investigate, they initially thought it was some gas leak or something, but later they started getting doubt. Then they started doing a deeper investigation, and this boy, they questioned him. He started giving multiple answers, different answers. They found out that he is the culprit. He wanted to apparently have physical relationship with the woman. She resisted it, and he strangled her and killed her. This is what had happened. So now he will go to jail for a very, very long time. They have superintendents over special police establishment in corruption cases, that is CBI. That is, if CBI have to start an investigation with regard to corruption, how does that hierarchy work is, for Central Vigilance Commission, Central Vigilance Commission will investigate, and based on that only CBI can start their investigation against a Group A servant, an All India Service officer, or any other officer. In other words, once you will easily get to know if in the department a vigilance inquiry has started against you. That is the beauty of it. Bangalore, correct. Direct or review Central Bureau of Investigation, review sanction for prosecution. Sanction for prosecution means permission, giving permission whether to initiate investigation or punishment or not. Supervise vigilance administration, advise government, civil court powers, whistleblower complaints. Whistleblower complaints means if anybody is having any complaints against a government officer, asking for that full details, etc. Annual report is presented to the president, which is laid before the parliament. Whistleblowers Protection Act 2014, protection of complainant, complaint handling mechanism. It is linked with Central Vigilance Commission. That is, whoever wants to complain against a government officer. CBI, established as per Delhi Special Police Establishment Act, consists of director and officers, looks into corruption and specified crimes. Earlier, prior approval struck down by Supreme Court in 2014. So in 2014, earlier you needed always a prior approval you had to take. CBI had to take a prior approval from the government to start investigation against any corrupt officer. That was struck down by the Supreme Court. Section 6A works under the central government, but still it is not a completely independent body. Like I told you, they still need permission to even start an investigation. From CVC, they need to get the clearance from. Otherwise, CBI won't start the investigation. Vigilance cases, corruption cases, CBI won't start. Clear? They may start an investigation if following a High Court or even a Supreme Court order. If High Court or Supreme Court gives an order, this has to be transferred to the CBI, then that's it. No government approval, nothing is required. They'll come and start investigating. But there again, a lot of limitations are there. CBI, if they need to go to a state and start an investigation, state government's approval is required. They need the support there. That is why if you notice in West Bengal and all, some incidents happened where CBI officials jumped to the wall and all those drama bazi, everything happened. They don't have that much of powers. What is the counter to this? That is where ED comes into picture. ED and the Money Laundering Act, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, comes into picture. Any money, whatever money it is. Now, what is money laundering? Money which you have got or earned through illegal way, you are using it to buy legal assets. So it could be through corruption, it could be through bribe, it could be through criminal activities. I have earned money, but I'm using that money to buy legal assets, gold, property, car, bungalow, whatever. Clear? ED can investigate that. That is a reason today when it comes to corruption conducted by most of the officers in the service, we don't hear CBI anywhere. Did you notice that? You don't hear CBI anywhere. CBI has initiated an investigation against the corrupt officer. You will never see that. Instead, what you will be seeing? You will be seeing ED. Everywhere you are seeing ED. Because ED's powers have been increased through the PMLA amendment. That is why ED and NIA, they are the most scared services today. People are scared of these two services because there nothing is going to work. And ED, when they arrive at a place, if they feel that, okay, law and order is going to change, means they immediately alert the CAPF, Central Armed Police Forces. CRPF or CISF will come to give full protection. Too much of tu me if you do, they will fire. They will open fire. Warning shots they will fire first and then they will take you down. No questions asked. Public interest litigation. Public interest litigation simply means a litigation filed in interest of public. That is what it simply means. That is, all the poor people won't be able to access justice. So on behalf of them, I'm filing this. So I can file a PIL in the name of what? Let us say for Delhi pollution, what actions has been taken against the government. I'm requesting the Supreme Court to ask the government to give the full details of it. PIL can be filed. Supreme Court will accept it. I file a PIL telling that Amitabh Bachchan is Shah Rukh Khan and Akshay Kumar etc. are endorsing Pan Parag and all that. So this should be stopped. Supreme Court will take it and throw it away. Throw it in the dustbin. What is the public interest here? Where is the public interest? People who are taking Pan Parag also knows it is injurious to health. Pan Parag, can it be sold in the country? Absolutely yes. There is no law that tells that you cannot sell Pan Masala. Person who is selling is not having any problem. Person who is consuming it is not having any problem. Now person who is acting in an ad, he also doesn't have a problem. Then who is having a problem basically? Got the point here. So PIL means public interest. A litigation filed. I am fighting a case on behalf of the public. But yes, always what happens is in PIL's case, frivolous petitions are filed. Frivolous petitions means petitions which don't have what? Any merit, nothing. That is frivolous. Foreign Contribution Regulation Act does not wish to come before the court. Person does not wish. You have to come there. You will file the petition. They will ask you who has filed this petition. Very recently also there was a case where Supreme Court told don't bring such frivolous petitions and waste the time of the court. I forgot. I'll tell you what it is. This construction of religious institutions, that is mosque or something. So somebody was going on telling, see, mosque is getting constructed here. See, they are taking away land here, land there or something. So I'm not sure High Court or Supreme Court. They finally asked him, you're only worried about one masjid. You're only worried about one mosque. Why are you not worried about temples? When temples are also being constructed here and there, why aren't you worried about that? Why are you only giving one-sided narrative? Why are you even bothered about this? If people want to construct a religious place of worship, let them construct. What is wrong in that? Why don't you use this power, whatever is there, of filing a public PIL? Why don't you use it for bringing out issues in education, issues in health? Use it for good purposes. Court actually reprimanded that guy for filing continuously because he had filed some, again from memory I am telling this, some 30 petitions like that. There is one mosque here, there is one mosque there is one mosque over there. Like that, he has filed countless petitions. So that is where the court said enough is enough. Lokpal and Lokayuktas, chairperson plus members as per Act, public servants. They are anti-corruption ombudsman. Covers all the public servants. Limitations include 7-year limitation is there. 7-year limitation means any case, corruption case older than 7 years will not be taken. No anonymous complaints can be given. That means if you are going to give a complaint to Lokpal and Lokayuktas for state level, Lokpal for central level, if you are going to give a case, then that case should be what? I should give my full name and details over there. Who will go there like that? Anybody can file. Lokayukta comes under state tax, appointed by governor. Some states have Lokayukta plus Upay Lokayukta. 5 years or 65 years, varies by state, ministries, civil servants, sometimes chief minister and members of legislative assemblies. What does this mean? Lokayukta, who and all comes under it, varies from state to state. In some states, even chief minister also comes under the ambit of Lokayukta. Inquiry on complaint or suo motu advisory recommendations. Annual report is given to governor and then it is placed in legislature. How to write these points in mains depends on the nature of the question. Lokayukta's Act is basically an ombudsman. Ombudsman simply means a watchman. Origin of the word is I think from Swiss or Sweden. Switzerland I think to the best of my memory. That is basically like a watchdog to check corruption in government departments. So Lokayukta, you have it established at the state level. But state level, there is no uniformity, varies from state to state. Some states cover chief minister, some states don't. Bottom line is, whatever complaints you are putting up, they can start investigation. If you remember a few months back, there was another issue. That is, Lokayukta members were telling, for us to sit and travel, we need at least 7 BMWs, 7 or 10 BMWs, 5 series, long base wheel, long wheelbase. One car is easily around some 70 lakhs or something. 70 into 7. Got the point here. 7 or 10, I'm not sure. So many cars they had ordered. That is, your job is basically to stop corruption. And what are you doing? You want BMW cars only to sit and travel for your official purposes. Tata Punch, Tata Tiago, that and all will not work for you. Maruti and all will not work for you. Only BMW will work for you. Getting the point here? Lokpal outside India. No, brother. I mean, sister. Sorry. It won't apply. Do one thing. It's already 2 hours, I think. Take a 15-minute break. PM. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, people. Okay, let us continue now. The National Investigation Agency, like I already told you, it was an important agency that came into picture after the 26/11 attack to deal exclusively with what terrorism, established under the NIA Act 2008 amendment in 2019. Director General under Ministry of Home Affairs, terrorism, sovereignty, expanded to human trafficking, counterfeit currency, cyber terrorism, and explosives. If you remember that Ambani's case where in front of Ambani's residence, a Scorpio with gelatin sticks present inside was recovered. That was basically done by a corrupt officer to threaten Ambani. How did he threaten? He placed a car outside. He kept gelatin sticks, which is an explosive. Along with that, he kept number plates. All these number plates, the number when they read it, they found out that these are number plates of all the cars that belong to Mr. Ambani. So the officer's purpose was just to threaten him. He never thought or expected, never he expected that NIA will come into the picture. Why NIA will come? Because explosives. Investigate scheduled offences, concurrent jurisdiction with terror funding and fake currency cell. Headquarters is in New Delhi. National Disaster Management Authority comes under Disaster Management Act. Chairman is Prime Minister. 9 members are the Disaster Management nationwide. Formulate policy, control NDRF, emergency procurement, recommend relief standards, annual report to Parliament. So NDRF, if you see, NDMA, headed by the Prime Minister. District level, you have the collector, district collector. State, that is SDMA, that is headed by the Chief Minister. Clear? Plus clear, Anusha. Revision series shows Lokpal apply to public servants in and outside India. What is the meaning of it, sir? Oh, that way. See, that is basically the foreign servants also. IFS. Public servants in and outside India. On behalf of the government, if you are working outside, even let us say IB officials also for that matter, you are working for the government of India, you are outside, then you are applicable under it. That way. All government servants, think of it like that. You are working inside, you are working outside. That way jurisdiction is there. Because you are still under government of India's employment, right? That is the reason. SDMA, Chief Minister, state level, approves state, annual report to state legislature. District Disaster Management Authority, headed by District Collector. District level disaster response, prepare district plans, training, early warning, reports to state. This is why everybody wants to be an IAS officer. Because if you actually notice, national level, it is headed by the Prime Minister. State level, it is headed by the Chief Minister. District level, when you say, it is not MP, not MLA, it is the DC. If you handle this really, really well, you manage to reduce the number of casualties, etc. Not only from the Chief Minister, even from the Prime Minister also, they will keep a note of you. You will get appreciation from there. Election Commission of India. Yeah, now this is the final aspect. Election Commission of India comes under Article 324. Chief Election Commissioner plus Election Commissioners. 3-member body since 93. Elections to Parliament, State Legislature, President, Vice President. That means Panchayati Raj and Municipality elections, they are to be conducted by a separate body called State Election Commission, set up by only whom? State government. Clear? Moving further. Superintendents, electoral rolls. So notice this over here. Electoral rolls. Even with regard to special intensive revision, this is what Supreme Court said. Can Election Commission of India, do they have the power to conduct this SIR exercise? Absolutely yes. Under Article 324, they have the powers to revise the electoral rolls, make changes to it. Fundamental rights for starters. Distribution of powers between generally the federal powers, that again you cannot change it. Until and unless state everybody ratifies. Center cannot unnecessarily go and interfere in state matters. Distribution of powers between the judiciary, how the legislature, judiciary, executive, their relationship. Powers of constitutional bodies cannot be altered or diluted. These are some of the examples. Abhishek Kumar, I hope that answers it. Coming to party recognition, MCC, Model Code of Conduct, cancel the poll, civil court powers. Annual report is submitted. It's a constitutional body. Representation of People Act 1951, both of which deals with, one is delimitation electoral rolls, which deals with seat allocation, electoral registration. 1951 deals with conduct of election, nomination, expense, disqualification, offences, petitions. This you please note down. RPA 51. Okay. That generally deals with the removal aspect. Moving forward, Delimitation Act is statutory constituency readjustment based on 2001 census, not justiciable. Electoral reforms 1988, various amendments, electoral process, 18-year franchise. That was the first reform from 1988. Then electronic voting machine, trial basis. Then electoral photo ID card, EPIC. Proxy voting. Proxy voting means especially for the people who are in defense services, armed forces, etc. They are now in the border. For them, somebody else will vote. Affidavits you can give. Rajya Sabha affidavits means basically giving your entire history, background, educational qualification, criminal cases, assets, everything. Rajya Sabha brought it open ballot. Initially, it was not open ballot, it was secret ballot. But then later they decided to make it open ballot again to ensure that there is no cross voting. Got the point? None of the above. 2013, that is not a voter verifiable paper audit trail was introduced later. VVPAT. Instant disqualification 2013. That is, if you are convicted for an offense where the punishment is 6 years or above, instantly you are disqualified. Aadhaar linkage 2021, 4 qualifying. Aadhaar linkage was brought in 2021. Yeah, 4 qualifying dates. That is, in a year, 4 dates are given to give your name in the electoral list. 4 dates. Progressive reforms timeline. Election machinery if you take. Main machinery obviously ECI. Then comes the Chief Electoral Officer, State or Union Territory Supervision under Election Commission of India. When an election is on progress, or once the Election Commission of India makes a press conference, the election dates are announced. Entire state government, central government, all India service officers, everything will be under the control of election machinery. Election commissioner can transfer them anywhere he wants, give them new postings, fresh postings, all that he or she can do. Then comes the district election officer for district level supervision, returning officer for conducting poll in the constituency, ERO for the electoral roll preparation. Right now, SIR. They are doing it. Presiding and polling officers who run the polling stations. Observers will be there for general, expenditure, police, micro, ensure free and fair poll, enforce directions. So basically, 2-3 things here. Very quickly, let me tell you. Please. The most powerful election commission in India is accountable. Please answer. There is nobody in India to whom the most powerful election commission. See, that is not the case. It is not about accountability. It is again, the thing is like procedure established by law. Whatever Election Commission of India is trying to do, there should be a process, there should be a procedure should be present over there. Then it is justified. For example, now I'll give you an example for this. Now they are conducting this SIR, correct? SIR is being conducted by whom? Election Commission of India. This is under Article 324. Which Honorable Supreme Court has basically said that this is correct. There is nothing wrong with it. Through the SIR, what the Election Commission of India is doing, let us see that. What they are doing is they are trying to identify who are the voters, who are non-voters. Non-voters simply means they are illegal immigrants. Okay. Illegal immigrants, they have come illegally. Their documents are all fake. So voters you are finding who are genuine, that is who died, who left the state, who has settled somewhere. This exercise you are doing, no issues, let it happen. But the question here is, Election Commission of India can find out who are the genuine voters and who are the non-voters here, that is illegal immigrants. This is the contentious clause now. Why? Who are voters generally? Voters are nothing but citizens, correct? Because all citizens greater than or equal to 18 years of age, they are eligible to get voting rights, correct? Non-voters automatically, illegal immigrants means what? They are non-citizens. So Election Commission of India, by default, by doing this SIR exercise, they are basically finding out who are voters and non-voters, or who are the citizens and non-citizens. But what did we learn under citizenship chapter? Citizenship chapter, you have citizenship acts are there, which clearly identifies who is a citizen and who is a non-citizen. Correct. That actually comes under whom? This comes under Parliament. So Supreme Court is trying to establish now, because see, there is no procedure which says that ECI can identify non-citizens. There is no procedure. There is no procedure established by law which will give ECI the powers to find out. Which color will I take? Who are the non-citizens? ECI does not have power. ECI has powers to identify who are the non-voters. So once ECI identifies who are the non-citizens, based on this information, can Parliament or the central government use that information to evict the illegal immigrants is the question now. Got the point? It's still a matter. It's still a matter of sub judice. So this is a new thing that has popped up now. So until and unless a final verdict comes, when you look at it in like this, in this manner, if you look at it, there is nothing wrong. But when you look at it under the ambit of Citizenship Act, Election Commission has got nothing to do with identifying who is a citizen or a non-citizen. Got the picture here? So that is the logic. This is being inquired now. This process, is it correct or not? Clear? After the establishment of the Election Commission, is it held valid and conducive? What if emergency is declared after the establishment of Election Commission? As in, is it held valid? Election Commission is already there. What are you saying? Establishment of Election Commission. I didn't understand that part. Finally, observers. The other part, very quickly I will tell you, EVM cannot be hacked. Alright, EVM cannot be hacked. And there is, because of the reason that these observers are present there. EVM machines are not kept inside the polling booth in the night when nobody is seeing. Come on, let us keep the machine. That is not how they do it. Your observers there. These are basically cops will be there, representatives of political parties, everybody will be there. They'll bring each machine, they will press and check it. Only if all the political parties, whoever are contesting the election, their representatives are satisfied, they will put a stamp and seal, they'll say approved. Then only they'll keep the machine there. You can check it however you want, how many ever times you want, till you are satisfied. Every polling booth has it. Every polling booth. The parties, local workers and all will be present over there. Their presence is basically done to ensure that election happens in a smooth and fair manner. Lok Sabha and Assembly every 5 years. New house should be elected within 6 months of last sitting. That is before if you are talking about 2029, when the term of this current government will end, 6 months before it ends only, you should start the process of it. Who is responsible to identify illegal immigrants? Central government. As well as state also has a responsibility. State also has a responsibility to basically identify that there are nobody entering the state illegally. Law and order it is. So it comes under law and order also. Announcement. ECI's press conference marks the beginning of Model Code of Conduct. Model Code of Conduct means there are certain do's and don'ts. What you can do, how you can conduct your campaign, all of that. Formal call to elect. Nominations will be open for a week, almost close to a week. Then the returning officer will scrutinize. Valid candidates may withdraw within 2 days post scrutiny. That is, our returning officer will scrutinize your nomination, whatever you have given, etc. Once it is done, within 2 days you can withdraw. Oath or affirmation. Candidate must take oath before authorized officer before scrutiny day ends. This is oath that actually comes under 3rd schedule. I told you this. Whoever is standing for election for Parliament or State Legislative Assembly, then after the election you became an MP or MLA, then you became a minister, either at central level or at state level, then Supreme Court, High Court, then CAG. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is your third schedule. Campaign. From final list up to 48 hours. Up to 48 hours before poll close, you can continue your campaigning. Bound by model code of conduct. Manifestos or rallies or media use are also bound by it. 48 hours before the poll, you can only do what? Silent campaigning. No more jhanda, this thing, speeches, nothing. No more band and all that. Silently you can do it. But the challenge today for Election Commission of India is to regulate the campaigning in social media. Polling, staggered schedule. It is EVM based, secret ballot. Indelible ink is applied on the hand. 1,200 voters per polling station targeted. Returning officer counts with observers, declares the winner based on first past the post system. That is somebody who is having the higher vote. Who will govern the Delimitation Commission? Govern. Nothing to govern. It is a statutory body headed by a former Supreme Court judge. So there also the Supreme Court, see, you cannot challenge the orders of the Delimitation Commission. But I can basically put a case telling that Delimitation Commission did not follow a procedure. So Supreme Court will only look whether Delimitation Commission procedure is correct or not. So in the Delimitation Commission will clearly mention why this state got more MPs, or this state got more MLAs, as per which formula it is. Now most states are having problem, right? Say for example with Finance Commission. Southern states are having a problem telling that we are getting lesser funds. Why is it that nobody actually went and challenged it in a court? First of all, it is a constitutional body. But does that mean you cannot challenge? No, you can challenge. The reason is because Finance Commission gave a proper formula. A formula based on which they have used the same formula for transferring the funds among all the states. So when you look at that formula again, you can again see that some non-BJP states also have actually got secured what? Very good levels of funding. Some BJP states have actually got lesser. So it has nothing to do with, okay, northern, southern, eastern, western, nothing. It is based on pakka procedure established by law. That is the point here. You followed a proper procedure, Supreme Court won't have any issues. Then it is, accepted. That is the logic. Let us invalid so I can be removed. Absolutely, na. You can remove if the election commissioner fails to do his job. What is the big deal there? Clear? Filed by elector or candidate in High Court can void election or order repoll. Who said that, by the way? Ministry of Home. Saptashati, you are right. That is why I said central government, but specifically you are right. It comes under Ministry of Home Affairs, matters of citizenship. That is why I told you, law and order, police. Prohibition of simultaneous membership rules prevents holding membership of two legislatures simultaneously. That is, you cannot become an MP and MLA simultaneously. Applies to Parliament and state legislature. Disqualification on defection rules. Procedure under 10th schedule for members of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha linked to the anti-defection law. Presidential and vice presidential elections. Something we have already seen. Members' assets and liability rules 2004. Disclosure of assets and liabilities by MPs of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Election symbols. Reserved and free symbols. Recognition criteria. Linkage. Issued by Election Commission of India. That is, the criteria is given in your Lakshmikant. Under what criteria election symbols are issued? Opposition or speaker leader removal. Opposition or speaker leader removal. You mean opposition leader removal? Opposition leader removal, as such, there is no procedure. You can expel an MP. That you can do. You can remove an MP, dismiss an MP again, based on the fact that they got convicted in any offense. They get removed. Removal of speaker means resolution. Or as we see it in the newspapers these days, a no confidence motion has to be submitted to whom? In Lok Sabha, if it is the speaker. In Rajya Sabha, if it is the chairman. 1992, registration of political parties. Additional particulars required for party registration. That is how you will get national party status. All that. separate conditions are given. Just go through it. Clear? Electoral system, single member constituencies, first past the post system. Voting behavior. Coalition government reforms voting age. Voting behavior is on what basis people vote in the country. This particular section alone, it is FYI. This is also FYI. 61st Constitutional Amendment Act reduced voting age from 21 to 18. Deputation of Election Commission of India, role staff under Election Commission under during role revision. Administrative reform. That simply means, what is it? Staff will be sent to Election Commission of India, especially when they have to revise this electoral roll. Like how we can see Bengal and other places, school teachers, etc. has been deputed for this work. Election Commission of India can only do this when election is bound. That means West Bengal is going to go into election this year. Tamil Nadu is going to go into election. Kerala also will go into election. These places which are going to enter into election, only those places, Election Commission of India will be able to get what? Control over the staff. Clear? That they can challenge. See, that and all, it is just what I would call it cosmetic. Anandu. It is just cosmetic. It is not going to actually change anything because Supreme Court will not challenge a constitutional body's final orders. They will only challenge it if they see that, like I told you, they do some malpractice there. No proper procedure is followed. If they see that a proper procedure is there, and based on the procedure only, they have divided the funding, the grants, they'll keep quiet. Indian Sentinel, we never know what will come, what won't come. That is the reason. And Election Commission of India is in news continuously. Coming back, 10% of electors or proposers for Rajya Sabha nominations. Electronic voting machine, first trials were conducted in 1998, full usage in Goa, 1999. Okay, this is not relevant anymore. Booth capturing. Photo ID to curb impersonation. 1993, EPIC, Electoral Photo ID Card, EPIC. Electoral reforms, 1996, candidate order is fixed. 6-year disqualification under insults to National Honor Act or corruption, etc. 48-hour liquor ban is there before election. 1 proposer for a recognized party, 10 for others. If it is a recognized party and a candidate is there, election candidate is there, 1 proposer is required. For a non-recognized party simply means you have not won major seats in Lok Sabha or in Assembly. You are just a political party. Then you need 10. Substitution within 7 days. By-election within 6 months. By-election simply means if suddenly an MLA or MP seat falls vacant, then you have to conduct election only for that constituency within 6 months. Paid poll holiday. Election day is holiday. Maximum 2 constituencies, same candidate can stand for election. We can see that has been happening with the case of especially Mr. Narendra Modi. Arms ban near booths. Campaign gap reduced from 20 to 14 days. Reforms again, which we saw already for presidential, vice president election. 50 proposals, 50 seconders. Postal ballot. Specified classes vote by post. Postal ballot means like army, etc. By post, they can cast their vote. Proxy voting, service voters allowed proxy. That is, people who are already in service, they can ask somebody else, designate somebody else to vote for them. This can be even husband can vote for wife, wife can vote in place of husband. Candidate affidavits, criminal cases, assets, liabilities, etc. Rajya Sabha, open ballot system. Star campaigners' travel is excluded from campaign cost rules. Braille electronic voting machine for visually impaired. Exit poll regulation. Ban is notified during a certain window, which is enforced from 2010. Lok Sabha, you have to deposit 25,000. It was earlier 12,500. Assembly, it was earlier 5,000. Now it is 10,000. Only to ensure serious candidates. Overseas citizens enroll at passport address. These are external voters. Registration of electors amendment rules, digital enrollment, e-governance. Nota option again 2013. 7-second slip sealed audit, VVPAT, again from 2013. Immediate disqualification on conviction, 2013. By representation, and Supreme Court struck it down. Struck down Representation of the People Act 1951, Section 8, Clause 4. What was that clause? That is, if I got arrested for corruption case, 6 years I have been punished, 6 years or more than that, I will get a 3-month relief first, till I file a higher case, this, that, etc. Supreme Court said nothing doing. Once you are convicted at the lower court, automatically you are disqualified. Immediately it falls into picture. No 3-month cushion. Photo with name and symbol, candidate's name and symbol in, what is it? The voting machine. Cash donation cap, 20,000 to 2,000 anonymous limit. Funding reform. Corporate cap removal, 7.5% profit cap has been moved for corporate funding to be liberalized. Earlier, corporate funding was like up to 7.5% of profit maximum only you can give for political party funding. Now that has been liberalized. Electoral bonds struck down by the Supreme Court. Now Election Laws Amendment Act, Aadhaar roll linkage, that is Aadhaar linking. 4 qualifying dates like I told you, January 1, April 1, July 1, October 1. General neutral spouse voting. Anybody can vote for anybody, like husband can vote for wife, wife can vote for husband. Lok Adalats are basically meant for, as the name suggests, these are actually meant to solve cases outside the court, making justice or legal aid accessible to the poor, socioeconomically poor sections of the society. So today we have, as under the idea of Lok Adalat itself, you have, to further the idea or to make justice accessible, you have National Legal Services Authority, State Legal Services Authority. Proxy voting can be for anybody. Say for example, now Akshay has said, for those people who are doing duty that day, they cannot go and vote, right? Till elections are over, they cannot go and vote. So there, voting can be given by somebody else. Basic point is this much. You are working somewhere. You are in a critical job. Now you cannot actually go home to your constituency, cast your vote. Instead, you, in a writing, you say that this person, I'm making this person in charge. This person will vote for me. That is the idea. Cooperative Societies 97th Constitutional Amendment Act. Democratic election, board autonomy, annual general body meeting within 6 months. Member access to books, audit, offences defined to strengthen autonomy. What are cooperative societies? Cooperative societies, in a nutshell, it simply means members are owners. The idea behind this is, together all of us, let us say me, you, all of us together can form a cooperative society. Let us say PW Cooperative Society, PW Polity Cooperative Society. We can form it. We can all put our money together. Contributions, equal contributions we make, and we can set up a bank. Register the bank under this cooperative society. What happens here? We can easily access loans from here. We can place our deposit here. Got the point here? That is the idea. The whole idea again is to what? Financial inclusion and social inclusion. Cooperative societies generally, if you see, are more successful towards the southern states, or it is more successful. Forget southern states. This as an idea is more successful where caste-based distinctions are less. There, this idea has become more successful. Now, if it's term, is it held valid and continuous even if the term of the party is over? Shubham Bage Kari. See, Shubham, emergency is valid, number 1, on what ground you are announcing it. Number 2, did it get the cabinet's approval? Number 3, even after you announced it, it does not matter when you are announcing it. That is, you announced it just after election, just at the time when your period is going to end, doesn't matter. What is the valid reason? Cabinet's approval is there or not, and does it get parliamentary approval? These are the conditions. Emergency you can declare anytime you want, to be very honest. under the clauses what I mentioned. War, external aggression, armed rebellion. It can be done. Clear? Constitutional validity, Part 9b, valid only for multi-state cooperatives and union territories. State ratification required. That is, any changes you are making, that is, there are 3 types of cooperatives if you really see, or basically 2. State cooperatives are there, state cooperative societies. These are generally regulated by the state government. Multi-state, if you actually see, that actually comes under RBI, etc. They are regulated. So that regulation part, just read it from that chapter. Just read it, understand it, it is enough. Not there in news much, I'm not expecting a question from that section. Special provisions for which and all states, Article 371A to 371J. We have already seen this list earlier. Pressure groups. Pressure groups are basically, they are non-political groups, but they have a huge impact on the election outcome. Farmer pressure group, industries pressure group, corporate pressure group, trade unions pressure group. These are all pressure groups. Directly they will not contest the election, but they can easily, through their support or their lack of support, can turn the tide of an election. Clear? Categories of pressure groups, examples again. That's it, people. I know Lok Adalat, Nyaya Adalat, consumer dispute resolution, those things I have not taken up. Read it towards the end. Read it towards the end. The main idea, if you really see, I have spent a little time extra in the first few chapters, that is especially from historical background to fundamental duties. This is the core area from where questions come from. Okay, then you head for the usual stuff, exactly in the order what I have taught you, like the Prime Minister, President, Governor, get this thing cleared. Vice President, because Vice President resigned last year. Then that post of Secretary General, which I told you, which came in news, Supreme Court order was also there. That one. Then Parliament. Then constitutional bodies, especially Election Commission of India and Finance Commission. Difference between 16th Finance Commission, 15th Finance Commission. GST, the report. What is the GST I told you from Economic Survey? What changes have come? What were initially 18 came down to 5. What was 5? We reduced it to 0. Cover that. Alright. PRI, municipality, just know the basics. That is enough. CAG, again I told you, it will only do what? Center and states. It won't touch anything else. Alright. This much you cover first. This much you cover. Okay, people. So thank you all. Thank you all for staying with me. Thank you all for the cooperation. Alright. I hope I have done a decent job with this. And wishing you all the very best. I don't want to sound very buzurg types, but still, my prayers with you. Please, for the love of God, attend all the revision classes. Please attend. Okay? Because it is not over unless it is over. Till the day of the prelims, you come back after you finish giving your GS and CSAT, it is not over. Still there is hope, still there is time. Attend the class. Something which you hear, maybe that will be the question which will decide that you clear or you don't clear. Clear, people? I don't know, I'm feeling a little emotional also. Maybe it is because it is my first marathon. I am feeling a little emotional. I am feeling a little good about myself. So all of that. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Thank you so much, people. Thank you so much. Thank you. So all right, people, take a break, relax. Material will reach you. Revise it. And don't forget, Monday Geography. Very important subject. None other than my brother, my friend, Harpreet Singh sir. Please attend it. Don't skip a single lecture. This is completely free initiative. Please take it up. God bless. Take care.